My husband, whom I haven't seen in the 3 years since we got married, is asking for a divorce. After 3 years of marriage, Jiang and her husband only met once on the day they got their marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. After they completed the formalities and signed a 3-year marriage agreement, the man went abroad. Now the 3-year period is 3 days away, and in the afternoon his assistant suddenly delivered the house deed, car keys, and a check for 10 million. Jiang was thinking about it. Her cheap husband was really generous. She thought that she could get a divorce soon, and she didn't have to pretend to be a virtuous and obedient wife in the Jin family, and she still had tens of millions of dollars in her hands. Chapter 1 Divorce, she's free. Jiang held the house deed, car keys, and 10 million check in her hand. After 3 years of marriage, she and her husband only met once on the day of getting the marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After the two of them completed the formalities and signed a 3-year marriage agreement, the man went abroad. Now the 3-year period is 3 days away, and his assistant suddenly delivered these things in the afternoon. Jiang's mind was turning. Her cheap husband was really generous. Not only did he give her 100,000 yuan as living expenses on time every month for 3 years, but he also gave her so much compensation when she was about to divorce. Thinking that she could get a divorce soon, she didn't have to pretend to be a virtuous and obedient woman in the Jin family, and she still had tens of millions of dollars in her hands. The smile on her lips spread a little bit. She took out her mobile phone and clicked on the WeChat avatar of the man who was about to become her ex-husband. The dialogue box between the two was clean, and they hadn't said a word in 3 years. Mr. Jin, the things have been received, thank you very much, happy divorce. The message was sent, followed by a red exclamation mark. You are not the other party's friend yet. Jiang. It seems that the other party is more eager to end this marriage than himself. That's all. Jiang carefully put away his house, car and money, and then went into the bathroom to take a beautiful bubble bath as if to celebrate. Airport. Jin Beichen walked out in a black windbreaker. The man was tall and slender, and his noble temperament that could not be ignored attracted the girls around him to stop and look back frequently. After listening to the assistant's report in the headset, Jin Beichen said, so she has no objection to me continuing the engagement with her. Assistant, Miss Jiang likes the things you gave her very much, so she shouldn't refuse. Jin Beichen, should? The powerful aura across the phone shocked the assistant on the other side. Sorry, Mr. Jin, Miss Jiang is sure to continue to be your wife. Well, that's good. The man's voice softened a bit, but still revealed coldness. I don't have her contact information, please tell her for me, I'll go back to her place tonight. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Jin Beichen's thin lips curled up slightly. The wife the old man found for him was indeed as obedient as he said. He was very satisfied with them in the past 3 years, so he didn't mind cancelling their marriage agreement and becoming a real couple with her. When he walked out of the airport, a sexy red sports car was already waiting on the side of the road. Song Qinyang was sitting in the driver's seat. When he saw Jin Beichen sitting in, he said, "TSK, did you get that woman?" "Well, I listened to your advice and gave her a car, a house and a check," Jin Beichen said confidently. Song Qinyang lowered the car window. "You have to live with her when you return to China. A man and a woman are so passionate about living together every night. Aren't you afraid of an accident at night?" Jin Beichen glanced at the man driving the car. "I have self-control." "Heh. What you mean is that I don't. Are you mocking me?" Song Qinyang touched his upper jaw with the tip of his tongue. Jin Beichen's wife, he had seen her once 3 months ago when the old man of the Song family celebrated his 80th birthday. She has the purest face, but a seductive figure. If it weren't for the fact that friends' wives should not be bullied, he, who has seen countless women, would have wanted to marry her home. If Jin Beichen, who has never had sex, were to stay in the same room with her. The man shook his head unconsciously, wanting to wait and see this brother slap his face later. The car stopped at the door of a high-end apartment. Jin Beichen took his luggage from the trunk and went upstairs. Song Qinyang rolled down the window. "Are you really not going to the welcoming banquet with me tomorrow? TSK, you are so anxious to go home. What have you been doing for the past 3 years?" Song Qinyang sneered, took out a cigarette and threw it to Jin Beichen. The man didn't take it, and went upstairs with his luggage. Jiang just came out of the bathroom and heard the sound in the living room. She remembered the various videos of northern Myanmar Yaozi that she had seen on Douyin recently, and immediately picked up the vase on the flower stand and walked outside. Seeing a black shadow, she quickly smashed it down. With a click, the lights in the hallway came on. The man's woolen coat fell to the ground, and the light in front of the door hit him. The light-colored shirt was half attached to his body, outlining the broad shoulders and narrow waist hidden inside. Their well-defined facial lines looked even more resolute under the light, and the facial features were so exquisite and perfect that Jiang could not help but hold his breath. The man pinched the mouth of the vase with his white fingers, looked at the woman who had failed to commit the crime with a cold gaze, and raised the vase in his hand calmly. Miss Jiang wants to murder her husband. Jiang was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the man looked familiar and his voice was familiar. After a while, he tried to ask, Mr. Jin. We are getting divorced in 3 days, why did he come back here? Jin Beichen was almost chopped off, and walked to the flower stand with a gloomy expression, and put the vase in his hand away. The assistant should have sent you a message, didn't you see it? Jiang was at a loss for a while, and took the phone to see that Jin Beichen's assistant sent her a message on WeChat. Madam, Mr. Jin is returning to China today and will stay overnight at your place. Jiang was slightly stunned. Divorced and still staying overnight? Did this man suddenly realize that he had given her too much property and wanted to use tricks to get it back? Or was the property a compensation for her virginity tonight? She knew that this kind of windfall was not so easy to get. Jiang quickly went into the dressing room and changed into conservative pajamas. When she came out, she saw a man with an aura that could not be ignored sitting on her pink bed, staring at her with deep meaning in his eyes. Jiang. She swallowed and asked to confirm, are you going to sleep here tonight, Mr. Jin? Chapter 2 I don't want to be a widow. What else? Jin Beichen looked at her with cold eyes, and he had already felt that this woman had been unwelcoming to him since just now. Jiang. She really guessed it right. She subconsciously protected her chest with both hands, walked sideways to the living room, took the things that Jin Beichen's assistant gave her today and put them beside the bed. Then she walked to the small cabinet at the head of the bed, opened the drawer, took out a card from it and put it together with the things he had given her before. The money that Mr. Jin transferred is all in the card, and the money that your assistant gave today is all here. In fact, my own salary is enough for me to spend. This money is hot, so I'd better return it quickly. Now, it was the man's turn to be slightly stunned, and a trace of unnoticed displeasure flashed through his heart. She didn't spend the money he transferred to her? Did the information he collected was wrong? This woman doesn't worship money? Doesn't like the things he gave her? Jin Beichen pinched the file bag on his fingertips twice. These are all for you, keep them. I came back this time to tell you that I'm busy with work, so. Mr. Jin, there's no need to prepare, Jiang interrupted Jin Beichen, I understand. Jin Beichen's face improved after hearing this. That's good, then we. You've asked your assistant to give me so much breakup money, I will definitely not pester you, don't worry. Jiang said considerately. Jin Beichen looked at her in astonishment. Breakup money? Didn't the assistant say that I want to extend my marriage with you and become a real couple? Question mark. Jiang blinked blankly, his eyes fixed on Jin Beichen's handsome face, but his thoughts drifted to the horizon. He wants to be a real couple with her. His assistant never said this, only said that it was Jin Beichen's idea to give her those things, and then asked her if she was satisfied. In the past 3 years, Jin Beichen would send her another message after transferring money every month. Ms. Jiang, the money has been transferred, check. Isn't it just to remind her all the time that the two of them are in a contract marriage relationship, so that she can always be alert and not have any delusions about him? You want to be a real couple with me? Jiang wondered if she had misheard just now. Jin Beichen had a serious and cautious look on his face. Yes. Why? Jiang also became serious. She sat on the sofa and looked at the man. 3 years ago, she thought this man was good-looking, with thick eyebrows and clear eyes. He was much better than the suitors she had met, not to mention that he was very ambitious and could not return to China for 3 years for a project. What do women like most when looking for a husband? Good-looking, temperamental, not at home, and money to spend. However, if this was not a contract marriage, she would have accepted it if the two of them had been together for a lifetime, but it happened to be a contract marriage from the beginning. I need a stable marriage without being disturbed by trivial matters, so that I can concentrate on doing what I want to do, just like the past 3 years, and you need money so that our cooperation can always be pleasant," Jin Beichen said. Faced with the straight man's answer, Jiang smiled. "The trivial matters you are talking about, is it that Mr. Jin will arrange another marriage for you? He just wants to use her as a shield and a tool for the rest of his life." The man was silent for a while, and did not answer her, but directly raised the stakes and said, "Miss Jiang, after becoming a real couple, I can give you double the monthly living expenses before. As long as you appease the old man, what the assistant gives you today is yours, and you can enjoy half of all my property." This condition is indeed very tempting. How much money would half of Jin Beichen's wealth be? However, once she agrees, she will be bound to the Jin family and Jin Beichen for the rest of her life. Jiang frowned slightly. She retired as a Sonder athlete at the age of 25. On the first day of teaching at Ning'an Private High School 3 years ago, she taught a student named Jin Nanxi a lesson. One day later, she was taken to the teaching office. Originally, she thought that she had taught Jin Nanxi a lesson, and the other party's parents came to her to be punished. As a result, Mr. Jin asked her to marry his youngest son Jin Beichen as his wife. Naturally, she was unwilling. A 29-year-old man who had never met was 4 years older than her. 3 years is a generation gap, and 4 years is a chasm. Mr. Jin tempted her by giving her mother, who was in the late stage of cancer, the best medical team and her brother the best school. Finally, he showed her a handsome photo of Jin Beichen. She was moved and agreed. However, Jin Beichen was a face in front of the old man. As soon as the old man left, he showed his fangs and asked her to sign a contract marriage agreement. The agreement mainly stated 3 points. First, she is not allowed to have any fantasies about him, Jin Beichen, because he will never like her. Second, Jin Beichen will give her 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and they will divorce after 3 years. During this period, she cannot tell anyone about their marriage, and cannot use his wife's name to cheat outside, otherwise she will compensate the other party 10 million yuan. Third, the old man cannot know these things. She has been fulfilling the agreement conscientiously for the past 3 years, just for the day of divorce. Now he wants to use a bigger bargaining chip of 1 month to let her renew the contract. After only a few minutes of hesitation, Jiang made a choice. "Mr. Jin, I am a normal woman who needs a normal marriage life. I have no obligation to renew the contract with you and continue to be a widow in this broken house. If you don't renew the contract with me, you can find yourself a contract wife again." Chapter 3: Getting a Marriage Certificate. Jiang thought about it carefully. No matter how much money she has, it is useless if her life is not happy. She and Jin Beichen are husband and wife, but in fact they are superiors and subordinates. She has worked diligently for him for 3 years. She is satisfied with the compensation he gives her, but it does not mean that she wants to sell her whole life to him. She is 25 years old this year. In 2 years, she will enter the ranks of late marriage and late childbearing. Because her father was very good to her mother when he was alive, she still has many aspirations for a harmonious and happy family. In addition, the more than 1.7 million yuan in her current account is enough for her to buy a house of about 60 square meters. There is no need to continue to deal with Jin Beichen and Mr. Jin and make herself wronged. She chooses to have a little money and live a free and happy life, or sacrifice everything to work for a lifetime to earn more and more numbers in her bank card. A trace of surprise flashed across the man's deep eyes. How is this different from the result predicted by Song Chenyang? She doesn't agree. Didn't she want to use this marriage to make money? After becoming a real couple with him, she would have countless wealth. Why didn't she agree? Jiang looked at the man's black and white but unhappy eyes, and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction like a worker who fired his boss. She curled her lips slightly. "If Mr. Jin likes this room, I can stay in the guest room. The weekend tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the Civil Affairs Bureau will be there at 9 a.m. next Monday. Mr. Jin, remember to bring your household registration book and don't be late." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave the bedroom. "Wait." Jin Beichen grabbed Jiang's arm and tried to persuade her again. Bang tilde. The man didn't notice and was thrown over the woman's shoulder. When he reacted and grabbed the woman's hand, the two had already rolled on the ground together. Although there was no lip-to-lip contact in idol dramas, face-to-face and hand-in-hand were ambiguous enough. Jin Beichen quickly let go of his hand and stood up from the ground, as if he had touched something dirty. His expression was sinister, but his complexion was very beautiful. Jiang stood up calmly, glared at the man, and left the room muttering, but his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He went to lie on his side, closed the door, and locked it, all in one go. She leaned against the door and felt her legs go limp. She had fought with men during those years of practicing sonder, but she had never blushed and felt her heart beat like this. How could Jin Beichen's skin be so good? And the muscles on his arms and chest, an old man approaching 30 should exercise regularly. Jiang swallowed his saliva and calmed his restless emotions. There was a knife hanging over his head because of lust. The lesson 3 years ago was still vivid in his mind. No matter what, he could not agree to renew the contract this time, and it was a lifetime contract. 5-legged frogs are hard to find, but 3-legged men are not. Thinking of this, Jin Beichen's face appeared in front of her again. Jiang shook her head and said, back off, back off. She must have been like this because she had never seen a better-looking man. Once she had seen one, she would not be tempted by Jin Beichen's beauty. If there is a man at home, run away first. Jiang quickly changed her clothes and tiptoed out of the house to find her best friend Lu Xiao. It happened that Lu Xiao had a bad job recently and was in a bad mood. The two of them met at the bar to celebrate their upcoming divorce and drink to relieve boredom. Jin Beichen lay on the pink bed, and the smell of Jiang's shampoo and shower gel lingered on his nose, just as he smelled from her when he fell to the ground with her just now. The man who had been pure for many years went into the bathroom, but regretted it even more after using women's shower gel and shampoo. The man got up, knocked out a cigarette from his windbreaker pocket, took a lighter and went to the balcony to call Song Chenyang. A man and a woman alone should be passionate about each other, right? Are you so fast? Song Chenyang said jokingly. Jin Beichen's face darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? In the dark night, the glow of the burning cigarette but flickered. She doesn't agree to renew the contract and asked me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce on Monday. TSK, Song Chenyang paused, playing hard to get. Jin Beichen took a deep puff of the cigarette, his expression dull. Maybe. What are you going to do now? I think your old man is serious this time. Several investors in the RD project have already started to talk to me about withdrawing their investment. How about you sacrifice yourself and help the brothers, sacrifice your appearance, and make the fake play real? Fake play real? Thinking of what she said before, Jin Beichen was more certain of his thoughts. This woman must have thought the same way. She wanted to use these things to control him and play hard to get. The man's face was completely gloomy. Impossible. Come on, seeing that you can't sleep alone, why don't you come out to get together with the brothers? We haven't seen you for 3 years, and you don't miss us, but we miss you very much. Song Chenyang glanced at the lights on upstairs and continued, I was downstairs and knew you would hit a wall. Song Chenyang was deeply impressed by Jiang. Chapter 4, Drunk. After hanging up the phone, the man put out his cigarette, changed his clothes, and knocked on Jiang's door twice. I'm going out for a while and will be back later. The man didn't know at this time that Jiang had already slipped away while he was going to the balcony. Jin Beichen sat in Song Chenyang's car, pursed his lips, and looked out the window. Haicheng is the magic city, and the night forms a sharp contrast with the day. He doesn't like places with bright lights and wine, but he has just returned to China and it is necessary to get together with his old friends. The main reason is that he is bored and can't sleep alone. A bar. Jiang and Lu Xiao sat at the bar, drinking cocktails and watching the people swaying on the dance floor. Jin Beichen was taken directly to the box by Song Chenyang. There were 5 male dogs in the box, waiting for the 2 of them, which made them 7 wolves together. Among these people, there are those who are single and haven't had enough fun, those who have their white moonlight in their hearts but have canaries sleeping on their pillows, and those like Song Chenyang who just can't pick any flowers and leaves. Only Jin Beichen is still a monk after getting married. Jiang raised his glass and toasted to his best friend Lu Xiao, celebrating my divorce in 3 days. I'm single again. Lu Xiao is not a socialite, but she is an internet celebrity. She usually maintains a good relationship with those socialites, and her sources of information are faster than Jiang. Others are scrambling to marry into the Jin family, but you are so happy when you hear about the divorce. Jiang shook his head and drank the wine in the glass. When I got married, my family was in trouble and I wanted to have a place to stay. Now my mom and brother's problems are solved and I have a stable job. Why should I stay in such a widow's marriage? I'm 25 now and I have to plan for the future. As Jiang spoke, a hint of sadness flashed through his eyes. 3 years ago, if it weren't for Mr. Jin who helped her in her most difficult time, let Jin Beichen marry her, gave her a place to stay, found the best doctor for her mother, and the best school for her brother, she would probably still be rolling in the mud now. She will probably never be able to repay Mr. Jin's kindness in her lifetime. But during this year, she was constantly criticized by the Jin family's aunts and uncles, who said that Jin Beichen didn't want to stay in the country just because he married her, and that he just didn't like her. Jin Beichen despised her identity, and even Haicheng was despised by him. Except for Mr. Jin, no one was optimistic about this marriage, including Jin Beichen and Jiangla themselves. Jiangla was not a good drinker, and after 2 drinks he was already high. The dance floor was full of people, and seeing such a beauty in the middle, the men's eyes were green. Jin Beichen was facing the dance floor, and he saw Jiangla climbing onto the stage to dance. Several brothers in the box also saw it. A group of men under the stage raised their glasses and passed them to Jiangla. Lu Ziao was also drunk and stood next to Jiangla, being pulled by her to jump together. That girl is pretty hot. Song Chenyang looked towards where his brothers were looking, took a breath, and poked Jin Beichen with his elbow. Why is your wife here? Before the scene became completely chaotic, Jin Beichen rushed to the front of the stage, picked Jiangla up from the stage, and held him in his arms. Regardless of whether they had a contract or not, she was now his wife in name only. Jiangla's eyes were blurry, and he was grabbing the clothes of the person in front of him. The lights in the bar were dim, and he couldn't see who the other person was. He got closer and felt that he looked a little familiar. She had fair skin to begin with, and under the flickering spotlights, and after drinking, her fair skin was translucent and crystal clear. In addition, she had put on some man-killing paint to have fun today, and now she looked even more charming and attractive. Since Jin Beichen grew up, except for the time when she threw him to the ground at home and they lay together, he had never been so close to a woman again. With a distance of 1 foot, as long as he leaned forward, he could kiss her forehead. Jiangla had a smile in his eyes. He was standing up by pulling the man's shirt on his chest, so he could see his distinct collarbone. With sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips tightly pursed, he looks very friendly. The two people are getting closer and closer. You've had too much to drink. Jiangla tilted her head, grabbed the man's collar and pulled him in front of her, smiling charmingly. Handsome brother, if I'm not drunk, how can you have the chance? Chapter 5. I will support you after I get divorced. The strong smell of alcohol hit him in the face, the lights flickered, making Jin Beichen dizzy, and there was a hint of ambiguity between their eyes. Do you know what you are saying? His voice was low and had an indescribable magnetism, but there was obvious anger in his eyes. I know, you seem to sleep better than my husband. I'll support you after I get divorced. Jiangla's hands kept pinching Jin Beichen's face, constantly challenging the man's bottom line. The man meets the woman's gaze. From this angle, from top to bottom, he can just see her proud cleavage. They are both lines, but the career line wins over the cleavage line in the end. There is a hint of danger in the man's eyes, and his eyes darken a little. This is what Grandpa said, a well-behaved and obedient daughter-in-law. If you take his money, you have to divorce and support another man. Song Chenyang, who followed over, chuckled. She wants to support you. Lu Ziao also got excited after hearing this. I want one too, I want one too, I want to support one too. You support me. I'll pack it for you. He looks good too. I'll pack it for you. Jiangla pointed at Song Chenyang and stood on tiptoe. Then she lost her balance and her head fell forward, hitting Jin Beichen's chest. The pain made her tears come out and she made a muffled hum. Song Chenyang was afraid that Jin Beichen's wife would say something shocking again. I'll help you send her friend back, you take her home quickly. Jiangla was carried into the car. Jin Beichen put the person in the back seat and prepared to go to the passenger seat. The driver glanced at the drunk man behind him and stopped him, saying, if a person is so drunk, he will fall off the seat if he breaks in the back. The man returned to the back seat with a gloomy face. Jiangla felt extremely uncomfortable. He leaned to the side because he was uncomfortable sitting. His brain had already stopped working. Finally, she lay on the man's lap, thinking that Lu Ziao had taken her home, and muttered, go to your house and sleep. I don't want to go back to see my ex-husband. Jin Beichen's face turned even darker. Until the car stopped downstairs of the apartment building. Jin Beichen got out of the car, dragged the woman out without any emotion, and carried her on his shoulders into the apartment. Jiang was spinning around, vomiting, I want to vomit. After entering the elevator, Jin Beichen put her on the ground. Fearing that she would fall, he pressed his body against her and said, "Try to vomit if you dare." Jiang hugged the man's neck and almost hung on him, resting his head on Jin Beichen's chest for support. From time to time, he would turn his cervical spine weakly and hit the man's chest twice. The man was distracted by her doing this and he didn't dare to loosen his hands around her waist, for fear that she would fall, so his Adam's apple kept rolling. When we reached the floor, he lifted her legs and carried her out of the elevator to go home. The person was put on the bed. The man went into the bathroom to change clothes without saying a word. When he came out, Jiangla's clothes were gone. The sight was so erotic that Jin Beichen covered his eyes with one hand and lifted up one side of the quilt with the other hand to cover her. People who have drunk alcohol are afraid of heat and are unwilling to do so. After trying twice, Jiangla became unhappy and directly pounced on the man. "Don't put pressure on me." Jin Beichen felt that he was facing unprecedented temptation. If he spent a night like this, he would definitely lose control of his moral integrity and do something. "Little duck, I have money, I can give it to you." Jiangla was drunk, his mind was confused, and he had no bottom line. He pulled at Jin Beichen's pajamas, and when his hot face was pressed against the man's somewhat cold chest, he smiled sweetly, "It's so comfortable." Then, in order to find more coolness, I tore off some more clothes. At last, the world was spinning, and the last light from the bedside table was cut off. Apart from the sweet sounds of the orioles and the heavy breathing of the man, the only sound under the quilt was the sweet sounds of the orioles and the rain. The man who claimed he had self-control just a few hours ago became the person with the least self-control after the city defenses were breached. When Jiangla cried and begged for mercy, he coaxed, rubbed, and finally tortured him. Chapter 6. She seems to have brought back a duck. The sky turned pale as if with a fish belly, and then the two fell into a deep sleep. Before going to bed, Jin Beichen prepared himself mentally. Now that it has come to this, he will definitely be responsible for her, and then live a good life with her, turning their contract marriage into a real marriage. Then he carried the person to wash him clean, and then carried him back to the bed in the other room before he fell asleep completely. The alarm rang at 6 o'clock. Jiangla grabbed the phone, but before he even opened his eyes, the phone was taken away and the alarm stopped. The room fell silent again. The woman found a good position and continued to sleep. After a few seconds, she realized something was wrong. "Open your eyes instantly." The side bedroom at home. The room she entered later yesterday. She moved and felt sore all over, as if she had been run over by a car in an accident. What did she do yesterday? The broken images were pieced together, showing two men's arms around the waist below the head, and the strong muscles on the back. It's over. It's over. It seems she brought back a duck. Does Jin Beichen know? What if he knows? Forget it, they are both getting divorced, why bother him? Now we need to get rid of the duck first. Jiangla forced himself to get up, and saw the face of the sleeping man through the light from the gap in the curtains. He was shocked, and then all the hairs on his body stood up. The duck is Jin Beichen. She got up quietly and opened the closet, wanting to quickly escape from this cramped space. But before she could reach for her clothes, the light was turned on. Thin waist, long legs, smooth and fair skin. The man who woke up from a light sleep supported his head with one hand. His half-exposed upper body was clearly muscular. His cold gaze fell on the woman like an ice cone, as if to pierce through her. Jiangla subconsciously covered it up, but where could she find anything to cover herself? Seeing that he couldn't cover it anymore, Jiangla picked up the air-conditioning blanket and covered the man's face with it, then picked up a piece of clothing from the closet and ran out of the bedroom. There was a sound of the door closing, and Jin Beichen, whose face was covered with the smell of shower gel, got out of the quilt with his eyebrows twitching. Could it be that this woman just disappears and refuses to recognize me once she puts her pants on? Apparently, yes. Running into the master bedroom, Jiangla's breathing almost stopped. The clothes scattered all over the floor, men's and women's mixed together, and the clothes on the sheets showed that the battle was fierce last night. Did she sleep with Jin Beichen before the divorce? You went to bed at 4 o'clock, and you got up early in the morning to admire the place you used last night. Aren't you sleepy? The man's hoarse voice jumped into his ears, and Jiangla shuddered. She looked embarrassed and spoke in a hesitant voice, "Mr. Jin, I said this was an accident, do you believe it?" "Accident?" "The kind that held me tightly and insisted on taking off my clothes." Jin Beichen asked. He knew that this woman was not prepared to take responsibility. Wherever you look, you can see a few bloodstains on the bed sheets, which is enough to show that she usually keeps herself clean. The man's eyes seemed to be burned, and he looked at Jiang again. He was a bit reckless last night, and it was her first time. Would it be bad for her health? But Jiang soon told him the answer. "How come I remember that I was the one who said no, but you kept asking?" Although her memory is incomplete, she does not remember nothing. "Do you want me to ask someone to check the surveillance cameras in the bar, the corridor, and the elevator? See how you're hanging on to me and won't let go." Jin Beichen raised his eyebrows, his voice still hoarse. "No, no need. Jiang is a Sonder coach. He is good at beating people, but talking is not his first priority. Are you still going to get a divorce?" Jin Beichen stared at the woman and asked the crucial question. What happened last night was indeed an accident. "Mr. Jin, don't take it too seriously," Jiang said through gritted teeth, and then went into the room to clean up. The things on the bed sheets were a bit of an eyesore. But his legs went weak just as he took a step forward, and Jin Beichen picked him up into his arms. He was very thoughtful and smiled lightly. "So, in this case, you still want a divorce?" Chapter 7, Forced Purchase and Sale. "Didn't you bring it up in the beginning?" Jiang frowned, unhappy. He was the one who trampled on her dignity and spent money on her time. "Mr. Jin, you were the one who told me not to have any illusions about you. Why, do you regret it now?" Jin Beichen was choked and thought, he didn't regret it. "I need to be responsible for what happened to you." "That's not necessary." Jiang refused. "We are all adults, and we are willing. Mr. Jin doesn't need to continue to be responsible, nor does he need to renew the contract under the banner of responsibility. As for the things you gave me before, just regard them as compensation to me, and I will accept them with peace of mind." 3 years ago, before getting the marriage certificate, she had hope for this marriage. It was not until Jin Beichen gave her the agreement that the sacred event of forming a new family was turned into an exchange of interests. In this exchange, she was the one being traded, and Jin Beichen was the one doing the trading. From the beginning, the man never respected her, treated her as a tradable commodity, and drew up the contract. At that time, she was short of money and could let him control her, but now, if he wants to control her, he's dreaming. Jin Beichen got the point. "The car, house, and check are for your renewal. Since you don't want them, they are gone. How can I let my woman use my money to support another man?" Jiang felt that Jin Beichen was still as much of a dog as ever. No difference from 3 years ago. "If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Do you think I want it?" Jiang turned hostile and pushed away the man who was supporting her. She went into the house to change her clothes without even cleaning up the house. When she saw the kiss marks all over her head, from her neck to her collarbone, in the bathroom mirror, her cheeks flushed. "This dog man is not only a dog, he has never seen a woman. I found a powder to cover the marks on my neck. There were too many, so it was difficult to cover them completely, but I tried to cover as much as I could." Seeing the woman change her clothes and go out, Jin Beichen asked coldly, "Where are you going?" "You didn't know that we were going to the Jin family this weekend?" "Oh, that's right. Mr. Jin has been abroad, so it's normal that he doesn't know about these things." Jiang sneered. "Wait for me, I'll go back with you." Jiang ignored the man, picked up the bag, opened the door and went downstairs in one go. When Jin Beichen came downstairs, the car drove away, leaving only the exhaust gas. "No, she wants to go back to the old house. If she talks about divorce, it will be a big trouble." Although Jiang drove away first, their cars arrived at the old house at the same time, one after the other. If the road around the mountain wasn't so narrow that only one car could pass at a time, Jin Beichen might have arrived earlier. The housekeeper and a group of servants from the old house had been waiting at the door since early in the morning. When they saw the two men getting out of their cars, they shouted and cheered, "Welcome home, young master." Jiang's mouth twitched, and he entered the gate of the wall in advance, and Jin Beichen hurriedly followed. The housekeeper hurriedly drove the tram, which could only be driven in the yard, and stopped it in front of the two men. The old house of the Jin family is quite large. It is built on the mountain from bottom to top. The courtyard in the middle is for old man Jin. With him as the core, the whole family lives together. Each courtyard has one household, with about 20 households living in it. The outermost circle is inhabited by guards and servants. Jin Beichen has 4 older brothers and 1 older sister. Jin Beichen also has 4 nephews and nieces living there. Now 2 of them have their own courtyards and gates. In addition, Mr. Jin's younger brother and his entire family also live in the old house. However, except for major holidays, they usually stay in their own yards. Until now, Jiang has not recognized all the names of the people in the old house. There are too many people, and these people are not very friendly to her. She is too lazy to deliberately maintain the relationship with those sisters-in-law. After the car arrives, you still have to walk about 100 meters to reach the yard. Jin Beichen grabbed Jiang and whispered, "Don't mention divorce in the old house." Jiang turned his head and glanced at the man. "Mr. Jin, are you trying to force a sale?" Chapter 8 Help me to punish him according to my family rules. We didn't take any precautions last night. You might already have my baby in your belly. Jin Beichen said this, glancing at her belly with a hint of pride in his eyes. "Mr. Jin, don't you know that there is a medicine called contraceptive pills?" Jiang. The 2 of them were whispering all their way, and in fact, the situation was tense, but the housekeeper who was following behind saw that they were very affectionate and loving. The housekeeper felt that he was being fed dog food even though he was old, so he quickened his pace and went to report to the old man in advance. "Master, you don't have to worry anymore. I think the relationship between the young master and the young mistress is really good." On their way here, they chatted without wasting a minute. The young master wanted to get close to the young mistress' neck. When old Master Jin heard this, his face turned red, but he quickly said, "When I first saw that girl, I felt that she was someone who could subdue that brat. You see, I really have a good eye." "What do you mean by good vision?" Jin Beichen stepped into their house. "Old man, quickly have someone take back what you said. If you continue to be so ruthless to me, I will turn hostile and fight back." Mr. Jin, who was originally sitting solemnly, raised his cane and threw it at Jin Beichen. "Asshole. I'm your father." No one in the Jin family dared to anger old man Jin, except Jin Beichen. Jiang greeted, "Dad. Lulu, you have to take good care of this brat. If he doesn't obey, help me punish him with my family rules." Jin Beichen glanced at Jiang and said, "Old man, that's my wife, I can't bear to serve me according to the family rules." Jiang sat on a chair beside him, not saying a word, listening to the crosstalk between the old man and the young man. She knew that Mr. Jin didn't really want her to beat Jin Beichen, and she also knew that Jin Beichen was deliberately trying to anger Mr. Jin. "Don't talk nonsense to me. Now that you're back, go to the ancestral hall to burn some incense, and then go to the Tingyu Pavilion. Your brothers and uncles are all there. I haven't seen them for a year. Go and have a good reunion with them." As soon as Mr. Jin said this, Jiang started to get nervous. When Jin Beichen went to Tingyu Pavilion, she must have gone to Guanfeng Pavilion. The 2 pavilions stood opposite each other. One side was for the male guests, and the other side was for the aunts and uncles of the Jin family, as well as the sisters-in-law who were not easy to get along with. Jin Beichen didn't notice anything unusual, so he agreed to the old man's words and went over with Jiang. If it wasn't a last resort, Jiang really didn't want to see these women from the Jin family. "As soon as I stepped into the door, I heard the 4th sister-in-law's mockery, 'Xiaobei's wife is here?' The higher-ups received the letter when the car arrived at the foot of the mountain. You said you 2 were leaving together, but why didn't you drive a car? Xiaobei must be tired from jet lag after coming back from abroad, can't you worry about him a little bit? Since 4th sister-in-law is so worried, why not be his driver yourself?" Jiang retorted sarcastically. "Jiang, what you said is wrong. The 4th brother's wife also gave you advice so that you can get along well with your 6th brother. How can you talk to your sister-in-law like this?" Jiang sneered. "Here we go again. The person who just spoke was Lu Wanji, the wife of Jin Beichen's 3rd brother. She has always disliked him. It is said that if it were not for Mr. Jin's decision, the person who would marry Jin Beichen would be Lu's youngest daughter Lu Yuanji. It's just that Jin Beichen didn't come back before, and the time for divorce she and Jin Beichen had agreed on had not yet arrived. She had a sense of contract and could endure all this, but now, they were going to divorce the day after tomorrow, and she didn't want to endure it anymore. Does the third sister-in-law rely on the fourth sister-in-law to guide her when she gets along with the third brother? No wonder the third sister-in-law and the third brother have such a good relationship. These words obviously hit Lu Wanji straight in the heart. Lu Wanji's marriage to the third brother of the Jin family was all planned out. They drugged her and made her climb into bed with them, resulting in her pregnancy. Then the third brother of the Jin family had no choice but to marry Lu Wanji. Originally, they could have lived a good life after the marriage. But Lu Wanji was determined to fight for her family, and the Lu family was not particularly motivated, and every time they cooperated, they would fail. Then Lu Wanji quarreled with the third brother of the Jin family, causing their relationship to become worse and worse. Sister Jiangla, please forgive me for what my sister said just now. We are sisters-in-law, so please don't open up her wounds. After all, Brother Bei Chen has not been by your side. Don't you know that quarrels between couples can really hurt feelings? Chapter 9 today is an accident. Lu Yuanji's persuasion seemed to be a step back, but in fact, it was full of provocations. He brought up the fact that Jin Bei Chen had been away from home for a year. I didn't expect that an unmarried girl from the Lu family understands more about how quarrels between couples hurt each other's feelings than my third sister-in-law who has been married for several years. I have really broadened my horizons today. Jiang said, finding a chair and sitting down. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Wanji was a simple-minded person with a bad temper. She picked up the cup in her hand and poured it towards Jiang. There was rock sugar in the fruit tea, which was sticky and instantly covered Jiangla's face and neck, with a lot of it on his chest as well. Wanji, you're going too far. The second sister-in-law stood up and protected Jiangla. I'll take you back to your yard and change your clothes first. No one noticed that the little girl in the jacket had slipped out of the house and ran towards the men's listening rain pavilion. Jiangla sat on the chair in a daze, half stood up, quickly reached out and grabbed Zhao Wanji's collar, picked up the entire teapot, and started pouring the tea from her head. At least the 50-degree scented tea was poured from top to bottom before Jiangla let her go. You think you are a smart person, but you are used as a gun by a young girl in her early 20s from the Zhao family all day long. Do you really think that I am the one who wants to stay in the Jin family? I don't want to be treated like this in the Jin family. The kettle was smashed to the ground. A few timid ones screamed in fear. When Jin Bei Chen arrived at the door, he just heard Jiangla's angry outburst. During the year he was away from home, he thought Jiangla should be doing well in the Jin family, but he never thought that she had been excluded by her family. Uncle, Jin Nanju, who was standing beside him and had just gone to complain, tugged at the man's sleeve and said, "Go and see auntie. I've never seen her lose her temper like this." The second sister-in-law took a tissue and wiped the water off Jiangla. The more she wiped, the more frightened she became. After removing the foundation on my neck, there are kiss marks all over it. Sixth brother has been away for a year, and he did all the sexual activities for the whole year at once on the night he came back. Jiangla looked at his second sister-in-law's strange expression and suddenly remembered the marks on his neck. She had just said that she didn't want to stay in the Jin family, so what was the matter with the kiss marks that were clearly visible now? I ran out as soon as I could. The door was pushed open, Jin Bei Chen blocked the door, and glanced at the people in the room with cold eyes. Xiao Liu, it was an accident today. The sister-in-law, who had been watching the show without saying a word, looked at Jin Bei Chen with a pale face. Har! Jin Bei Chen took off his coat and covered Jiangla with it. It really surprised me. Lu Yuanji had the worst expression. Didn't he Jin Bei Chen see her just now? How could this happen? He had people send him so many gifts in the past, and the gifts were different every month for more than 2 years. How could he not recognize her? The woman clasped her fingers tightly on the table, somewhat confused about the situation. Thinking about the marks on Jiangla's neck just now, it was Jiangla. It was all Jiangla's fault. She must have seduced Brother Bei Chen, so he was so unfamiliar with her today. Ginger music. Jiangla walked quickly with her head down, afraid that others would see her face, and most importantly, she didn't want anyone to see the things on her neck. Jin Bei Chen followed behind and wanted to talk to her several times. The autumn weather was already chilly, but he didn't feel cold because he had his coat on Jiangla. When they reached the master bedroom of their yard, the man asked, "They treated you so badly this year, why didn't you tell me? Will it work if I tell you? You are abroad, can you still fly back to stop them?" Jin Beichen felt that he finally understood the crux of the matter as to why Jiangla was unwilling to renew her contract with him no matter how hard he tried to persuade her from yesterday to today. So, you don't want to continue this marriage with me because your sisters-in-law don't get along well with each other? Chapter 10. Jiangla is moved. Jiangla took out a change of clothes and said, "No." Then went into the bathroom. The sound of running water was heard, and the man kept staring at the bathroom door, his brows twitching. "No. So you never thought about continuing with him?" For some unknown reason, I felt a tightness in my chest. "What's wrong with him? He looks good, has money, and never messes around." "It's pretty good." After washing and changing clothes, Jiangla came out and took the hairdryer to the dressing table. In the old house, the dressing tables are all old-fashioned. They are antiques, but in fact, when you are sleeping alone in the room, looking at such a dressing table is quite scary. Jin Beichen looked at the woman with her long hair down and the way her hair fluttered slightly when the wind blew it, and he thought that it would be really nice if such a life could continue. Thinking of this, he stood up, took the hairdryer that the woman was using to blow dry her hair, and helped her blow dry her hair. Jiangla looked at Jin Beichen's reflection in the mirror. He pursed his lips and looked focused, but his face was still handsome. She was deceived by this face at the beginning, so she agreed to get the marriage certificate with Mr. Jin. Last night, she was also deceived by this face, and she pushed him down and rolled on the bed without knowing what was going on. When I was blow drying my hair, the smell changed a little. There was a strange atmosphere between the two of them, a bit ambiguous and lingering. This strange atmosphere remained until the sound of the hairdryer stopped. The point is, what's going on with Jin Beichen hugging her from behind, with his head on her shoulder and his eyes closed, looking very happy? "Well, Mr. Jin, we are getting divorced the day after tomorrow. Don't you think this action is a bit presumptuous?" Jin Beichen's body stiffened and he opened his eyes. Was he possessed just now? "But why is it that you don't want to let go when you are holding someone? She smells so good and feels so soft in my arms." The man frowned, who said, "We're getting a divorce." "No. Har. That's what a dog said. That's the agreement drafted by a dog." Jiangla sneered. If it weren't for his dignity, Jin Beichen would be willing to bark. But at this moment, seeing Jiangla's furious expression, his attitude softened again, and he remembered the secret of chasing girls that Song Chenyang told him. If you fail to keep the person under control, it means you haven't spent enough money. If you spend enough money, even the gods will surrender. 20 million, plus what we received yesterday, no divorce. No. 40 million. Jiangla's heartbeat slowed down, but when he thought about having to deal with those women from the Jin family in the future, he shook his head again. 100 million. Jin Beichen was so obsessed that he didn't care about the cost in order to avoid divorce, but this was bound to create a gap for him in pursuing his wife. 100 million. Jiangla was moved. There is a world of difference between 100 million and 10 million. 10 million may not be enough for her to lie down. After all, she has a sick mother and a brother who is still in school, but 100 million can. She no longer needs to worry about money. Half a year. Jin Beichen froze for a moment. What did he do? He didn't mean to divorce or renew their contract for another 6 months. We are already together, and you are still thinking about the contract. Jiangla looked surprised. So Mr. Jin wants to use 100 million to buy my hard work and dedication for the rest of my life. That's not what I meant. What does Mr. Jin mean? 100 million, and a 6-month contract extension. If those women in your Jin family cause me trouble again in the next 6 months, I will pay them back without a penny. I will no longer swallow my anger like I did this year. I will not be nice to anyone except Mr. Jin. Also, although you are back, I hope what happened last night will not happen again. I will not drink in the future. I also hope that you, Mr. Jin, will abide by the spirit of the contract and do what you said at the beginning. You don't like me, so don't do that to me again. Jiangla said a long list, and finally added, or, you can get a divorce on Monday. She had a sly smile on her face. Anyway, it's not me who Mr. Jin continues to arrange blind dates with women. Jin Beichen was struck by a bolt from the blue. Is he going to sign an unequal treaty that will humiliate the country and cede territory? Have you ever thought about getting along well with me and living a good life? Jin Beichen wanted to change Jiangla's mindset. However, a hint of sarcasm flashed across the woman's lips. What have you thought about? Chapter 11 100 million and half a year. The 2 copies of the cold agreement had already made her sober up. I've changed my mind. 100 million for half a year. I'm not willing to do that now. When Jin Beichen found out that Jiang refused to listen to any persuasion, he felt numb. Only then did he realize that the method Song Chenyang gave him was not only ineffective, but also counterproductive. He completely angered Jiang. The man was about to explain when there was a knock on the door, and then the second sister-in-law's voice came into the room. Xiao Liu, lunch is served. If Jiang has changed his clothes, you can go back to the restaurant to eat. Dad has gone over. Jiang stood up when he heard the voice and said, I hope Mr. Jin can explain our affairs to Mr. Jin today. If I were to explain, the nature of the matter would be different. Jin Beichen was silent. The 2 moved to the restaurant. Originally, the dining seats were supposed to be arranged according to age, but because Jin Beichen had been away for a year, the seat to the left of old man Jin was left for him, but a strange woman sat next to him, and Jiang was led by a servant to an empty seat at the next table. Brother Beichen, Lu Yuanji looked at the angry Jin Beichen and whispered, hoping to attract his attention. She was sitting here with courage. She felt that as long as she fought hard, she could still have a place in the Jin family. Just for the things that Jin Beichen had sent to her. What's more, she had just followed the 2 of them and stood outside the door, and had heard everything they said clearly. Jiang is with Jin Beichen just for money. Jin Beichen and Jiang's marriage is a fake one. She was so happy that she dared to do this. She was sure that Brother Beichen must have her in his heart. However, the next second, the man's brows were filled with anger. Who told you to sit here? Old Master Jin glanced at Lu Yuanji and said, the person sitting next to Xiao Liu should be Xiao Liu's wife. Is the Lu family so unruly now? Lu Yuanji was humiliated, stood up with red eyes, and whispered, Brother Beichen, aren't you and Jiang going to get a divorce? Who are you? Jin Beichen looked indifferent. He didn't remember knowing this woman, and her words at this time obviously touched his sore spot. Jiang and I are angry, it's just a hobby between us. After all, it's a family matter. It's inappropriate for an outsider like you to interfere. Lu Yuanji was taken out of the restaurant. Jiang returned to her seat with a blank expression, without even looking at Jin Beichen, as if she was not the one being talked about by everyone at the moment, but just an outsider. Lu Wanji's face turned pale. It was her idea to arrange Lu Yuanji to sit next to Jin Beichen. It was also she who asked the servants to take Jiang to the table next to her. But she didn't expect that Jin Beichen would embarrass Lu Yuanji on the spot. The eldest brother Jin Beichen sat on the right side of Grandpa Jin and tried to smooth things over. How come Xiao Liu doesn't recognize the little sister of the Lu family? She is Lu Yuanji, your third sister-in-law's sister. She used to sit next to you at meals. You haven't been home for more than a year, so you might not be used to coming back all of a sudden. Jin Beichen's eldest brother is a politician and now serves as the mayor of the city. As usual, he must have the final say, but in the Jin family, when facing Jin Beichen, they still lack some of the outer majesty. Jin Beichen had a dull face and didn't look at his elder brother Jin Beichen. I'm really not used to it. I feel like I don't have a home anymore. The restaurant, which was originally quiet with only the slight sound of chopsticks, became even quieter. Jin Beichen's face looked a little ugly. Why did Xiao Liu say that? I need to ask you sisters-in-law. On the first day I came back, my wife was splashed with fruit tea. During the year I was away, I wonder how you treated my wife? Don't you brothers know this? Chapter 12 Everyone apologizes. Par. Mr. Jin also put down his chopsticks and glanced at the people present. What's going on? The old man's voice was majestic, and Jin Beichen attacked indiscriminately. So, how do these people treat Jiang on weekdays? Doesn't the old man know? Jiang felt her scalp tighten. She didn't expect Jin Beichen to get angry on the spot, and vent his anger on old man Jin, bringing up what happened in the afternoon. Old Master Jin must know something about her affairs in the Jin family. But Jiang knew very well that as an elder, if he said too much about the younger generation's affairs, he would be considered biased. What's more, there were many people in the family and everyone had their own way of survival. He didn't care and didn't help. He just watched over her for a year and sometimes gave her some advice in secret. But Jiang felt that since she and Jin Beichen were not really married, she would not have to deal with the women in the Jin family after a year, so she did not take what these people said seriously and just counted down to the divorce. Are you dissatisfied with me for not standing up for Jiangla? Old Master Jin said with a hint of smile on his face, she's your wife. Why should I stand up for her? Mr. Jin is a wise man and he points out the key points. If the atmosphere wasn't so bad, Jiangla would have given Mr. Jin a thumbs up. Who caused her to be in this situation in the Jin family? Wasn't it Jin Beichen? What's the point of him getting angry now? He is the culprit who caused the disaster. Jin Beichen looked at Jiangla. She was leisurely peeling shrimps, dipping them in the soup, and then putting them into her mouth, as if Jin Beichen's trouble had nothing to do with her. The man laughed angrily, but he also felt that it was good that she was so heartless. Since the old man said so, Jiangla and I won't come back every weekend. We will come back once a month, have a meal and leave. This method will solve the problem once and for all. Everyone present had a pale face. Mr. Jin was also choked. Among his sons, the one who was most like him in terms of playing tricks was his youngest son. Therefore, among his sons, he inexplicably took better care of him. But we finally got them back to the country, and now they tell them to come back once a month. What's the difference between that and not coming back at all? No. Mr. Jin refused. After Jiangla finished eating the shrimp, he took another piece of oyster sashimi. The lid was already opened, but he had to pry it off himself. The direction was a little off, so the juice came out, and as the old man said, it splashed all over Jin Beichen's face. Jiangla turned to look at Jin Beichen, and seeing his sudden change in expression, he burst out laughing in an extremely inappropriate situation. The laughter was so contagious that Mr. Jin also started to laugh when he saw his youngest son. The housekeeper quickly handed a wet towel to Jin Beichen to wipe his face. Then, the always proud man took the towel and looked at Jiangla. Are you happy? Jiangla stopped laughing and lost interest in eating oysters. Fortunately, he squeezed some lemon juice and put it in Jin Beichen's bowl. Jin Beichen's eyebrows twitched. Was he hinting that he was not good enough last night? He needed to make up for it. Could it be that she had to divorce not because the women in the Jin family were troublesome and difficult to get along with, but because she didn't behave well last night? Jiangla had no idea what he was thinking, but because of her laughter just now, many people would be looking at them, and it would be impossible for her to eat alone. But because of her interruption, old man Jin took over the conversation. Look, you sisters-in-law usually bully Xiaoliu's wife. Xiaoliu was not here, and now he is back to settle the score. Those who made mistakes before, go and apologize after dinner. If the matter cannot be settled, don't show up at the dinner table tonight. Lu Wanji's face turned pale and she dared not utter another word. After finishing the meal, everyone went back to their own yard for a nap. Lu Wanji was brought here by her third brother Jin Beiyu to apologize. There are several gifts on the table. Although they are not opened, the boxes look very valuable. Sister-in-law Xiaoliu, I'm sorry. This girl of mine doesn't have much brains. She gets angry when her sister instigates her. But she really doesn't have any bad intentions, otherwise the old man would definitely not tolerate her in the Jin family for so many years. These small gifts are an apology to you. See if you can forgive her. I will supervise her in the future. If she excludes you again, I will divorce her. Chapter 13. You are really casual. Lu Wanji looked at Jin Beiyu in shock, her expression showing nothing but hurt and sadness. Jiangla felt that these words were too harsh. She knew very well that Lu Wanji was not a smart person, otherwise she would not have splashed water on her face in such a situation today. However, the threat in the words of the third brother of the Jin family was too much, and it not only threatened Lu Wanji, but also her. Jiangla inexplicably sympathized with Lu Wanji. It was fine that she was used as a gun by her own sister, but her husband was not a good person either. No wonder she often screamed at the top of her lungs and sometimes acted like a shrew. Wasn't she forced into this? Third sister-in-law, if this man was mine, I would divorce him immediately and definitely not keep him for the new year. Jiangla's words were shocking. The other three people present were all stunned in the distance. Jin Beichen even felt that he could not control his throbbing temple. She wanted to divorce him herself, and also wanted her third sister-in-law to divorce her third brother. Third brother, it's your business if you have always wanted to divorce third sister-in-law, but don't put pressure on my wife. Jin Beichen's partiality has no limit. If Jiangla hadn't been holding it in, he would have laughed out loud the next moment. Judging from Jin Beichen's performance today, he seemed like a man. Xiao Liu, you know that's not what I meant. Jin Beiyu explained. You are it. Jiang said in a light tone, and then said, I have been watching all these things in your Jin family for the past year. It is my upbringing to see through them but not to say anything. But I am not a fool. Is it not your fault that third sister-in-law has become what she is today? Jiang said, looking at Jin Beichen, speaking of apologies, I really never took the things my sisters-in-law said to me every day seriously. After all, they are facts, aren't they? Then Lu Yuanji, if you hadn't given her hope, how could she think that he would divorce me and she would have a chance to get promoted? And how could third sister-in-law arrange those opportunities for her to spend time with you? It's true that she wants a divorce, but she can't tolerate this abscess in this year. If she gets divorced, Lu Yuanji won't be able to take over. When did I give her hope? I don't even know her. Jin Beichen felt that he was wronged. Jin Beiyu seemed to have caught his little braid. How come you don't recognize her? 3 years ago, my grandmother passed away and gave you a lot of old jewelry. You asked your third sister-in-law to give all those jewelry to Lu Yuanji. If it weren't for this incident, would your third sister-in-law have misunderstood that you were interested in her sister? Jin Beichen thought for a long time before he recalled this incident. How would I know who that was? My sisters-in-law and nieces were at home at the time, and I didn't need those women's hidden treasures, so I just pointed to one at random. Jiang found it funny. You are really casual. Jin Beichen knew that this was insulting him, but it was already done. How about I give those things back to you? Lu Wanji's face looked a little bad. She couldn't open her mouth. Jin Beiyu said, if you ask me, the things are not important, but you have to make it clear to the other party. Then, as if he thought of something, Wanji, you too, you are not allowed to associate with your sister in the future. You know that Jin Bei is married, but you are still rushing to get close to him. How can you be a good person? Jiang felt that all the men and women in the Jin family were shrewd people. During the year that Jin Beichen was away, no one mentioned that there was anything wrong with Lu Yuanji, but now they are bringing it up and talking about it in front of Jin Beichen and himself. She sat at the table and watched their performance as if she was spectating a show. Jin Beichen understood what she meant, and brought a fruit plate and snacks from the living room and placed them on the table next to her, letting her watch the fun. Finally, Jin Beiyu and Lu Wanji quarreled over the old story of how they got married. Jiang picked up an apple, bit into it, and listened to the two people arguing, wondering why there were no melon seeds. This rich family drama is not something you can see by spending money on weekdays. After they finished eating the apples, before they finished arguing, Jiang yawned. Seeing that it was almost over, Jin Beichen helped the two of them wrap up and said, come on, why don't you go back to your own courtyard and argue? Jin Beiyu frowned, and then he realized something was wrong. Why don't you leave quickly? You've been embarrassing yourself for such a long time. Lu Wanji sat on the ground and burst into tears. Jin Beiyu, let's divorce. Since you think I'm so unbearable, why do you have to live with me in such a disgusting way? The room suddenly became quiet. Jiangla's sleepiness instantly disappeared. She was just joking, not really trying to persuade him to divorce. She looked at Jin Beichen, and Jin Beichen shook his head at her, indicating that he couldn't leave her. Then he stood up, took her hand, and walked towards the inner courtyard. Just leave them there and do nothing about it? Jiangla asked. My third brother is a man who cares about his reputation. If there are other people around, he will definitely not lose face to please others. You can see at dinner that the two of them must have acted as if nothing happened. While they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the bedroom in the inner courtyard. Jiangla shook his head, not understanding. Go to Mr. Jin and tell him that we want a divorce, so that I don't have to stay here at night. Jiangla drove him away. Jin Beichen frowned. Lu Yuanji's matter has been explained clearly. Why do you want a divorce? Jiangla looked at the man with a faint smile. You mentioned it, divorce in 1 year, have you forgotten? Didn't you say you'd never leave? Are you going or not? If you don't, I'll go. Jiangla said and was about to walk out. Jin Beichen stopped the man and said, I'll go. Jiangla's eye was still in a daze when someone came into the yard. Jin Nanju knocked on the wooden door. Aunt, please come out. Grandpa has punished my uncle to kneel in the ancestral hall. Jiangla turned over. What did her uncle's punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall have to do with her? Then he suddenly woke up. Uncle? Jin Beichen. After getting dressed and opening the door, Jin Nanju was standing at the door with an anxious look on her face. Aunt, my uncle was beaten by my grandfather, and he is kneeling in the ancestral hall now. Jiang guessed that it was because he went to talk about the divorce, so Mr. Jin punished him. Chapter 14 Sweet Talk. Oh. Jiang nodded to show that he understood. The afternoon breeze was a little chilly, so she pulled her skirt tighter and asked, anything else? Uncle. Jin Nanju opened her mouth stupidly, her silly little face looking a little dull. Jiangla's reaction was totally beyond her expectations, and she was completely at a loss as to what to do. Your uncle will be fine. If Grandpa punishes him, then he deserves it. The little girl was so cute that Jiangla felt itchy and pinched her chubby face, saying with a smile, it's late at night, you should go back to bed quickly. You can't stay up late when you are growing up. Looking at her smiling face, Jin Nanju blushed unconsciously and nodded subconsciously, okay. Jiangla rubbed her head with satisfaction again, closed the door and went back to his room to continue sleeping. All in one go. Jin Nanju was outside the door, feeling the cold wind. She came to her senses and remembered that she had a mission to accomplish. However, looking at the closed door, she could only scratch her head and go back to report. Your aunt isn't coming. After hearing what her daughter said, the second sister-in-law's face went blank for a moment. Seeing Jin Beichen and Jiangla getting along today, she thought there was affection between them. Jin Nanju blinked her big eyes. Auntie went back to sleep. She slept very soundly. I even heard her snoring. The second sister-in-law's expression is indescribable. Snort. A cold snort came from behind, and the second sister-in-law and Jin Nanju were startled. Dad. Grandfather. Old Master Jin ignored them, turned around, stepped over the high threshold and walked into the ancestral hall. Did you hear that? Look at how badly you failed as a husband. His words were full of sarcasm. I learned that from you. Jin Beichen was kneeling on the mat, but he stood up immediately after hearing this. Haven't you heard the saying, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked? You bastard! Old Master Jin was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He looked around but couldn't find the thing, so he raised his hand and threw his crutch over. He and his first wife have always had a respectful relationship with each other, with one taking care of the outside affairs while the other taking care of the inside affairs, and they live in harmony. But he was too busy at the time. He thought he could let his wife live a good life once things were stable, but how could he possibly finish all his work? When he learned that his wife had collapsed due to overwork and would never wake up again, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Perhaps because of this, he is always more tolerant towards the daughters-in-law who marry into the Jin family. Knowing that he had hit a sore spot, Jin Beichen let out a tsk and shrugged his shoulders, easily avoiding the cane. Where are you going? Seeing him about to leave, Mr. Jin asked angrily. Jin Beichen glanced at him lightly. Is kneeling here useful? Do you still want a daughter-in-law? It was also because he had just lost his mind and was fooled into performing some trick of self-torture, and he knelt for half an hour in vain. Will it be useful for you to go find her? Asked Mr. Jin. Jin Beichen paused, his expression stiff. Thinking of Jiangla's resolute attitude that would not tolerate any doubt, his temples throbbed. Seeing his expression, Mr. Jin sneered and took the crutch handed back by his second sister-in-law. He knocked the cane on the ground twice, then walked slowly past Jin Beichen and uttered a few words, useless thing. Jin Beichen's face was completely dark. If you can't coax her back, then don't come back. Mr. Jin sneered, I don't have such a useless son. Jin Beichen gnashed his teeth in anger. Although he knew that the old man was deliberately insulting him, he still couldn't help but retort, you think I'm happy to reply? Damn old man, just poking at his lungs. Little brother, women love to hear sweet words, you should be more polite and say some soft words. Seeing Grandpa leave, the second sister-in-law came forward and said a few words. Among the sisters-in-law, she is the only one who has some affection for Jiangla. Jin Beichen's head got even bigger after hearing this. Sweet nothing? He had lived for nearly 30 years, and such a thing did not exist in his dictionary. But he remembered something and frowned and asked, didn't the old man ask them to go and apologize? Where are they? I saw my third brother and his wife, and there are two more. This. The second sister-in-law was a little embarrassed, her eyes flickering, the eldest sister-in-law said she was tired and went back to the yard to sleep. The fourth son's family invited people to drink tea, and she was chatting with friends in her own yard, so she couldn't get away. I don't care about that. Jin Bei-chen snorted coldly, not giving them any face. Please ask the second sister-in-law to remind them not to take the old man's words lightly. The second sister-in-law's face turned pale and she nodded quickly. It seems that Jin Bei-chen is not going to take this matter lightly and is even using the old man to pressure others. She has to quickly remind those two who still want to keep things quiet. After the second sister-in-law and Jin Nanju left, Jin Bei-chen frowned, and his brows became tighter and tighter. He sat down casually on the doorstep, his long legs half bent in frustration as he had nowhere to put them. After hesitating for a few seconds, he took out his cell phone and made a serious call. In 10 minutes, write me a complete list of sweet nothings and send it to my email. That kid Song Chenyang is a dog, all his ideas are shit. After thinking about it, Jin Bei-chen still felt that his second sister-in-law's words were more reliable. After all, as women, they always had some common preferences. Just one word from the boss and the workers are running around. The assistant who received the boss's order. His face cracked. As a social animal who is enslaved 24 hours a day, he has never even touched a woman's hand. How can he understand sweet words? He suddenly felt that the few hairs on his head were becoming increasingly shaky. After waking up from a nap, Jiang felt refreshed. She stretched, changed her clothes casually, and put her things into her small backpack. Since Jin Bei-chen has already talked to old Master Jin about the divorce, she can naturally leave now. As soon as the door opened, she was startled by two big faces outside the door. The two people outside the door were originally looking through the crack of the door, when suddenly the door was opened. They were so frightened that their hearts almost stopped beating, and they stepped back in a hurry and almost fell down. Is it you? Seeing that they were the eldest and fourth sisters-in-law of the Jin family, Jiangla's good mood dropped by 2 points. She was about to leave, so why would they have nothing better to do than to come and take advantage of her misfortune? The second sister-in-law came up from behind, paused when she saw the small backpack behind Jiangla, then looked away and pretended not to see it. Xiaola, I'm sorry for what happened before. It's me as your sister-in-law who didn't take good care of you and made you feel excluded. I sincerely apologize to you and hope that we can live in harmony in the future. Hearing her say this, Jiangla couldn't bear it and quickly said, Second sister-in-law, you don't have to be like this. You take good care of me. Although the second sister-in-law believed that harmony was the most important thing and did not say anything to the other sisters-in-law, she would often speak up for her when she was bullied. She still remembers these good points. Seeing that the second sister-in-law had spoken, the eldest and fourth sisters-in-law couldn't just stand by and watch. There were some things wrong between us before. But we are all family, so don't say too many polite words, it will seem a bit strange. The fourth sister-in-law nodded and said, Fifth brother's family, you won't bother me with those things, right? Hearing the two of them singing a duet, Jiangla raised his eyebrows. What if I insist on continuing to care about it? Chapter 15, Earthy Love Talk. Har, are you kidding me? My sister-in-law is still trying to play dumb. Jiangla sneered, leaning against the door with his arms folded across his chest. You guys have been bullying me and ostracizing me every other day, saying that I am not presentable or that I am a troublemaker and a vixen. Now with just a few words, I have become a family. Isn't that all a misunderstanding? Fourth sister-in-law curled her lips, it's all in the past. It's pointless for you to continue to be aggressive. The eldest sister-in-law's attitude was not very good either. The old man asked us to apologize, and we apologized. Don't make a big deal out of it. So you guys are here to apologize. Jiang Lele was happy when I heard you guys were showing off your superiority. You. The fourth sister-in-law was annoyed and was about to start a quarrel. The second sister-in-law quickly stepped forward to stop both sides and persuaded them in a gentle voice, okay, stop talking. Don't you want to eat at the table tonight? Did the old man forget about it because he was angry? The eldest sister-in-law and the fourth sister-in-law finally stopped, but they still had cold faces and glared at Jiangla before leaving. Xiaola, I'm sorry, their temper is really a headache. The second sister-in-law was very embarrassed and smiled apologetically at Jiangla. Jiangla was not affected. It's okay. I don't know who they are in these 3 years. I didn't expect those two to really come and apologize. Waving her hand, she adjusted the straps of her backpack and was about to leave. Seeing her attitude, the second sister-in-law hurriedly stopped her and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going back to my own home." Jiang told the truth. If Mr. Jin knew about it, everyone would know about it, so she didn't hide it. "Jin Bei-chen and I are getting a divorce." The second sister-in-law's face changed slightly. How can there be any overnight hatred between husband and wife? Jiang stopped her. "Second sister-in-law, don't say such things. We know the matter between Jin Bei-chen and me. But I think the fifth brother is not in good condition." Perhaps seeing Jiang's resolute attitude, the second sister-in-law tactfully played the emotional card. He knelt in the ancestral hall for a long time. "As soon as you leave, the old man will definitely beat him." Her words really made Jiang look a little hesitant. The second sister-in-law saw that there was hope, so she struck while the iron was hot. Although the fifth brother has been a bit of a jerk in the past 3 years, he lives alone abroad for work. He is still good to you. Look at how he protected you like the apple of his eye just now. Then I'll go over and take a look. Jiang sighed and changed direction. She was determined to get a divorce, but Jin Bei-chen did take care of her after returning to the old house, and she couldn't just watch him get beaten. The second sister-in-law breathed a sigh of relief and followed Jiang. The ancestral hall is located deep in the back mountain. The environment is relatively remote and quiet. The cobblestone path is winding, and there are many lush plants poking out in the middle. People walking on it are looming. As soon as he approached, Jiang heard Jin Bei-chen's voice. "Do you know what kind of alcohol makes you drunk most easily? Your love lasts forever. After meeting you, I just want to become one kind of person. Your people." Jiang paused. She couldn't help but pick her ears, suspecting that she had heard it wrongly. After confirming that the stumbling and emotionless voice was indeed Jin Bei-chen's, she couldn't help rubbing the goosebumps on her arms. Did Jin Bei-chen take the wrong medicine? She never thought that one day she would hear such a thing from him. A cheesy love talk that's so cheesy it makes you laugh. Ahem. The second sister-in-law couldn't help laughing and whispered, "I said before that girls like to hear sweet words, but I didn't expect that the fifth brother really listened to it. He must be trying to coax you." Jiang was stunned and his expression became a little complicated. She and her second sister-in-law turned along the path and walked out from behind the lush locust tree. "Brother Bei-chen, I..." Unexpectedly, when they saw Jin Bei-chen, they also saw Lu Yuanji standing in front of Jin Bei-chen, blushing and extremely shy. Lu Yuanji blushed and hesitated for a long time before raising her hands to cover her face. "I didn't expect that you would tell me this, Brother Bei-chen. Yuanji is so happy. I am willing to do whatever you want to do." Second sister-in-law. What is going on? Jin Bei-chen also had a constipated expression on his face. He was practicing his sweet talk here, but the woman in front of him suddenly jumped out and almost scared him. "Kneel in the ancestral hall." Jiang spoke first, but his tone was very sarcastic. "I see he is standing still." No, the second sister-in-law wanted to explain. Jiang stopped her and said with a smile, "Since there is nothing else, I will leave first." "That's right." She turned around and showed Jin Bei-chen her small white teeth. "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, don't forget." "Wait a moment." Jin Bei-chen subconsciously wanted to stop him. He stood in front of Jiang, but didn't know what to say. After all, the divorce was decided 3 years ago. At this time, he finally realized his mistake and regretted it. Why did he make such a deal in the first place? Now it is so troublesome to renew the contract. "Young Master Jin, is there anything I can do for you?" Jiang asked politely, but he was aloof and not polite at all. Jin Bei-chen was stung by her indifference. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly. "It's okay, I'll leave first, please make way." "Good." Jin Bei-chen nodded, but his tall and straight body stood there motionless, and the soles of his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground and as solid as a rock. Jiang was very upset. What does this man want to do? She was kind enough to make room for him quickly, allowing him to say cheesy love words to whoever he wanted. Isn't that enough? The second sister-in-law was worried about Jin Bei-chen and was about to walk over when a dark shadow moved faster than her. "Brother Bei-chen, are you going to divorce her?" Lu Yuanji's eyes sparkled. and she was about to hug Jin Beichen's arm. "You are doing this for me, right? I know that you are sincere to me." There was a flash of sarcasm in Jiangla's eyes. Jin Beichen noticed it keenly. When Lu Yuanji hugged him, he jumped away as if he had been electrocuted. "Don't touch me!" he shouted so loudly that everyone around him was startled. Lu Yuanji failed to break in time and fell straight to the ground. A bump the size of an egg instantly appeared on his forehead. She covered the painful part, tears welling up in her eyes. "Brother Beichen." "Who is your brother Beichen? I don't know you at all." Jin Beichen frowned tightly, and in front of Jiangla, he just wanted to distance himself from this inexplicable woman. "Also, the matter between Jiangla and me has nothing to do with you, so don't come here to make trouble." But Lu Yuanji was not convinced because he had just spoken sweet words to her. Jin Beichen was impatient to listen to her and scolded her coldly. "Get out now, or I'll ask the servants to kick you out." After hearing this, Lu Yuanji had no choice but to leave reluctantly. She is now living in the Jin family because of Lu Wanji, and if she is kicked out, she will not be able to come in. Chapter 16. Grandpa fainted from frustration. Young Master Jin is so majestic. Jiangla had been watching the show, and when he saw the person leaving, he couldn't help but sigh. One second he was talking sweet nothings, and the next second he turned his face away from me. I've seen him change his face faster than turning the pages of a book. Hearing this, Jin Beichen frowned. "She and I didn't." "Don't tell me, it has nothing to do with me, and I'm not interested." Jiangla waved his hand. "I have to go home, make way." Regardless of whether Jin Beichen would let her go or not, she pushed him away and left. "Chase him." Seeing that the man had really left, the second sister-in-law quickly reminded Jin Beichen. Jin Beichen knew that it was useless to chase her. Jiangla was determined to divorce him. At this moment, a crutch hit Beichen's back heavily. "Dad," the second sister-in-law exclaimed. Old Master Jin ignored her and hit Jin Beichen with a few more sticks. He did not hold back his strength at all and was very ruthless. After being hit so many times, Jin Beichen could not stand and staggered a few times. "What are you doing, old man?" Jin Beichen looked grim, biting his back teeth. Old Master Jin hit him with a stick again. "I'm going to hit you. You bastard, I finally found you a wife, but you got mad and ran away. 3 years. 3 whole years. What a bastard thing you've done. If you do something useful, Jiangla will leave. Who should be hit if you shouldn't hit them?" Because of his words, a hint of confusion flashed across Jin Beichen's eyes. He always felt that his cooperation with Jiangla was very pleasant, but Jiangla didn't seem to think so, and was even eager to end the relationship. As the old man said, he did not satisfy Jiangla. Thinking of this, he no longer avoided Mr. Jin's cane. After being hit more than 10 times in a row, Jin Beichen's face turned pale. The second sister-in-law was anxious and distressed, but she didn't dare to stop Mr. Jin. She could only shout, "Dad, that's enough, stop hitting me. If you hit me again, something bad will happen, Dad." They made a lot of noise, so Jiangla, who was more than 10 meters away, naturally heard it. Listening to the dull sound of the stick hitting the flesh, she couldn't help biting her lower lip. Isn't Jin Beichen the most unskilled one? Why did he let the old man beat him? She wanted to look back, but she controlled herself. Because she knew that if she looked back, the marriage would be impossible to get divorced. She didn't want to be involved with Jin Beichen and the Jin family any longer, as it was her lifelong happiness. Trying hard to stick to his original intention, Jiangla forced himself to keep walking, but his steps became slower and slower. Just when she almost stopped, a scream suddenly came from behind her. "Dad!" It was my second sister-in-law. Then Jin Beichen's panicked voice was unprecedented. "Stinky old man." Jiangla turned around suddenly and saw Mr. Jin falling heavily. Her pupils suddenly shrank and she ran over regardless. Mr. Jin was sent to the hospital. Outside the emergency room, Jiangla and Jin Beichen stood in silence. The second sister-in-law paced back and forth anxiously, and would go to the door to look from time to time, even though she couldn't see anything. "What is going on?" She mumbled to herself and put her hands together to pray. "God, please bless me, please don't let anything happen to Dad. Mr. Jin is already over 70 years old. Although he usually looks energetic, the round-the-clock work in his prime took a toll on his health, and his body is not as healthy as it appears. Especially as we get older, various problems increase. Now, because he was too angry, he vomited blood and fainted. Thinking of the bloodstains on the ground, the three people outside the emergency room were extremely panicked. Staring at the flickering lights outside the emergency room, Jiang felt a pang of guilt. She didn't know the old man's health condition, and now the old man's accident was ultimately related to her. If she hadn't insisted on divorce, the other party wouldn't have. But there was a flash of confusion in Jiang's eyes, and he lowered his head slightly and pursed his lips. As if their prayers were heard, the door of the emergency room opened. Thanks to the timely rescue, the old man was safe. The old man's health is not as good as before, and this incident has further damaged his foundation. The attending doctor carefully instructed, when he wakes up, you must take good care of him. He should not be stimulated for at least half a year, otherwise he may have a stroke at any time. Then he paused here. But the three people waiting understood what he meant. Stroke. The second sister-in-law covered her chest and felt dizzy. No, absolutely not. You must take good care of yourself and not irritate yourself. Absolutely not irritate yourself. For a strong person like Mr. Jin, being paralyzed in bed by a stroke would be more painful than taking his life. Since Mr. Jin is still in a coma, he was transferred to the ward to wait for awakening, and his family members are not allowed to visit him for the time being. Jiang stood at the end of the corridor and enjoyed the breeze. She didn't look back when she heard footsteps behind her. It was not until she heard a hiss that she turned around and saw Jin Beichen's face full of pain. His overly handsome face was extremely pale, as if there was no trace of blood left. You should go see it. She couldn't help but speak out. No wonder the sick beauty Lin Daiyu arouses sympathy. Looking at Jin Beichen, she finally understood. When a guy is handsome to a certain extent, even his disheveled appearance can have a kind of broken beauty. Just like now, she couldn't help but care about her ex-husband who would die in a day. Jin Beichen accidentally twitched his back, causing him to break out in a cold sweat due to the pain. Hearing Jiangla's words, he shook his head and considered his words. I want to ask you again, do you really have to get a divorce? Why, you want to throw money at me again? Jiangla's face changed slightly, and his tone was a little cold. Is it 200 million or 1 billion this time? No. Judging from her attitude, Jin Beichen knew that Song Chenyang was just a useless military strategist. If you listen to him, you will definitely die faster. So this time he quickly denied it and said, I want to know what I can do to make you willing not to divorce. Jiangla moved his mouth. She wanted to say it was impossible. But Jin Beichen's next words made her pause. At least 6 months, no divorce for 6 months. Half a year. Jiangla thought of what the attending physician had just said. This time, Mr. Jin was admitted to the hospital because of the matter between her and Jin Beichen. If he wakes up and finds out that they are really divorced, will he be upset again? She couldn't even imagine the consequences. Okay, half a year. Jiangla closed his eyes, then opened them again with a hint of sigh in his eyes. Jin Beichen's eyes lit up, but before he could be happy, an account number was sent to his mobile phone. 100 million, transfer. Jiangla said expressionlessly, I don't work for nothing. Work to earn a living. Jin Beichen found this word very harsh. But thinking of the agreement between the two, he couldn't refute it. 3 years ago, Jin Beichen had no idea that he would dig such a big hole for himself 3 years later. Jiangla was very satisfied when he received the reminder of the arrival of the money. Remember, we are just a cooperative relationship, and the term is only extended by half a year. During the next 6 months, we will each abide by our respective duties, and you will not touch me anymore. Let's continue to live our own lives. These were originally Jin Beichen's previous plans, but now he sounds a little unhappy. Chapter 17 The Evil Spirit. I'm back now. Since we're husband and wife, even if it's just on the surface, we can't live apart anymore, right? Jin Beichen felt that what he said was reasonable. Jiangla nodded generously, you are right. Hearing this, Jin Beichen was about to say that even if he was lying in the same bed with her, he would definitely behave himself and never overstep the line, but Jiangla spoke first. We sleep in separate rooms. I'm used to sleeping in the master bedroom, and the second bedroom is yours. Jin Beichen almost bit his tongue. Jiangla looked at his expression and frowned slightly. Why, you don't want to sleep in the same room with me? As she spoke, she looked cautious and jumped 1 meter away. That expression was like looking at a pornographer. Jin Beichen was extremely depressed and said angrily, "How is this possible? I originally planned to sleep in separate rooms." "That would be great." Jiang shrugged his shoulders, turned around and leaned on the railing, unwilling to pay any more attention to him. Looking at her slender back, Jin Beichen felt inexplicably choked. He knew that Jiang really wanted to divorce and leave, and the reason why she agreed to the 6-month agreement was probably because of Mr. Jin's illness. Although he wants to renew the contract, it is selfish. "Do you know what kind of alcohol makes you drunk most easily?" Jiang was staring at the camphor tree opposite in a daze when he suddenly heard a hesitant voice behind him. She blinked twice and turned her head silently. Under her expressionless gaze, Jin Beichen's scalp went numb and it was even harder for him to finish the already shameful words. "Yes, it's yours. My forever." Jiang simply helped him finish his words. Jin Beichen raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You know." "Oh, I know." Jiang continued with a half-smile, "After meeting you, I just want to become someone like you." Jin Beichen. "Jin Beichen, are you boring? If you say something funny, you tell it to everyone you meet." Jiang rolled his eyes. "Lu Yuanji may fall for your tricks, but I won't." Hearing her say this, Jin Beichen frowned into a deep character. He finally realized that Jiang had obviously misunderstood. "I don't." He explained, "My second sister-in-law said you would like to hear it, so I asked my assistant to collect it. I was practicing at the time, and who knew Lu Yuanji would suddenly appear and act sentimental?" Jiang pointed at himself, "I like to listen to it." Jin Beichen, "Why, you don't like to listen?" Jiang wanted to deny it, but suddenly changed the subject, smiled and nodded, "Yes, I do like to listen to it. Not only do I love to listen in front of a lot of people." Jin Beichen was brought to Mr. Jin's ward. In addition to doctors and nurses, there are also many patients and their families, so there is a lot of people coming and going. "Since you want to tell me, then tell me now. I'm listening." Jiang leaned against the white wall, pretending to listen attentively. Jin Beichen's temples were throbbing. This woman definitely did it on purpose. With so many people around him, doesn't he have any face? "Why, you lied to me." Jiang opened his eyes exaggeratedly. "I didn't expect that young Master Jin would break his promise. It's normal for a little girl like me to break my promise. We agreed on half a year. I actually only think of you once a day, because thinking of you lasts the whole day." Jin Beichen's face was dark and he spoke stiffly. "I suspect you are book, otherwise why do I feel sleepier the more I look at you?" Passers-by turned their heads. Jin Beichen is tall and has long legs. His handsome face and figure that are better than any male model are eye-catching. Now, with those earthy love words, the picture is so explosive. The return rate is 200%. The more people gathered around, the darker Jin Beichen's face became. Jiang was originally in a very depressed mood, but seeing Jin Beichen surrounded by people, with a stinky and dark face and still stiffly saying shameful love words. Puff. She couldn't help laughing. Behind the green plants at the corner, the second sister-in-law was stunned and her eyes almost popped out of her sockets. "I didn't expect it, fifth brother." She looked at the tall and strong man behind her and exclaimed, "Xiaola is really amazing. No wonder Dad said that Xiaola is the only one who can control the fifth brother." Jin Beiyarn also looked like he had seen a ghost. Is that still his fifth brother who is ruthless and would kill gods and Buddhas if he sees them? By the way, aren't they here yet? The second sister-in-law suddenly asked. Jin Beiyarn scratched his forehead. "My eldest brother and third brother are busy with work, and my fourth brother is quite far away and can't make it back. They are all busy. Har har, I can't spare time. It seems like you're the only one who's free." After all, it was in front of her husband behind other people's backs, and the second sister-in-law, who always valued harmony, couldn't help but complain a few words. Jin Beiyarn was sent out of the city, and even he had to rush back, so why couldn't the other three who were in the city rush back? But she didn't say much. At this moment, Jiang suddenly said, "Dad is awake." She was sitting right in front of the only window in the ward. Nurses and doctors also arrived in time. Although the patient is awake, family members can only visit him after doctors check and administer medication. While Jiang and the others were waiting, Lu Wanji and the others hurried over. Is Dad awake? I'm glad you're okay. This is really scary. They patted their chests, looking extremely frightened. The second sister-in-law didn't say anything, but Jin Bei-chen was not polite and said, "You were so scared that you stayed at home for so long. It seems that you were really scared. If we hadn't heard that Mr. Jin had woken up, I'm afraid they wouldn't have arrived yet." Lu Wanji and others looked embarrassed. Something delayed me. I rushed here as soon as I finished my work, but the traffic was very congested. While they were explaining, Lu Yuanji suddenly spoke up. Mr. Jin has always been in good health, why did he suddenly get sick this time? I heard someone say that he got sick from being angry. She tilted her head, frowned, and looked worried. It seems that Jiang wanted a divorce, and Mr. Jin was furious. Having said this, she seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly reached out to cover her mouth, looking at Jiang innocently with her round eyes. "Oh, I didn't say that you made Grandpa sick. I was just too worried and spoke hastily. Sister Jiang, you won't be angry, right?" Before Jiang could say anything, Lu Wanji and others beside him exploded. "It's you again, you troublemaker." Lu Wanji was furious, pointing at Jiang's nose and cursing, "It's fine that you made my fifth brother afraid to come back before, but now you've sent the old man to the hospital. You are not compatible with our Jin family, right?" The fourth sister-in-law also echoed coldly, "If you wanted to divorce, you should have done it a long time ago. Why did you have to make trouble in front of the old man? Are you deliberately trying to anger him?" The sister-in-law was watching from the side, and although she didn't say anything, her face was full of blame. Chapter 18, Not Leaving. Under any other circumstances, Jiang would have argued with them, but the old man was lying in the ward and she was in no mood. But she could endure it, and Jin Bei-chen protected her behind him. "Who are you pointing at, sister-in-law?" He looked at Lu Wanji coldly. His dark eyes like cold stars would make people feel cold all over if they looked at them for even a second longer. Due to his movements, Lu Wanji's fingers were pointing directly at his chest. Lu Wanji quickly took her hand back and said awkwardly, "It was Jiang. She's my wife. As a family member, I guess you can't call her by her first name, right?" Jin Bei-chen interrupted her. Does third sister-in-law not even know this basic etiquette? Or does third sister-in-law not consider herself a member of our Jin family at all? Hearing this, Lu Wanji's entire expression changed. Because she was devoted to helping her parents' family, Jin Beiyu often scolded her for not considering herself a member of the Jin family. For her, this kind of questioning is naturally the most heart-wrenching. After Lu Wanji shut up, Jin Bei-chen looked at his fourth sister-in-law again. The fourth sister-in-law suddenly shuddered. "Fourth sister-in-law, fourth brother is in Lido Villa now. If you are too idle and have nothing to do, I can ask someone to take you there," Jin Bei-chen reminded in a kind manner. Fourth sister-in-law's face turned pale in an instant. Jin Bei-chen showed no mercy. "I think that if you have time to gossip and accuse my wife here, you can strangle the peach blossom of fourth brother to death in the cradle with your tongue." The fourth sister-in-law gritted her teeth and was choked to the point of being unable to utter a word. If she could control the vixen around her husband, how could she make the women around him change more frequently than clothes? When Jin Bei-chen looked at his sister-in-law, she didn't wait for him to speak and quickly raised her hands. "Fifth brother, I didn't say anything." She wanted to cut off ties immediately. Her only beloved son got into trouble, and only Jin Bei-chen could handle it. Now she dared not to mess with this evil god. Jin Bei-chen jumped over her and glanced at Lu Yuanji. Lu Yuanji's eyes were slightly red, her cheeks were rosy, she looked pitiful and shaky, as if it would be a huge sin to say a few more words to her. "If you are not from my Jin family, don't show up here. Get out." Jin Bei-chen didn't even bother to say a word to her and directly gave instructions to the bodyguard. 2 bodyguards came to invite Lu Yuanji. Lu Yuanji couldn't believe it. Seeing that Jin Bei-chen really didn't even look at her anymore, she whimpered, covered her face and ran away. "Kite!" Lu Wanji stomped her feet and was about to chase after him. The second sister-in-law grabbed her in time. "Third brother's house, Dad is about to wake up." If Lu Wanji chased out at this time, Jin Beiyu would have a big quarrel with her when they got home. Lu Wanji had no choice but to give up. "Family members can come in now." The door of the ward opened at this time and the doctors came out one after another. Before they came out, Lu Wanji and others, led by the eldest sister-in-law, rushed in. vying to be the first person Mr. Jin saw when he woke up. Instead, Jin Beichen and Jiangla, who had been guarding in front of the ward, fell behind. "Dad, you finally woke up. I was so worried about you, woo. Thank God, you finally heard my prayers and woke me up, otherwise I would have cried to death. Dad, please don't do this again. You scared me for hours. My legs are still shaking. I just stood there stupidly at the door." Several sisters-in-law were chattering one after another, and they couldn't stop. Mr. Jin had just woken up and was still a little dizzy. He felt like he was going to faint again after what they did to him. Jiangla happened to see his uncomfortable expression and frowned and said, "Can you guys disperse a little and stop making noise? This is a ward. Does it bother you that we care about Dad's health?" Because of her words, several sisters-in-law united in their hatred of the enemy. "But you're making it difficult for Dad to breathe and affecting his rest." Jiangla spoke again and opened the window a little. "You are the one who disturbs the old man's rest. You deliberately opened the window so wide in order to let the wind blow and make him sick again." The fourth sister-in-law was sharp-tongued and started to accuse him as soon as she opened her mouth. Jin Beichen shouted in a low voice, "Shut up, you guys are talking nonsense when you know Dad's current physical condition." Lu Wanji was not convinced. Shut up." Mr. Jin was finally able to speak. He took a few deep breaths and said, "Don't surround me. Get out." Several sisters-in-law looked hurt. "Dad. All right, I know you are filial, I know it in my heart, all of you go out." Old Master Jin said, "I want to have a good rest." Although they were very unwilling, after hearing the old man's words, the sisters-in-law slowly walked out. Lu Wanji deliberately bumped into Jiangla. "I asked you to go out too." But before he could touch Jiangla, Jiangla was pulled to his side by Jin Beichen. Lu Wanji didn't pay attention for a moment and almost fell to the ground and made a fool of herself. "Xiaola and that brat, stay here. I have something to say." Old Master Jin suddenly spoke. Several sisters-in-law showed jealousy on their faces at the same time. Lu Wanji and the fourth sister-in-law glared at Jiangla fiercely. After everyone left, Jin Beichen closed the door. Several sisters-in-law who originally wanted to eavesdrop. Their noses were nearly broken by the door. "Why are you standing there? Sit down." Old Master Jin glanced at Jin Beichen unhappily, then turned his gaze to Jiangla and became amiable. Jiangla sat down obediently and poured a glass of water and handed it to him. After drinking the water, Mr. Jin felt much better. Xiaola is still considerate. They just make noise and don't even give me, an old man, a sip of water to drink. He sighed deeply. Jiangla said softly, "They also care about you. You don't have to speak for them. I know everything clearly." Mr. Jin did not continue the topic, but just looked at Jiangla. "Do you really want to leave our Jin family?" Jin Beichen wanted to speak. But Mr. Jin glared at him and said, "Shut up, you have no right to speak now." Jin Beichen. Mr. Jin's preference for Jiangla is simply outrageous. Who is his biological child? Jiangla felt quite gloating when he saw Jin Beichen being humiliated. "Grandpa, I just got angry with him." "I'm sorry for making you angry." Looking at Mr. Jin's haggard face, she said the three words, "I'm sorry," sincerely. Old Master Jin frowned slightly. "It has nothing to do with you. If it has anything to do with you, it's that brat's fault. Husband and wife are one. If he is wrong, isn't it also my fault?" Jiangla smiled and helped Mr. Jin put the cup back. Really not getting a divorce. Obviously, Mr. Jin still didn't quite believe it, and his eyes wandered between the two men's faces. Knowing that Mr. Jin was an old and shrewd man, Jiangla took the initiative to hold Jin Beichen's arm and said firmly, "I won't leave." Chapter 19, Medicine. Jiangla felt that he was not lying. She just didn't tell Mr. Jin that this staying together had a time limit. Jin Beichen, whose arm she held, said angrily, "Have you seen enough, old man?" Jiangla was very close to him, and his whole body tensed up instantly. It wasn't rejection, he just felt very uncomfortable, and he subconsciously covered it up with a sour face. "How do you talk to me?" Mr. Jin picked up the pillow next to him and threw it over. Jin Beichen stretched out his hand to catch it easily, and threw it back casually. "You want to hit me with this little strength?" He accidentally pulled the wound on his back and gasped. "You deserve it." Mr. Jin sneered grimly. Turning to look at Jiangla, he became kind again, and even his voice was smiling. Xiaola, since you don't want to get a divorce, why don't you and this brat move back to the old house? This. Jiangla was in a difficult situation. To be honest, I had no choice but to ask her to renew her contract for half a year. Thinking about the relationships between sisters-in-law, her head ached. Jin Beichen glanced at her and sneered at old man Jin. If you want to live here, you can live here by yourself. I won't live here. Old Master Jin was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Who is the boss anyway? I won't live here anyway. Jin Beichen choked. Mr. Jin gritted his teeth. Do you want to piss me off to death? Jin Beichen, I see you are doing fine now. Huff, huff. Mr. Jin's expression suddenly changed. He gasped heavily, put his hand on his chest and tightly grasped the hospital gown. Dad. Jiangla was startled and quickly pressed the nurse's bell. Jin Beichen's expression also changed, and he stepped forward to support him and help him calm down. Go away, you bastard. Even though Mr. Jin was out of breath, he still waved him away. Jiangla said anxiously, Dad, don't be angry, let's go back and live in the old house. Jin Beichen could only nod helplessly. The nurses came hurriedly, and Mr. Jin insisted on sending Jin Beichen and Jiangla away, and only then did he obediently accept the examination. The door closed and he waved his hand. I'm fine, you can go out in half an hour. The nurses looked at each other. Outside the ward, Jin Beichen's face darkened. Is the old man pretending? It's better to pretend than to be real. Jiangla rolled his eyes at him. The old man was really sick from anger and his foundation was damaged. He was just pretending just now. The last time he was sent directly to the emergency room, he was not pretending. Just as Jin Beichen was about to say something, his cell phone rang. The servant at home called, Master, the housekeeper from the old house brought people over and said they are here to help you and your wife pack your luggage. Jin Beichen and Jiangla. Mr. Jin is really quick. In desperation, the two had to return to the yard of the old house. When getting off the bus, Jin Beichen wanted to help Jiangla with his backpack, but his face turned pale again. Jiangla couldn't stand watching his unnatural movements. So after entering the room, she took out the medicine box. As soon as Jin Beichen entered the room, he was blocked by her. Take off your clothes. Jiangla pointed to the sofa and asked him to sit down, then rolled up his sleeves as he walked over. She sat down on the sofa, but found that Jin Beichen did not follow her and was still standing stupidly at the door. What are you standing there for? Come here and take off your clothes. Jiangla glared at the other person unhappily and urged him. Jin Beichen looked deep in his eyes and spoke with difficulty. In the hospital, you said that you were not allowed to have any intimate behavior with you during the agreement period, and... He glanced at the scorching sun outside the window. It's daytime now. Jiangla is having sex in broad daylight. Is he playing such a big game? Were you pretending before? Are you showing your true colors now? A pillow was smashed into his face. Jiangla's face flushed, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. What kind of yellow garbage is in your head? I asked you to come over and apply medicine. You really don't know how to appreciate a good person. Forget about it, even if it hurts you to death. As she said this, she was about to get up and leave. Jin Beichen took 2 steps at a time and walked over, unbuttoning his shirt with a rip. Jiangla was caught off guard, and her pink cheek pressed against a wall of flesh. The lines and texture are clear, strong and elastic, and the touch is excellent. She suddenly remembered the beads of sweat sliding down this chest, and the low, charming, suppressed breathing beside her ear. Boom. Her face flushed red and she jumped back as if she had been electrocuted. Her feet hit the sofa, and she fell into the soft couch, moving backwards. She was so drunk that she lost her memory. How come her memory is suddenly clear now? Why are you so red? Jin Beichen noticed that she looked strange, and his sword-like eyebrows instantly tightened. Are you sick? He casually threw aside his shirt, leaned on the sofa and moved forward, raising his hand to touch Jiangla's forehead. Jiangla slapped his hand away with a snap. Jin Beichen. Oh, sorry, I was careless. Jiangla looked embarrassed, knowing that he had overreacted. She quickly sat up straight and patted the seat beside her. Sit still and apply the medicine. Jin Beichen looked at her flushed face and asked, Are you okay? It's okay, it's just a little hot. Jiangla said perfunctorily and took the remote control on the coffee table to lower the temperature. Only then did Jin Beichen sit down. Looking at a place that made him fantasize, Jiang said with a straight face, "Turn around." Jin Beichen turned around slowly. Seeing his actions, Jiang almost suspected that he did it on purpose. This guy is not that boring. After taking the medicine box over, Jiang noticed the injury on Jin Beichen's back. To be honest, it's a bit miserable. Old Master Jin was really cruel. Their marks were bruised and swollen to a frightening degree, and were even more shocking on the extremely fair skin. Jiang, who originally wanted to take revenge, couldn't bear to do anything harsh at this time. She disinfected it carefully first, then applied the ointment. But she couldn't find a cotton swab, so she could only dip her fingers in the ointment and then apply it little by little. Feeling the slender and cool fingers touching his back, Jin Beichen suddenly shuddered violently. Jiang asked in confusion, "Is the air conditioner set too low?" Jin Beichen's voice was extremely deep, and all the muscles in his body were tense to the extreme. Jiang turned up the air conditioner a little bit. As she applied the ointment bit by bit, Jin Beichen's back became tighter and tighter, and the already tight and eye-catching muscle lines became even more eye-catching. Jiang glanced at it inadvertently and quickly looked away. The temperature in the room rose inexplicably, and both of them felt uncomfortable and very hot. "Did you turn the heat up too high?" Jin Beichen asked, a drop of sweat dripping down his forehead, and his voice was strangely hoarse. Jiang also felt that the temperature was too high. So she turned it down 1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees. Until. Achoo! She sneezed violently. Jin Beichen glanced at the air conditioner remote control and found that the temperature was set to 16 degrees. He was speechless, turned it back to 26 degrees and turned around. Jiang happened to point her finger down, and inadvertently, her finger pointed at an indescribable position. Jin Beichen lowered his head. Jiang's eyes widened, perhaps because she was too frightened. She exerted force suddenly and pressed it down. Chapter 20. Beauty is misleading. "I didn't mean it." Jiang suddenly withdrew his hands and put them behind his back, his face flushed. Her fingers seemed to still retain the soft, tough and bouncy touch from before. Jin Beichen's face was completely dark and his brows were twisted into a knot. But seeing Jiang lowering his head, the tips of his ears showing through his hair were as red as ripe cherries, his already inexplicably hot body became even more unbearable. He swallowed unconsciously, and his Adam's apple slid up and down with difficulty. "You?" Noticing a strand of hair sliding down and covering Jiang's eyebrows, he reached out and wanted to brush it away for her. Jiang thought he was going to hit someone, so he subconsciously stood up to avoid him. However, his legs were numb and he couldn't stand up, but fell forward instead. Jin Beichen pulled her back, and the two of them fell onto the sofa. You. Although they didn't touch lips to each other, the postures of Jiang and Jin Beichen were indeed ambiguous. The two of them pressed their lower bodies tightly together, their legs clamped together. Jin Beichen supported himself with his arms on both sides of Jiang's head, their cheeks so close that he could hear her breathing. Jin Beichen faintly smelled a familiar fragrance. That is the unique taste of Jiang. His memory seemed to go back to that night. His Adam's apple slid down again with difficulty, and as if he was half possessed, he slowly lowered his head. The warm breath sprayed on her lips, and the man's face became bigger and bigger in front of Jiang. She should have avoided it, but that face was really handsome. It was so beautiful that she felt suffocated and her usually clear brain was tangled up in a mess, turning into a sticky paste. Not only her movements, but even her thinking became extremely slow. The four lips are getting closer and closer, and they are about to touch each other. "Madam, bring me the cotton swab." The servant hurried in and was stunned to see the two people lying on the sofa. Then he came to his senses and quickly retreated, wishing he could disappear from the spot immediately. Jin Beichen and Jiang came to their senses, staring at each other, both frozen in place. "Don't get up yet." After staring for a while, Jiang gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Jin Beichen stood up suddenly, his back muscles were strained and his face turned pale due to the pain. "Painted yourself." Throwing the ointment over, Jiang turned around and walked away, his steps quick and hurried, as if there was a ghost chasing him. Jin Beichen caught the ointment reflexively, and his expression changed again and again. He patted his head, quite annoyed. Looking at the ointment in his hand, he was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "The wound is on his back, How does he apply the medicine himself? Back in the master bedroom, Jiang threw himself onto the bed. She covered her head with a pillow, and 3 seconds later her head popped up again. She hit the pillow several times to vent her anger, and no one knew who she was angry with. Hateful. Thinking about what just happened downstairs, she really wanted to slap herself twice to wake herself up. Last time she was drunk and blacked out, this time she was not drunk. How did she almost get together with that bastard again? Just when she was feeling depressed, Lu Xiao called her. There happened to be someone to complain about, so Jiang talked about what had just happened, and finally became depressed. Male beauty is misleading, Jin Beichen is too good, I almost made a mistake. I thought my friend would laugh at me, but after listening to her, Lu Xiao actually felt the same way and said, that's right. Appearance is so important. It's not our fault that we are obsessed with looks. Us. Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly, always feeling that his friend was hiding something else. There were 2 fake coughs over there, and Lu Xiao's voice sounded guilty. I'm just expressing my feelings. She quickly said in a serious tone, but if it's not suitable, it's not suitable. Some men are just gilded on the outside but rotten on the inside. Sister, you must stay sober. Jiang strongly agrees with this. She has spent 3 years proving that there is absolutely no chance of Jin Beichen and herself being together. Resolutely resolute, Jiang said, wait another half a year, and I will say goodbye to the Jin family forever. As for the next 6 months, she must treat Jin Beichen with respect. Jin's office building. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Jin Nanchi stood in the bright office, wanting to cry but unable to. 5th uncle, I really won't dare to do it again. Behind the huge marble desk, Jin Beichen folded his arms across his chest and sneered as he sat in his office chair. You said the same thing last time. Have you forgotten it in just half a month? Me? A powerful aura came over him, and the chill was so strong that it made his bones cold. Facing Jin Beichen's powerful and terrifying aura, Jin Nanchi's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. I'm sorry. Uncle Wu. Please forgive me. If this continues, he will be scared to death. Jin Beichen sneered repeatedly. Jin Nanchi's tears finally burst out. No future. Jin Beichen shouted coldly, tapping the door with his chin, get lost, if it happens again, our African branch will be short of labor. Hearing this, Jin Nanchi turned and ran. He was so frightened that he hit his head against the door, but he didn't dare to delay for another second. He staggered away as fast as he could with the bag on his head. Seeing his nephew's useless appearance, Jin Beichen's temples throbbed. Jin Nanchi is the only son of Jin's eldest sister-in-law and eldest brother. He has been spoiled since he was a child, is uneducated and always causing trouble. This time he got into big trouble. A shocking scandal of campus bullying broke out at Ning'an Private High School. The bullied student was tortured to death. The video of his death was exposed, which made everyone shudder with fear and refreshed the audience's perception of the ugly side of human nature. As luck would have it, Jin Nanchi was also implicated in this matter. Because the incident has become a big deal and has become extremely popular online, countless eyes are watching. If Jin Nanchi is exposed, he may face serious imprisonment, and at the very least, it will have a great impact on his future. Since Jin Beichen has a good friend who is a top lawyer who has never lost but has a weird temper, Mrs. Jin came to Jin Beichen for help. I felt the air pressure was terribly low when I came in this morning. Who provoked our 5th young master Jin? There were 2 random knocks on the office door, and Song Chenyang walked in nonchalantly. Jin Beichen snorted coldly. Song Chenyang was not afraid of his cold face at all, and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Your sister-in-law's little ancestor is causing trouble again." A fool. When scolding his nephew, Jin Beichen showed no mercy at all. Song Chenyang agreed with this, he should be taught a lesson, otherwise he will get into big trouble one day. Jin Beichen narrowed his eyes slightly. If Jin Nanchi wasn't just a fool but not a bad person by nature, he wouldn't have helped this time. According to his investigation, Jin Nanchi was just brainless and was dragged into that group of bullies. In fact, he himself did not do anything to the victim. At most, he just followed the trend and made a few sarcastic remarks. However, although he removed Jin Nanchi from this matter, he still had to learn the lesson he deserved. Seeing Jin Beichen's sullen face, Song Chenyang knew that Jin Nanchi was in trouble. Chapter 21. You like her? You seem to have a very bad temper. After all, they have been friends for many years, and Song Chenyang could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Jin Beichen. Just being Jin Nanshi was not enough to make Jin Beichen look like everyone owed him hundreds of millions. Jin Beichen snorted coldly. Song Chenyang was very gossipy. What happened? He rolled his eyes and smiled. Is it related to your contract wife again? This sentence earned Jin Beichen a cold look. That's it. What's wrong with you guys? Song Chenyang was happy, propping up his chin. Tell me and let me help you analyze it. After all, I have much more experience than you. Experience? Thinking of the stupid idea of the dog-headed military advisor, Jin Beichen sneered. Failure experience can also be considered experience. That's not very righteous of you to say. Song Chenyang was dissatisfied. You don't know how much my buddies have stood up for you. If it wasn't for you that day in the bar, why would I send that woman back? If I hadn't sent her back, I wouldn't have. Having said this, he suddenly stopped with an extremely complicated expression. Jin Beichen felt that something was wrong with the other party. Let's not talk about this for now. After stroking his hair twice, Song Chenyang said, let's talk about your story. It happened that Jin Beichen was feeling upset, so he told her about the incident that almost led to a sexual encounter between him and Jiang on the sofa that day. Har ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Chenyang burst into a terrible laugh, which almost blew off the roof of the office. Shut up. Jin Beichen's face darkened. He really didn't know what was so funny. Master Jinwoo, I never thought you would have this day. Song Chenyang laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. He held his stomach and groaned while talking. I am really dying of laughter. The next second, his collar was lifted up by Jin Beichen. The man's eyes were dangerous. Shut up yourself or I'll shut up for you. Song Chenyang quickly made a zipper motion on his mouth. Don't blame me, it's you who didn't react. Jin Beichen threw him across. What did you react to? He picked up the coffee cup casually, his tone nonchalant yet a little aggrieved. Of course, Song Chenyang stretched out his voice, you fell in love with Jiang. Puff. Jin Beichen spat out all the coffee in his mouth, looking like he had seen a ghost. What kind of fantasy is this guy talking about? Bang. Song Chenyang was thrown out of the office. Jin Beichen's sneer came from the office. Get lost, stop talking nonsense here. He fell in love with Jiang. How is that possible? Achoo. Jiang sneezed violently. She rubbed her nose, wondering if someone was saying bad things about her behind her back. The weather was nice today, and she was bored staying in such a large yard, so she simply moved a lounge chair out to bask in the sun. Just as I was basking in the sun, footsteps were heard at the gate of the courtyard. Jiang squinted his eyes and lazily looked at who was coming. He turned over expressionlessly, pretending he didn't see it and continued to bask in the sun. Seeing Jiang's actions, Lu Wanji's face turned a little dark. I am your sister-in-law after all, so is this how you treat guests? She couldn't help but sneer, her tone disdainful. People from humble backgrounds are so uneducated. Jiang felt unhappy. It's okay to scold herself, but it's not okay to scold her family. She retorted bluntly, of course, we can't compare to a wealthy family like the Lu family. One of their daughters is always asking for a divorce, and the other is always thinking about others getting divorced and becoming a mistress. You? Lu Wanji's face turned completely black, and she pointed at Jiang with anger, her chest heaving violently. Jiang was not afraid of her and glared at her without showing any weakness. She had given in again and again in the past, but in the remaining 6 months she would bite anyone who dared to provoke her. Anyway, it was not her who wanted her to stay in the Jin family. I thought Lu Wanji was going to lose control and take action, but she took a few deep breaths and actually endured it. This surprised Jiang. There's something you need to tell your fifth brother. Lu Wanji stood in front of Jiang's recliner with her hands on her hips, and said condescendingly, if you can accomplish this, I won't bother with you about the previous things. Jiang wanted to laugh when he heard this. What does it mean not to bother with her? If we really have to bother with her, who should it be? However, she was very curious about the reason why Lu Wanji came all the way here, so she didn't fight back, but just teased with a half smile, I wonder what the big sister-in-law wants to do for you. Doesn't my fifth brother have a good relationship with the head of that law firm? Let him recommend someone. It just so happens that when Yang is graduating and doing internship this year, so he is suitable for the job because his major is relevant to him. Lu Wanji waved her hand and said, if Wen Yang can go there, it can be regarded as helping their firm, right? If it weren't for my fifth brother, I wouldn't let Wen Yang go there. Wen Yang hasn't even graduated yet and several companies have offered him olive branches. Jiang almost laughed out loud when he heard this. If she didn't understand the situation, she would really think that Lu Wenyang was some kind of favored lawyer, and every company was vying for him. But in fact, Lu Wenyang is just a playboy. He couldn't even get into high school in China, so the Lu family paid for him to go abroad, where he enrolled in a fake university and studied political science and law. But in such a fake university whose name no one had ever heard of, Lu Wenyang almost couldn't even get his diploma. You can imagine what kind of stuff this is. But the law firm of Jin Beichen's friend is one of the four largest law firms in the country, and the person in charge has a legend of never losing a case. There are countless outstanding law professionals trying their best to get into this law firm, but for Lu Wanji, it is a place that only her brother condescends to go to. Have you looked in the mirror before going out today? Jiang interrupted Lu Wanji's chattering and asked a completely unrelated question. Lu Wanji was stunned and didn't react. If you haven't looked in the mirror, take a piss now and look at yourself and your empty-headed brother. Jiang cursed without using any swear words. As a human being, we need to have some self-awareness. Do you understand? Jiang. Lu Wanji's face flushed, then turned blue in an instant. Don't be so shameless. She growled, her face twisted into a hideous shape. Jiang sneered, you are the shameless one. You can say such blind words. Do you think I am a fool? What's wrong with my brother? How is he not worthy of that firm? Lu Wanji was still being stubborn. If he's really that powerful, why don't you go talk to Jin Beichen yourself? Jiang laughed and slowly sat up from the recliner. Isn't it that you know your brother is trash, but you don't dare to say it yourself? I ripped your mouth. Lu Wanji screamed and rushed forward to slap Jiang. After she got married, she was still devoted to supporting her parents' family, and she treated her younger brother Lu Wenyang like the apple of her eye. How could she bear to see him being scolded? Chapter 22 Big Black. Jiang was half sitting on the recliner, and she had no way of avoiding Lu Wanji as she pounced on her. But before Lu Wanji touched her, a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out. Woof 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 woof. Lu Wanji was so frightened that she fell backwards and sat on the ground. The huge noise was so painful that it made people feel painful. What is that? Don't come over here, R. A black pastoral dog stood in front of Jiang. It had a huge body and a pair of black eyes that emitted a fierce green light. It bared its teeth at Lu Wanji, as if it could rush up and tear off a piece of meat in the next second. Raw. The black dog let out a low growl and showed its white teeth at Lu Wanji. R. Lu Wanji screamed and ran out of the yard using her hands and feet. Help, help. Seeing her crawling and falling on all fours, twisting her hips, Jiang couldn't help but laugh. Puff. It's so funny. The black dog didn't retract its teeth until Lu Wanji had crawled out of sight. As soon as it turned around, it no longer had the terrifying look it had just had. It wagged its tail vigorously and pounced towards Jiang with a silly look on its face, rubbing its big head against him. The word, dog licker, was almost written on its face. Okay, Dahei, you're so cool. Jiang praised it generously and stroked its fur. Dahei was enjoying it so much that he made a happy woo sound and his tail was wagging wildly. There was a smile on Jiang's face and eyes. She brought Dahei home on a rainy night a few years ago and he has long become a member of the family. Since she moved to the old house, her mother and brother were worried that she would be bored, so they sent Dahei over. When Jin Beichen came back, what he saw was Jiang and Dahei being affectionate. The warm sunlight poured down, and Jiang seemed to be covered with a layer of soft light. She had a smile on her lips, her eyebrows were curved, the smile on her face was softer than the sunshine, and she laughed, chuckled without any restraint. Jin Beichen stood there stupidly. He had never seen this side of Jiang. Jiang in front of him always looked impatient and avoided him, and even when he smiled, it was a sneer. Perhaps his gaze was too scorching. Jiang looked up as if he sensed something. Seeing Jin Beichen standing at the gate of the courtyard, Jiang's smile disappeared in an instant, and he returned to his usual calm self. She scratched Dahei's chin and patted his head. Go play. After sending Dahei away, she stood up, stretched, turned around and went back to the room, as if Jin Beichen was a transparent person and didn't see him at all. Jin Beichen felt inexplicably lost at this moment. But he had no reason to call Jiang. Woof woof woof. When Da He saw the unfamiliar face, he called out to Jin Beichen a few times. Perhaps it was sensing Jiang's attitude towards Jin Beichen, it also felt quite unhappy. Jin Beichen raised his eyebrows and glared at Da He. Hateful. He is not even as good as a dog. Jiang was very soft towards the big black dog, but he had a cold and hard face when facing him. Woof 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 woof. Da He was unhappy when he was glared at. He shouted even louder and bared his teeth at Jin Beichen in provocation. Jin Beichen was not afraid of it, and even sneered disdainfully. Da He was furious and pounced towards Jin Beichen. However, its teeth and claws were all retracted, and it did not look as ferocious as it had just been towards Lu Wanji. Jin Beichen stopped it easily and patted its big head. Woof. Da He's face was full of humiliation, but if he tried to break free from Jin Beichen's restraints he would hurt people, so he could only twist and struggle left and right unwillingly. When the second sister-in-law arrived, she saw a man and a dog living in harmony. She laughed. When did fifth brother start liking pets? No wonder she was surprised. You know, the person in the entire Jin family who dislikes small animals the most is Jin Beichen. There were more than a dozen yards, and almost all of them had some small animals, but Jin Beichen's yard didn't even have a single animal hair. He has no patience with those little gadgets. Jin Beichen let go of Da He and patted the hem of his shirt. I don't like it. Da He seemed to understand what he said. He bared his teeth at him and woofed disdainfully, his attitude even higher than Jin Beichen. The second sister-in-law looked surprised. What's the matter? Jin Beichen changed the subject. The second sister-in-law remembered what she had in her hand and put a large food box on the stone table in the yard. Today, Lihua Pavilion has released new products, and I thought of sending some to you. Thanks. Jin Beichen nodded. Since Mr. Jin was in the hospital, there was no need for them to go to the main courtyard to eat, so they all cooked in their own courtyards these days. He comes back now just to eat. As for why he suddenly wanted to eat home-cooked meals when he had always had his meals at the company, he attributed it to the fact that he had just returned to China and was not used to it. The second sister-in-law delivered the things, waved her hand and left. Jin Beichen glanced at the food box casually. Several dishes were delicious and tasty. One of them was a bone soup that smelled delicious and used light ingredients. He glanced at Da He. Da He woofed at him provocatively, and seemed to be estimating the angle, ready to rush up and compete with him at any time. Jin Beichen raised the corner of his mouth in amusement, picked up a piece of meaty bone and shook it. Da Huang turned his head and licked his paw. This time Jin Beichen found it even more interesting and fed the meat bone into its mouth himself. Da He glanced at him sideways, and seemed to be eating reluctantly to give him face. Jin Beichen. It's true that the dog resembles its owner. It is as difficult to serve as its owner. The servants in the yard prepared lunch and placed it on the stone table in the middle of the yard at Jin Beichen's signal. Jiang was invited out for dinner by the servants. As soon as she walked out of the yard, she saw Jin Beichen and Da He together. Da He wagged his tail and ate the meat bones happily. Jin Beichen sat upright, waiting for it to finish eating a piece of meat and then fed it a piece of meat. They got along surprisingly harmoniously. Jiang opened his eyes wide in surprise. Da He. Hearing her voice, Da He turned his head in surprise, wagging his tail and ran towards her happily. Looking at the other party's greasy mouth, Jiang silently pushed its big head away. Noticing her gaze, Jin Beichen spread his hands innocently. It's just greedy. Jiang. She was just wondering why Da He actually ate the food given by Jin Beichen. When Da He was picked up, it was because he accidentally ate a poisonous bone that was fed to him by someone. Ever since she adopted it, it refused to eat anything fed by anyone except her family, even Lu Ziya was no exception. It once set a record of going hungry for 2 days at Lu Ziya's house. At that time, she was so anxious that she rushed back from thousands of miles away. While she was confused, Da He had already turned around and raised his head proudly towards Jin Beichen, obviously signaling Jin Beichen to serve him dinner. Chapter 23, Vicious Dog. Jin Beichen's face was filled with black lines. Does this big black dog treat him as a servant? Who gave it the illusion? Dream on. he said indifferently and calmly stood up to wash his hands. Dahe was very dissatisfied. He barked twice and took advantage of Jin Beichen's inattention to pounce on him. Jin Beichen was caught off guard and stumbled forward twice, touching the faucet switch and getting sprayed with water in the face. Woof woof woof. Dahe ran away contentedly, hid behind Jiang, wagging his tail and rolling around in a cute manner. Seeing Jin Beichen being humiliated, Jiang was quite happy and patted Dahe's head as if to reward him. Jin Beichen wiped the water off his face, looked at Jiang and raised his eyebrows. Are you gloating? Is there? Jiang smiled with her little white teeth. I'm just a girl who loves to laugh. Jin Beichen was choked and managed to utter, you'd better be. The lunch was finished in silence between the two. One doesn't want to talk, and the other can't talk. After dinner, Jiang stretched and planned to go back to his room for a nap. As a result, she stood up and found Jin Beichen following behind her. With her brows slightly furrowed, she turned around and asked, Are you not leaving yet? Jin Beichen's face was a little dark, and he raised his eyebrows and said, If I remember correctly, this is also my yard. Is he that annoying? Jiang shrugged his shoulders. Seeing you so idle, I just wonder if Jin's is going to go bankrupt. Jin Beichen was completely speechless. He was idle. As a workaholic, this was the first time he heard such an evaluation. Don't worry about it. The Jin family should be able to last another 3 generations. He retorted, and what he said was the truth. The Jin family's financial resources are unfathomable, and even if a prodigal son comes along, he will never be able to destroy them all in 3 lifetimes. Jiang said, Oh, and yawned, then you are pretty amazing. After saying that, she waved her hand and went back to her room to sleep. Jin Beichen felt inexplicably depressed. Jiang made it clear that he drew a line between himself and the Jin family. He stood there for a while with a frown on his face, then turned around, picked up his coat and went to the company. In fact, he really has no habit of taking a lunch break. He might as well use this time to sign a few more contracts. During his days in the Jin family's old house, Jiang lived a very comfortable life. She ate and slept every day, and lay in the yard to bask in the sun in her free time. Except for going to the hospital to visit Mr. Jin, she hardly ever went out. One day, when Jiang saw that there was a layer of fat around his waist and abdomen, he finally became a little self-aware. After waking up from lunch break, she took Dahe for a run around the hill where the Jin family lived. It was not until sweat began to form on her temples that she gradually stopped and took a stroll aimlessly. Dahe was running around happily, but she didn't care. There are few people living around here, so I don't think it would scare anyone. Just as she was thinking this, she heard a voice. Just when Jiang wanted to call Dahe back, she vaguely heard her own name. Don't bother me with this kind of thing again. I don't want to bother you either, it's that Jiang, that damn bitch. Not only did she refuse to help me with something, but she even let the dog scare me. You're going to cause trouble with her again? What did I tell you last time? But it concerns my brother's future, I can't. You've already married into the Jin family, so stop talking about those people from the Liu family every day. My last name is Liu, and they will always be my family. Then get back here. Jiang raised his eyebrows and knew who the 2 people arguing were just by listening. Sure enough, as the footsteps of 2 people approached, they turned out to be Jin Beiyu and Lu Wanji. That's enough. Jin Beiyu seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and growled, If you have the guts, just go find Jin Beichen and don't bother me. If I can find him useful, why would I find you? Lu Wanji retorted angrily, her face flushed red and tears welled up in her eyes. But Jin Beiyu showed no sympathy, instead he sneered, So you came to me, I deserve to be in trouble, right? You are very capable, why don't you drug Jin Beichen too? What are you talking about? Lu Wanji opened her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe that such words would come out of Jin Beiyu's mouth. Jin Beiyu's face was full of impatience. I have something else to do, get out of the way. I don't. Lu Wanji wanted to stop him, but Jin Beiyu pushed her hard. Although she was fierce, she was thin and fell to the ground after being pushed. Arr! She cried out in pain and the tears in her eyes burst out. Jiang knew that she was really in great pain. After all, he was scared by Dahe last time and fell hard on his butt. Now his butt was hit like this again, adding insult to injury. But Lu Wanji's face was distorted with pain, but Jin Beiyu didn't even look at her and quickened his pace to leave. Sister. Jin Beiyu left first and Lu Yuan ran out right after him. She helped Lu Wanji up and bit her lower lip. It's all Jiangla's fault. If she hadn't rejected you, you wouldn't have made your brother-in-law angry again. Lu Wanji, who was originally staring at Jin Beiyu's back, looked suddenly enlightened when she heard these words, and her eyes were instantly filled with gloom and resentment. It's her blessing to be able to help Wen Yang, but she doesn't know how to appreciate it. Lu Yuanji was about to say something when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of Jiangla. Her face changed slightly, and she frowned and questioned, Miss Jiang, why are you hiding and eavesdropping on other people's conversations? It's really immoral. Only then did Lu Wanji discover Jiangla. Thinking that Jiangla had overheard her conversation with Jin Beiyu, her face flushed and blue, and she growled in anger, how dare you eavesdrop on someone else? Facing their accusations, Jiangla said innocently, I was just taking a walk, but you insisted on running up to me and quarreling. Now you're blaming me. She stood there without moving, and there was no cover around her. We can only blame these people for being more blind than each other. Lu Wanji looked around. Although she knew she was in the wrong, she still couldn't swallow this anger. Just at this moment, she saw Da He. Da He wagged his tail and ran over excitedly, circling around Jiangla. That's it. Lu Wanji's face changed slightly, and she pointed at Da He and said angrily, it was it that caused me to fall last time, and it almost bit me. Although you are the wife of the fifth brother, you should give me an explanation for this matter. What do you want to be told? Jiangla asked calmly and scratched Da He's big head. Da He foolishly chased her hand and licked it, looking docile and cute. Seeing Da He like this, Lu Wanji really couldn't believe that it was the vicious dog from yesterday. She bit her back teeth and said, I'll contact the servants right away. This vicious dog should be beaten to death. Hearing this, Jiangla's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she said coldly, third sister-in-law is still meddling in my yard's affairs. This is not just a matter of your yard, it concerns the safety of the entire Jin family. Lu Wanji raised her head high and half squinted her eyes. Lu Yuanji followed up and agreed, sister is right. This time it almost bit me. Who knows who it will bite next time? What if it's a mad dog? What will happen then? Chapter 24, Land dogs are not allowed to enter. Lu Wanji nodded, we in the Jin family cannot keep a mad dog. Oh, mad dog. Seeing the two of them aggressively trying to harm Da He, Jiangla could only sneer. She glanced at Lu Yuanji and said, then third sister-in-law should beat the guy next to you to death first. Noticing her gaze, Lu Yuanji looked grim, who are you calling a dog? You are the mad dog that bites people randomly. Jiangla snorted coldly, you always catch me and bite me. I see you enjoy biting me. You. Lu Yuanji was called a dog in front of others. He had never suffered such an injustice in his life. Lu Wanji was furious and pointed at Jiangla and shouted, Jiangla, do you really think I can't do anything to you? You should take care of your own family affairs first, and don't let others treat you like a fool. Jiangla slapped her fingers away, if you dare to touch Da He's hair, I will kill you. A cold light suddenly flashed in her eyes, like a sharp sword slashing Lu Wanji's body. Lu Wanji shrank violently. Even though the sun was shining brightly above her head, she felt cold all over as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. When she came to her senses, Jiangla had already left with Da He. Sister, she is so abominable. Lu Yuanji held Lu Wanji's arm, his eyes red, it really hurts to see you being bullied by her like this. I can't marry brother Beichen now, so I can only let my brother find a good job as soon as possible, so that our Lu family will be more confident. Now that we have the confidence, my brother-in-law won't dare to treat you like that again, and the Jin family won't protect Jiangla. Hearing Lu Yuanji say this, Lu Wanji clenched her fists, you are right. Jiangla, who was not far away, heard what they said and rolled his eyes without even turning his head. As for Lu Wanji, she could only say that she was a hopeless case. In the afternoon, Lu Wanji actually called two servants to Jiangla's yard, saying that she wanted to take Da He away. Jiangla drove the servants away and put up a sign at the gate of the yard. Land dogs are not allowed. She pointed at the sign and said to the servants in the yard, look carefully, don't let people with the surname Lu or their dogs in from now on. If something happens, you will all be held responsible. The servants looked at each other, becoming more and more terrified. Jiangla clapped his hands and took Da He back to their house. Da He is very important to her, and she must not let anything happen to it. When Lu Wanji heard about the brand incident, she was so angry that she ran over to settle the score with Jiang. But she couldn't get in, and the servant stopped her at the door. This time, Lu Wanji's face turned completely black, and she put her hands on her waist and cursed loudly. Jiang walked out slowly and scratched his ears. Third sister-in-law, I'm talking about Lu Go. Are you illiterate, or is your last name Lu and your given name Go? Lu Wanji's face turned red from holding it in. Jiang was clearly scolding her, but she couldn't win the argument. A breath rushed up her throat and Lu Wanji fainted from anger. The servants behind her hurriedly took her away. Jiang has no regrets about having to deal with Lu Wanji to this extent. She would have to stay in the Jin family for another half a year, and she could live the same way she wanted during this period without having to endure any bullying. The only thing that worried her was Mr. Jin. She and her sister-in-law had such a bad quarrel that she was afraid that the sick old man would be upset. After much deliberation, Jiang went to the hospital. At the door of the ward, she met Jin Beichen. Jin Beichen came out of the ward. He was not surprised to see her. He stretched out his hand and made a hush gesture on his lips, then closed the door quietly. After walking a few steps away, he explained, the old man has been under a lot of pressure for many years. This collapse brought out a lot of old illnesses. The neuralgia caused by long-term mental stress has become more and more obvious. I haven't been able to rest well recently. The doctor just gave him some medicine, and he managed to fall asleep. Jiang looked worried when he heard this and nodded, then I will come to see him next time. You came here because of the matter between you and third sister-in-law, right? Jin Beichen asked as he raised his hand to loosen his tie. He was still wearing his work suit and trousers, meticulously dressed, and his hair was neatly styled with hairspray. It was just his casual movements and loose tie that made his originally serious look a little messy and casual. His sharp eyebrows swept across his handsome face, which made people hold their breath unconsciously. Jiang paused noticeably. Male sex warning. The alarm bells sounded in her heart, and she was determined not to be tempted by male beauty. Yes. She nodded, glanced at the man, and said seriously, did someone go to complain to you? Jin Beichen laughed, you have put up that kind of sign, not to mention me, I'm afraid everyone in the entire Jin family knows about it. So what? Jiang snorted softly. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. The Lu sisters treated her like a fool every day. She raised her rosy lips to Jin Beichen, smiling, are you here to seek justice for your third sister-in-law? What kind of justice does she need? Jin Beichen frowned, looking puzzled. Even if we talk about justice, she should give you justice. Jiang was slightly stunned as he had never expected to hear these words from him. After all, what she did seemed too excessive to many people. Especially for a big family like the Jin family, there are so many dirty tricks and intrigues inside, but they always claim to be harmonious and prosperous to the outside world. But Jin Beichen said as if it was a matter of course, third sister-in-law is getting more and more confused. If third brother doesn't take care of it anymore, there will be problems in the future. Have you told third brother? Hearing her say this, Jiang asked in confusion. Could it be that Jin Beichen really went to seek justice for her? Jin Beichen actually nodded and said, I also told the old man about this. Is Dad angry? Jiang touched his nose, his eyes somewhat wandering. What right does he have to be angry? Jin Beichen said coldly, when you were bullied, didn't he turn a blind eye? Since he is pretending to be blind, then just keep pretending. Jiang. Although their words were unpleasant to hear, but from Jin Beichen's tone she knew where Mr. Jin's bottom line was. In the future, the sisters-in-law would be more free to provoke her again. After they left the hospital, Jin Beichen went back to the company, and Jiang returned to the old house. Before getting in the car, Jin Beichen handed Jiang a velvet box. Inside was a dog collar. The necklace is very delicate and gorgeous, with a dove-sized diamond in the middle that is very eye-catching. Go back and put it on Dahe. Jin Beichen said, every pet in the courtyard has a mark. Seeing this, the third sister-in-law dared not touch Dahe. Thanks. Jiang rarely smiled at Jin Beichen, at least you have a conscience. Lu Wanji didn't dare to touch Dahe, not really because of the dog collar, but because of Jin Beichen's attitude. This collar is enough to show how much Jin Beichen values Dahe. You're welcome. The driver came down and opened the door for Jin Beichen. He hesitated for a moment before throwing another velvet box to Jiang before getting in the car. Chapter 25 Gift. I bought this when I bought a dog collar. Take it. Jin Beichen said this and got into the car with his long legs. With a bang, the car door was slammed shut. The driver was a little slow in getting into the car, and he saw from the rearview mirror that the tips of Jin Beichen's ears were very red. Fifth master, are you hot? The driver considered whether to turn on the air conditioning. Jin Beichen said coldly, no, drive. It was just his first time giving a gift that a woman had chosen personally, so he didn't have much experience. Outside the car, Jiang almost failed to catch the box. By the time she frantically managed to hold the gift box, Jin Beichen's car had already driven away. What the hell is going on? Jiang was almost sprayed in the face by the exhaust gas from the car and muttered in frustration. Thinking of what Jin Beichen had just said, her face darkened. What does it mean to buy a dog collar at the same time? This is insulting, right? Hateful. The little bit of goodwill that had just arisen with great difficulty was gone, and Jiang gritted his teeth. As expected, a bastard is still a bastard. She also got into the car on the other side and opened the box casually. A simple bracelet appeared before her eyes. It is a simple K gold chain with only a small diamond in the middle. The small diamond is not even 1/10 the size of the big black pigeon egg. The comparison between the two is simply horrible, and it is obvious which one is more important. Jiang rolled his eyes. This is really casual enough. The next day, early in the morning, when Jiang was having breakfast in the yard, he heard about the divorce between Jin Beiyu and Lu Wanji. It's just that the two of them have a small quarrel every 3 days and a big quarrel every 5 days. If the quarrel gets too serious, they will even fight. As for divorce, they talk about it every day, so no one cares. Today was a little different. Jin Beiyu threatened to separate and actually had people pack their luggage and move to another residence. No matter how big the fight between the two was before, Jin Beiyu would still go back to the old house. Everyone could vaguely smell a different scent. I heard that Lu Wanji was terrified and had been crying in the yard for more than 2 hours. Jiang ate his breakfast peacefully, and even ate a few extra dumplings because he was too engrossed in listening to the gossip. Her stomach was too full, so she went out for a slow walk to help digest the food. Dahe wanted to follow her, but she didn't let him. This time, she deliberately walked towards Lu Wanji's yard. From a distance, she saw several familiar faces gathered together. The eldest sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law, and the fourth sister-in-law were sitting separately, with Lu Yuanji in the middle. Lu Yuanji was sobbing and wiping away tears, and the others spoke to comfort her. Seeing this scene, those who don't know would probably think that the one getting a divorce is Lu Yuanji. Only when they got closer did Jiang hear their voices. My brother-in-law was so angry this time that my sister fainted from crying. Lu Yuanji felt very aggrieved and sniffed. They just had a small fight before, who knew it would turn out like this time? Since Jiang came, the quarrels between them have become more and more serious. Hearing her say this, the fourth sister-in-law immediately said, "Isn't it true? Last time there was a big fight, it was the third brother who took the third sister-in-law to find Jiang to apologize." Lu Yuanji held her hand and said, "I heard that this time it was because Jiang complained that she was bullied by my sister and you sisters-in-law. She even said these things to the old man. It was because of the old man's blame that my brother-in-law got so angry." After hearing these words, the eldest sister-in-law and the fourth sister-in-law immediately shared a common hatred for the enemy. "What do you mean by being bullied by us? Look at what she put outside the yard. If you want to talk about bullying, it's just her disrespecting her sister-in-law. Dad is old and in the hospital, so he was provoked by such evil-minded people." Hearing what they said, the second sister-in-law hurriedly said, "This can't be entirely blamed." Before she finished speaking, Lu Yuanji interrupted her, Wow, I really don't know what to do. If my sister and brother-in-law get divorced, my sister won't be able to live. If my sister gets divorced, I don't know who Jiang will make trouble for next." The eldest sister-in-law and the fourth sister-in-law both changed their expressions drastically. Lu Yuanji meant that Jiang was planning to cause trouble for the two of them as well. Ever since Jiang married into the family, the Jin family has never had peace. Even if we want to divorce, it should be the fifth brother who drives the troublesome one away. How about we think of a solution? When Lu Yuanji and her sister-in-law narrowed their eyes, Jiangla had already walked behind them. She did not restrain the sound of her footsteps, so those people all heard the sound. So when they turned around subconsciously, they happened to make eye contact with Jiangla. Scare. Lu Yuanji was so shocked that she almost bit her tongue and forgot to shed tears. Jiangla walked over with a smile, sat down in the empty seat next to them, and nodded his chin. You guys keep talking. The person who had just been talked about was sitting right in front of them, and several of the sisters-in-law looked embarrassed. Why don't you continue? Jiangla propped up his chin and tilted his head innocently. I was afraid that people would accuse me of eavesdropping again, so I came over to listen. At this point, she showed an exaggerated expression. Were you guys saying bad things about me just now? The sisters-in-law were even more embarrassed and were choked and speechless for a moment. We were just talking about my sister. Lu Yuanji spoke again, her voice aggrieved. My sisters-in-law are just worried about my sister. They didn't mean to say bad things about you on purpose. Well, if it wasn't intentional, then it was deliberate. Jiangla nodded and smiled. I understand. Lu Yuanji's eyes turned red, and he stood in front of the eldest and fourth sisters-in-law. Why are you so aggressive? I'm an outsider, but they are your sisters-in-law, you have to respect them a little. Hearing her say this, the eldest sister-in-law and the fourth sister-in-law both looked gentle towards her. In contrast, the two men looked at Jiangla with unfriendly eyes. Fifth brother's daughter, that's enough. Stop bullying a little girl, said the eldest sister-in-law. The fourth sister-in-law also said, they are here as guests, you should know how to entertain them and don't let them laugh at you. Guest. Jiangla was amused. Then why does she always come in and meddle in our Jin family's affairs? If someone doesn't know, they would think she is the wife of a certain branch of the family. Lu Yuanji, I didn't. Whether you have it or not is one thing, whether you want it or not is another. Jiangla sneered, I thought you were a mad dog that bit people randomly before, but now it seems that you are not even as good as a mad dog. They dare not bite people in front of them, but they are very good at stabbing people behind their backs. They are worse than dogs. I didn't expect Jiangla to curse me in person, and his curse was so harsh. Lu Yuanji's face quickly turned red, and the grievance on her face turned into anger. She slammed the table. Jiangla, don't go too far. What? Is it too much to call you a mad dog, or is it too much to call you worse than a dog? Jiangla narrowed his eyes. I would also say that you have no sense of shame, rushing to be a mistress, and you are still self-indulgent even though she doesn't like you. If Lu Yuanji kept putting the blame on her, she wouldn't bother to pay any attention. She came up here on her own. You. Lu Yuanji lost his mind, grabbed the teacup on the table and threw it at Jiangla. Chapter 26 Princess Hug. Jiangla turned his head to avoid being hit, but a lot of tea was still splashed on his shoulder. She sneered, grabbed the teapot at lightning speed, and poured it over Lu Yuanji's head. R. Lu Yuanji let out a sharp scream, and as the tea flowed into her mouth when she opened it, she immediately let out a choking cough that shook the earth. Cough, 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 cough. When she came to her senses, her face was distorted with anger, and she roared, Jiangla, you bitch, I will fight you. As he said that, he was about to rush over and grab Jiangla's hair. Jiangla grabbed her hand fiercely, and with his other hand he grabbed her hair and pulled her to the side. In an instant, Lu Yuanji broke out in cold sweat from the pain and punched and kicked Jiangla without caring about anything. The two men started fighting in an instant. The sisters-in-law nearby were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that things would suddenly turn out like this. Let's talk it out nicely, why are you using violence? The second sister-in-law was the first to come to her senses. She quickly stepped forward and pulled them apart one by one. The eldest and fourth sisters-in-law also reacted and stepped forward to help separate the fight. One of them grabbed Jiangla's left hand, and the other grabbed Jiangla's right hand, pressing down hard. Stop fighting. What if someone gets hurt? If the old man knew about this, he would be angry. Stop it. Jiangla was caught by them and couldn't move. Lu Yuanji seized the opportunity, rushed up and slapped Jiangla in the face. Bang! Half of Jiangla's face swelled up, and a huge slap mark suddenly appeared on it. She was so angry that she almost laughed. The eldest sister-in-law and the fourth sister-in-law are clearly taking sides. She used her hands to break free from the two people's restraints, and slapped Lu Yuanji to the ground with one hand, kicking him hard several times. R. Lu Yuanji screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and fell to the ground, holding his stomach. Seeing this, the eldest sister-in-law and the fourth sister-in-law came to pull Jiang again. Jiang did not break free this time and let them carry him back. Anyway, those kicks were enough for Lu Yuanji to bear. Although the slap marks on her face made her look even more embarrassing, in fact, she kicked Lu Yuanji in the vital parts. It may look like nothing on the surface, but the pain can kill her. What is going on? The second sister-in-law looked at the one standing in a dishevel and the one lying crying, and she really didn't know what to do. She sighed and stamped her feet. Just then, she noticed a bright light on the ground. When she saw what it was, her face changed immediately. Whose is this? Jiang took a look and subconsciously looked at his empty left hand, mine. It turned out that she had just been tugging at Lu Yuanji, and the other party had actually torn her bracelet off. That bracelet was given by Jin Beichen. She originally wore it hoping to find an opportunity to return it to the other person, but she didn't expect it to be damaged. She took the bracelet handed back by her second sister-in-law and frowned into a knot. At the same time, two simultaneous inhalations were heard behind her. Is this a star dream? It must be Xingchen Men. The eldest sister-in-law and the fourth sister-in-law let go of Jiang at the same time, and took a big step back in unison, raising their hands to signal. Not us. We didn't touch the bracelet. Their reactions were too exaggerated. Jiang looked confused. She vaguely realized that this bracelet might be a little different from what she imagined. You don't know? Noticing her expression, the second sister-in-law asked. Jiang shook his head. Jin Beichen just gave it to me. As soon as these words came out, there were several simultaneous gasps, and at the same time, several envious and jealous eyes were cast at her. Even the second sister-in-law was jealous. Fifth brother is so good to you. Seeing that Jiang really didn't understand, she explained kindly, Star Dream is a love gift from King Charles III of the Tea Kingdom to his beloved Princess Dalina. It has been treasured in the royal family for generations, and few people can see it. It wasn't until a while ago that there were rumors that Star Dream would be auctioned off for charity. I didn't expect it to be true. Very expensive. Jiang felt a little distressed after realizing it belatedly. The second sister-in-law had 3 black lines on her forehead. It's more than expensive, it's at least in the hundreds of millions. But it's not just about the expensiveness, more importantly, it's a charity auction of the royal family of Tea Country, and there are only a few people in the world who can get the invitation to enter. Not to mention, I was able to take a picture of this ultimate treasure. Jiang was a little confused after hearing that and looked at the necklace in his hand stupidly. Hundreds of millions. Which one is more expensive? Suddenly, she got angry and pointed at Lu Yuanji, pay me money. Lu Yuanji, who was still rolling in pain, said. Her face turned pale as paper, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The farce ended with Lu Yuanji being carried away. Jiang returned to her own courtyard, and the servants were shocked when they saw her appearance. Originally Jiang wanted to deal with it secretly himself, after all, it was too embarrassing to look like this. But as soon as he entered the hall, he bumped into someone who was walking out. Seeing the slap mark on her face, Jin Beichen's face changed drastically. What's going on? He asked in a deep voice. His face was frighteningly cold, and the temperature around him seemed to drop to freezing point in an instant. Jiang turned his head slightly, turned his slapped face to the other side to avoid the man's sight, and pouted, it's okay. Seeing her like this, Jin Beichen's face became even uglier. He reached out and pinched Jiang's chin, and with his slender fingertips, he exerted force and turned the other's face back again. What's going on? Tell me. Jiang tried to break free stubbornly, but the man's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and she couldn't get away. Feeling the pain in her jaw, she suddenly became annoyed. What are you going to say? Her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with fire, and she glared at the man and said angrily, you are the one who caused this peach blossom debt. Why, do I, the victim, have to come to you to cry and complain? Hearing this, Jin Beichen frowned. Jiang raised his hand and slapped him, let go. This time, Jin Beichen let her go. But when she wanted to go back to the room, her wrist was grabbed by the other party again. What else do you want? Jiang asked impatiently. She knew that if she continued to stay in the Jin family, there would definitely be all kinds of messy things. Although she would not regret it if she had agreed at the beginning, it was still difficult for her to have a good face towards the one of the instigators. Jin Beichen held her tightly, pursed his lips, and took her out with a little force. "Come with me." "Where are you going?" "Let me go." Jiang was in a bad mood and spoke in a rather bad tone. "Don't think I won't dare to do anything to you just because we are in the Jin family. If they really come to a fight, she may not lose." But the man just walked on without paying any attention to her. Jiang narrowed his eyes and raised his foot to kick. She is a Sonder coach and she never fails when she attacks someone. But Jin Beichen seemed to have eyes behind him, and he dodged it easily. He even took the opportunity to turn around and hold her in his arms like a princess. Chapter 27 Revenge. Jiang. She was so dumbfounded that she completely forgot to resist. "Would you choose to be carried over by me like this, or would you choose to walk over by yourself?" Jin Beichen narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes full of threats. His tall body gave people a stronger sense of oppression because people were looking up at him. Jiang's cheeks twitched, and she exerted force on her slender waist and jumped off him flexibly, like an agile cat. It's just that this cat has a bad temper and has a sullen face all the way. After a while, Jin Beichen brought Jiang to his third brother's yard. As they walked into the yard, they heard crying and complaining voices coming from inside. "I just want her to help me and talk about my brother." Lu Yuanji felt wronged, sniffing as she spoke. "It's fine if she doesn't want to, but she hit me." "Sister, it's okay for her to hit me, but this is clearly targeting you, because I'm your sister and she's trying to scare the crap out of me." "Hateful!" Lu Wanji shouted angrily, followed by the sound of tables and chairs being kicked over. "That Jiang is really going too far." Jiang listened with a blank expression. She knew Lu Yuanji's character too well. He could confuse right and wrong with just one word, and even she, the person involved, would believe it. "I'm going to settle the score with her now." Lu Wanji shouted angrily, and then there were the sounds of footsteps coming towards the door. Jin Beichen and Jiang stood motionless at the door. With a loud bang, the door was opened, and Lu Wanji was almost frightened by the two door gods. Jin Beichen looked gloomy and said in a cold voice, "Third sister-in-law, no need, we came by ourselves." Seeing Jin Beichen was there, Lu Wanji's eyes wandered a little, and then she said, "Fifth brother, it seems that you also know that even if she is your wife, you can't hit my sister." "No." Jin Beichen responded calmly. Hearing this, Lu Wanji's eyes lit up, and even Lu Yuanji, who was lying behind her, widened his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth smugly, and looked at Jiang provocatively. Jiang had a blank expression on his face. Then Jin Beichen continued, "She was beaten and her hand was injured. From now on, we should just have the servants beat such blind people out with sticks." The smiles on Lu Wanji and Lu Yuanji's lips disappeared, and their faces instantly froze. Lu Yuanji's tears suddenly came out, and she covered her face and cried, "Woo woo. Fifth brother, you are taking things too far." Seeing her sister being wronged, Lu Wanji spoke sharply like a hen protecting her chicks. Jin Beichen snorted coldly, "I don't think it's excessive. If it weren't for the fact that she is your sister, I would have done even more." His calm but indifferent gaze fell on Lu Wanji, and the angry Lu Wanji shrank unconsciously. She no longer had the courage that her anger had just brought to bear on her reason, and she bit her lower lip. "I know I can't convince you, so I'll go ask Dad for help." Unable to face Jin Beichen directly, Lu Wanji could only save the situation in a roundabout way. Jin Beichen's face suddenly turned dark. Jiang also frowned. What Mr. Jin needs most right now is rest, and he can't stand any stimulation or fatigue. Why does Lu Wanji want to go to him for such a thing at this time? Does she take Mr. Jin's health seriously? Seeing that Lu Wanji was really about to go out, Jin Beichen's eyes became colder and colder. "Stop." Jin Beiyu appeared at some point and suddenly grabbed Lu Wanji. Lu Wanji fell back into the room. "Why are you back?" Lu Wanji's face turned pale when she saw her husband. Jin Beiyu looked down at her condescendingly. His eyes did not seem like he was looking at the person who had been sleeping with him for many years. Instead, they were colder than even a stranger. "If I hadn't come back, you would have turned this house upside down," he said coldly. Feeling the indifference emanating from him, Lu Wanji's expression changed and her eyes gradually became crazy. "How could I? I was the one being bullied, yet you still helped others. Jin Beiyu, do you have a heart?" She screamed and pulled her hair like a mad woman, tears streaming down her face. But seeing her like this, Jin Beiyu's eyes became more and more indifferent, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. He ignored the crazy Lu Wanji and turned to Jin Beichen and Jiangla and said, "I'm sorry, she's crazy." Noticing the slap mark on Jiangla's face, he frowned slightly. "Who hit me?" he asked. Jiangla's eyes fell on Lu Yuanji. Jin Beiyu was obviously relieved and said, "You can do whatever you want. I'll watch over you here." Jiangla raised his eyebrows. "Go ahead and take your revenge." Jin Beichen spoke, and when his eyes fell on the slap mark on Jiangla's face, his brows unconsciously frowned again. Jiangla's skin was as white as fine white porcelain, and her skin was extremely delicate, so any bumps and scrapes would leave marks on it, not to mention being slapped in the face. The slap mark on the fair skin was particularly eye-catching and glaring. Hearing him say this, Jiangla didn't hesitate and walked straight towards Lu Yuanji. Seeing her coming towards him, Lu Yuanji wanted to hide, but as soon as she moved, she cried out in pain and gasped for breath, so he couldn't avoid her at all. Those kicks Jiangla gave him before were not just for fun. "What do you want to do?" she screamed, looking at Lu Wanji in horror for shelter. Lu Wanji wanted to go over, but was stopped by Jin Beiyu. Jiangla raised his hand and, under Lu Yuanji's frightened and vicious gaze, hit her hard in the face. Bang! R! Crisp applause accompanied by screams rang out, and Lu Yuanji's head was hit so hard that it tilted to one side. Soon, one side of her face swelled up like a pig's head. Compared to Lu Yuanji, a lazy young lady, Jiangla, who was born in Sonder, is much stronger. Lu Yuanji's head was buzzing and his eyes were red. "You hit me, bitch, you actually dared to hit me." Bang! Another slap left her speechless. Now both sides are symmetrical and the swelling has become a real pig's head. "You. Ooh." Lu Yuanji's face was so swollen that he couldn't speak. Jiangla was very satisfied. She smiled and shook her hands, saying, "As for me, I will not offend others unless they offend me. But if someone offends me, I will pay them back double." Lu Yuan's eyes revealed resentment. Seeing her move, Jiangla reminded her, "You'd better think it over. Do you dare to do it now? Let us not talk about whether she still has the strength or not, let us just say that Jin Beichen is still standing by her side, watching her intently." Jin Beichen walked forward and stood in front of Jiangla, looking at her slightly red hands with disapproval. "Why bother with your own hands when you can just find something that suits you in the future?" Hearing this, Jiangla found it funny. For example, Jin Beichen picked up a pair of slippers from the ground and put them in her hand. Chapter 28 Venting. Lu Yuanji looked at this, then looked at that, then looked at the slippers, and finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Elder sister. Lu Wanji's heart was broken and she rushed towards Jin Beiyu. She opened her arms to protect Lu Yuanji and glared at Jin Beiyu. "I am your wife, but you help others bully my sister, Jin Beiyu, you bastard." She seemed to be really hurt, tears kept flowing, and there were still red marks on her face from her scratches. Jin Beiyu looked at her coldly and suddenly asked, "You keep saying that I'm helping others. What are others?" "Beichen is my brother, my biological brother." "But I'm your wife!" Lu Wanji screamed. Her words earned a laugh from Jin Beiyu. Lu Wanji was dumbfounded. Jin Beiyu seemed to have heard a joke. "So what if you are my wife? My last name is Jin." Lu Wanji opened her mouth and wanted to say something but suddenly stopped. Because these words and this tone seemed very familiar to her. "I help my family, I help my brother, what's wrong with that?" Jin Beiyu continued, "You are my wife, and you should help my family. This is your responsibility. My brother is ignorant, but as his sister-in-law, you should give in. Why bother with a child?" As he spoke, Lu Wanji's face became more and more stiff. Those were words she had said 1,000 times. "Lu Wanji, I learned all this from you. Are you satisfied now?" Jin Beiyu asked finally. A look of confusion appeared on Lu Wanji's face. She looked at Jin Beiyu, then at Jin Beichen and Jiangla. The three of them looked at her with cold eyes. She seemed to be an unnecessary eyesore standing here. Realizing this, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away and she collapsed to the ground in dejection. Lu Yuanji was a little panicked. "Sister." Jin Beiyu walked up to Lu Wanji and said, "Please take out your household registration booklet and marriage certificate." Lu Wanji was on the verge of collapse. She could tell that Jin Beiyu was serious this time. "I don't." She spoke out and shook her head vigorously, tears flying as she moved. Jiang frowned slightly. Noticing her expression, Jin Beichen came out and said, "That's your business, you two should solve it behind closed doors. Before that, I want to deal with the person who bullied my wife." He looked at Lu Yuanji and said, "It's really a disgrace to me if this kind of thing stays in the Jin family. It should go back to where it came from." "I don't." Lu Yuanji's eyes widened. She knew that the other party was trying to drive her away. Because of Lu Wanji, she had the opportunity to live in the Jin family permanently. If she was driven away now, it would not be easy for her to enter the Jin family in the future. Jin Beichen had already made the decision and didn't give her a chance to refuse. After he finished speaking, two servants walked in from outside. The servants moved in unison, one packed up Lu Yuanji's things, while the other carried Lu Yuanji out. Lu Yuanji couldn't break free at all, and shouted anxiously, "Sister! Help me, I don't want to leave you, sister." But now Lu Wanji is busy taking care of herself, how can she take care of her? In the end, Lu Yuanji was thrown out of the Jin family's door in a miserable state. As she struggled, two suitcases were thrown behind her. Bang! The door of the Jin family was slammed shut in front of her. Lu Yuanji was driven away, and Jin Beichen took Jiang away. On their way back, Jiang pursed his brows slightly and pursed his rosy lips, obviously looking worried. Worried about them both. Jin Beichen couldn't bear to see her like this, so he asked directly. Jiang rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "Let them do whatever they want. I'm just afraid that they will piss off the old man again." Those two people didn't divorce earlier or later, but they had to divorce at the critical moment when Mr. Jin was around. If Mr. Jin knew about this, he would be so angry that he would faint. "They won't leave," Jin Beichen said. Jiang looked at him puzzledly. It would have been fine if it was before, but now it seems that Jin Beiyu is obviously determined. Jin Beichen shook his phone and said, "In the final analysis, it's because my third brother is too idle. It just so happens that our Jin family has a big project in the southwest recently, and we need someone as capable as my third brother to show his skills." As he said this, he dialed the phone and explained some things to the other end. Jiang couldn't help but want to laugh after hearing this. This project was quite troublesome. After Jin Beiyu arrived, it took at least 10 days or half a month to complete it. Now that they are all angry, it would be best for Jin Beichen to arrange for them to separate and calm down. "Are you satisfied?" Jin Beichen asked Jiang after hanging up the phone. Jiang rolled his eyes at him, "You are indeed treacherous. I have to be more careful in the future." Jin Beichen, who originally wanted to improve his favorability. He felt upset because he lost the rice instead of the chicken. Back in the yard, the servants brought out ice cubes. It turned out that Jin Beichen had told him this when he went out. "Sit down." He patted the sofa and turned back to pack up the ice cubes one by one. The man looked serious, and his slow movements were particularly pleasing to the eye. Under the dim yellow light, his eyelashes, which were much thicker and longer than those of ordinary people, cast a small shadow. Their whole person was so handsome and stunning that he looked like he had walked out of a painting, not like a real person. Jin Beichen turned around and saw Jiang staring at him. His ears suddenly felt hot, and he deliberately put on a fierce face. "What are you looking at? See what you want to do." Jiang curled his lips, quickly retracted his gaze, and snorted, "The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken, with ulterior motives." Jin Beichen was so angry after hearing this. When has he, the fifth young master of the Jin family, ever done this kind of serving work? Now that he has taken the initiative to help her, why is she still so ungrateful? "Har har, aren't I worried that you'll go out with a pig-like face tomorrow?" He retorted, "After all, you are my wife now, and I will be the one who gets embarrassed when the time comes." Jiang was annoyed when he heard this and said, "I am really sorry for embarrassing you, fifth young master Jin. If you know you're sorry, just shut up." Jin Beichen pressed the ice directly on Jiang's face. His movements seemed rough and his expression looked ugly, but the ice cube touched Jiang very gently. But Jiang still shivered from the sudden cold. "Don't hide." Jin Beichen scolded her with a fierce face. Jiang bared his teeth, and Cece gasped, "Can't you be gentler?" "You want me to be gentler?" Jin Beichen sneered, squeamish. He said so, but his movements were gentler. Gradually getting used to the temperature of the ice, Jiangla was no longer as averse as before. When she raised her head, Jin Beichen happened to lower his head. Their lips brushed against each other inadvertently. Jin Beichen. Jiangla. Jin Beichen stopped moving and Jiangla's eyes widened. Everything around seemed to be still at this moment. Chapter 29 Little Puppy. Did you brush your teeth? When the atmosphere was tense, Jiangla suddenly said this out of the blue. Jin Beichen's face froze. Gar. The ice in his hand was crushed into pieces by him. What did you say? He asked coldly. The chill in his voice was even colder than the ice in his hand. Jiangla silently retracted his disgust. Remind you to wash up and go to bed. Jin Beichen snorted coldly. Jiangla glared back innocently. She had already shown her concern, what else did he want? Taking the ice pack from the other person, she said, I can just apply the cold compress myself. Jin Beichen pursed his lips, whatever. She didn't want his help, and he was too lazy to serve her. Seeing Jin Beichen returning to the room, Jiangla quietly raised his hand and touched his lips, then quickly withdrew his hand as if he was burned. That man looks cold and has a stern face every day, so why are his lips so soft? It's totally unscientific. However, when she thought about the 3 years she had been a widow and the various cold treatments and injustices she had endured during those 3 years, her heart instantly turned cold and the warmth on her lips disappeared in a flash. Jin Beichen arrived at the door, closed it and went to take a look in the hall. Jianglizhen calmly applied ice to himself, his expression indifferent and without any disturbance. It seemed as if the intimate contact just now had no effect on her. For some reason, Jin Beichen felt a little irritated. The next day, when Jiangla came down to have breakfast, he unexpectedly found Jin Beichen was still at home. Since one of them is an idle person and the other is a busy president, they seldom have the opportunity to meet in the morning. Often when Jiangla got up, Jin Beichen had already finished his meal and went out to work. But today, the man sat on the dining chair with a smoking cup of black coffee in front of him. He stirred the coffee with a coffee spoon in one hand and flipped through a newspaper with the other. Jiangla glanced at it as he passed by. The densely packed words on it were like tadpoles. They were neither Chinese nor English. To her, they were like a heavenly book. Jiangla didn't care either. Her academic performance was indeed good in the past. Due to her family situation, she cherished the opportunity to study and worked hard. But after his father passed away, the already tight family situation became even more stretched. After her mother collapsed from working several jobs a day for her and her brother, she offered to give up her studies, but her mother disagreed. Her brother, who was 5 years younger than her, also cried and wanted to work as a child laborer in a black coal mine. In desperation, she had to pretend that studying was becoming increasingly difficult. Because her results in the high school entrance exam were not ideal, she went to a sports school as she wished, and then focused on Sonder. Because the sports school does not require tuition and provides various living subsidies, she also receives prize money from competitions to reduce the burden on her family. Gradually, she really fell in love with Sonder. However, she is lacking in diploma and cultural level. Because of this, she has been looked down upon by her sisters-in-law for the past 3 years. Privately, they all think that she is vulgar and uneducated, and a piece of trash who can't even get into university. To them, Jiangla was probably incompatible with the Jin family and a disgrace to the family. Jiangla sneered at this. When the family can't even get enough to eat and is starving, who would care about these things? She never regrets her choices and never belittles herself. After retiring from the Sonder team, she still went back to teach in a middle school. Only. Jiangla frowned slightly when he thought about how he lost his job because of a piece of agreement. Although life as an idle person is comfortable, it is really boring for her. In a family like the Jin family, it is assumed that men are the breadwinners and women are the homemakers. To be more precise, men earn money and women are only responsible for spending the money every day. Going out to work. That would be embarrassing and disgraceful. It was for this reason that Jiangla had been stuck at home for 3 years. As if noticing Jiangla's gaze, Jin Beichen tilted his head slightly, raised his eyebrows and asked silently. You're not working? Jiangla asked casually. After the servant brought breakfast to her, she ate slowly and leisurely, looking very relaxed. Jin Beichen lowered his head and turned another page of the newspaper. Today is Saturday. Oh. Jiang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Time has no meaning to her, and there is no need to remember it. This kind of life is a blessing for Lu Wanji and others, and everyone would envy her if they told others about it. However, she felt that it was a gilded cage that often made her feel suffocated. Since I said I don't need to endure this half year. There was a hint of deep thought in Jiang's eyes. He forgot to chew the meat porridge in his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly in a daze. Jin Beichen waited for a long time but didn't hear her voice again. When he looked over, he saw her in this rare cute and innocent look. Its puffy cheeks make it look like a hamster, so cute. He suddenly felt itchy and wanted to pinch it. The shockingly soft touch of his lips yesterday suddenly came to his mind. Jin Beichen's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he lowered his head to take a big sip of coffee. The bitter liquid calmed him down a little. Ding dong. Jiangla's phone suddenly vibrated and a message alert sounded. She woke up from her daze, picked up her phone and took a look. Suddenly, a smile appeared in her eyes, and even the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. The person who was in a daze just now seemed to be injected with energy in an instant, and became lively again. She pressed a few buttons on her phone. Since Jin Beichen's eyes were always on Jiangla, all of Jiangla's reactions were seen by him. He felt something strange. Whose information could cause Jiangla to react so strongly? Due to his height advantage, he could see Jiangla's phone clearly. He really just saw it accidentally. Okay, see you at 3 in the afternoon. After Jiangla replied to the message, she waited for the other party to reply, okay, before she put the phone aside. Perhaps because of this message, she was in a good mood and her breakfast tasted even better than before. 185 Little Puppy. Jin Beichen saw the contact name in the message. His face turned dark in an instant. The newspaper in the book was poked with several holes by his fingertips, but he was still unaware. Who is this 185 centimeters tall little puppy? Jiangla dyed his hat green behind his back. After breakfast, Jiangla went for a walk. Before leaving, she thought of her nominal husband still sitting on the chair, so she asked while changing her shoes, "Do you want to go out and help digest the food together?" She just asked casually and didn't think Jin Beichen would agree. After all, we live under the same roof and see each other every day. There is no need to make the relationship so stiff. If you don't really mean it, there's no need to ask. Who would have thought that the man would actually say such a sentence to her in such a cold tone? Jiangla was stunned for a moment and looked over. Jin Beichen's face was frighteningly cold and hard, and cold air was emanating from his entire body. Although he spoke to her, he did not even glance at her, as if giving her one more look would be a waste. Did this guy eat firecrackers? What the hell is wrong with you so early in the morning? Jiangla curled his lips, rolled his eyes, turned around and left. She was too lazy to look at other people's faces. Chapter 30 Love Hotel. Seeing Jiangla leave so abruptly, Jin Beichen's face became even uglier. Tear. The newspaper in his hand was torn to pieces. The servant had just come in to clear the table, but when he saw this scene he was so frightened that he stood still, not daring to breathe. Jin Beichen threw the newspaper on the table, got up and went to the study. Song Chenyang received a call from a friend. Chenyang, I'm going to catch an adulterer. Across the phone line, Jin Beichen's voice was extremely calm, but the eerie coldness made his scalp tingle. Song Chenyang's jaw almost dropped to the ground. After lunch break, Jiangla changed into an exquisite and classy dress. Due to her long-term Sonder training, her daily clothing style is more casual and sporty, loose and comfortable. She is not particular about brands and only cares about making herself comfortable. This was the second time Jin Beichen had seen someone wearing a skirt like this. The first time was the day they went back to the old house to have dinner together. Not only did Jiangla wear a skirt, she also put on some makeup and some jewelry, which was a rare occurrence for her. She had a delicate and beautiful face. Even without makeup, she was not inferior to her sisters-in-law who dressed up diligently. Not to mention that she had dressed up now. Just standing at the entrance, she was radiant and her whole body seemed to be glowing. Several cleaning servants were all amazed and looked at him secretly. Jin Beichen was also stunned, but his face soon darkened. Thinking of that 185 centimeters tall little boy, the more abnormally charming Jiangla was at this moment, the more stimulating the green light on his head became. Jiangla was holding a mobile phone in his hand, replying to messages, and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. She changed her shoes and picked a new bag from the hook, then she noticed that Jin Beichen was standing at the stairs. The man's face was simply terrifying. Is this guy acting crazy again? It's really incomprehensible. I'm afraid he's mentally ill. Bipolar disorder? Jiang curled his lips quietly, opened the door and prepared to go out. Where are you going? She thought Jin Beichen was too lazy to pay attention to her, but she didn't expect to hear his low and hoarse voice behind her. But the tone sounded like a question. Jiang suddenly felt unhappy. Do I need to report to you where I'm going? She said with a slight frown, her tone obviously full of sarcasm. Seeing her displeasure, Jin Beichen frowned. He took a deep breath, endured it and spoke again, I'm just asking. You can ask your questions, and I don't have to answer them. Jiang didn't think the two had anything to talk about. She just had a fake marriage according to the agreement and didn't report everything. If personal freedom really needs to be restricted, then whoever wants to be the young lady can do it. With a bang, she closed the glass door and walked away. Looking at her back, the air temperature around Jin Beichen dropped directly to 0 degrees. The servants trembled with fear and wished they could disappear right there. Jiang chose a car in the garage and drove out by himself. Shortly after she left, a low-key black Bentley followed closely behind. Jiang knew nothing about this. The phone vibrated. 185 little puppy, I'm already at the hotel entrance, waiting for you in the flowerbed on the left. Jiang smiled. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. 185 little dog, you're driving. Don't look at your phone while driving. Drive slowly, I'm not in a hurry. After hearing what he said, Jiang didn't dare to reply to the message. After all, if this little puppy really makes a fuss, she will have a headache. If she fails to appease him or is too harsh on him, she will be in trouble both internally and externally. Fortunately, there was no traffic jam on the road, and she arrived at the agreed hotel in less than half an hour. As soon as I got off the bus, a tall and long-legged boy came towards me. The boy looked to be in his early 20s, with messy black hair and smooth side-swept bangs. His handsome face was gradually revealing strong lines, and his eyes were round and bright, making him look vaguely like a mixture of the maturity of a man and the immaturity of a boy, which made him even more eye-catching. Taking a few steps forward, he took the backpack from Jiang's hand with familiarity. I just went in and ordered some food. They are all your favorites. He spoke with a smile on his face, his white teeth shining brightly in the sunlight. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang was so gentle that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Jiang laughed along with him, his eyebrows curved. Well done, there's a reward. Yes, this way, princess. The boy smiled even more and held out his hand. Jiang assumed a proud attitude and placed his hand on the back of his hand, and the two of them walked towards their hotel in this intimate and natural posture. In the black car not far away, Jin Beichen almost broke his teeth. It was obvious that Jiang and the 185 centimeters tall boy were very familiar with each other. The natural liveliness that Jiang displayed when they were together was something he had never experienced before. She was kinder to a dog than to him before, but now she is also kinder to the wild man outside. Jin Beichen suddenly opened the car door and got out. But when he was about to enter the hotel, he was stopped by the waiter at the door. Excuse me, sir, are you alone? The waiter asked politely with a bow. Jin Beichen was in a bad mood, and his voice was slightly cold. So what if I'm alone? His aura was so strong that the waiter's hair stood on end. But due to his professional responsibility, he had to bite the bullet and continue, this is a couple hotel. According to the rules, only couples can enter with a reservation. Love, couple, wine, shop. These 4 words were almost squeezed out from between Jin Beichen's teeth. Good. That's great. The waiter broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Probably to avoid fainting in the next second, he explained, yes, sir, the first floor of our hotel is a couple's restaurant, and the 2nd to 6th floors provide room service. Since our hotel has been doing well, many couples come here to visit. Our boss has set a rule that the hotel only accepts guests who come in pairs. As for the rule at the end, it is actually just a business gimmick. But as a small waiter, he had no choice but to obey the decision made by the higher-ups. The waiter didn't dare to chase Jin Beichen away, he just hoped that he would hear it and retreat on his own initiative. But the more Jin Beichen listened, the darker his face became. Jiang and the boy had already gone in, so he couldn't see a single piece of the other's clothes at this moment. Otherwise, Jin Beichen would have probably torn that wild man into pieces by now. Without making things difficult for the waiter, Jin Beichen took out his cell phone with an expressionless face, ready to make a phone call to give instructions and go directly to their hotel management. Before he could dial the number, a soft voice sounded from behind him. "Brother Beichen, did you come to see me on purpose?" Accompanied by exaggerated whimpering sounds, a fragrant breeze blew over, and Lu Yuanji threw herself straight into Jin Beichen's arms. Jin Beichen avoided her without any mercy, and watched coldly as the other person's foot was twisted by the high heels, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 31 Love Hotel. Brother Beichen. Lu Yuanji felt extremely aggrieved. After being kicked out of the Jin family that day, she was laughed at by those people in the Lu family who looked down on her when she returned. After all, she has always regarded herself as the fifth young lady of the Jin family. "I went out shopping today to vent my frustration, and saw Jin Beichen and others here. It turns out that the other party still has her in his heart." Jin Beichen paid no attention to Lu Yuanji's pitiful look, and didn't even glance at her out of the corner of his eye. If he knew that Lu Yuanji was so self-indulgent and had so many things in mind, he would probably just tell her directly. Seeing Jin Beichen not saying anything, Lu Yuanji felt aggrieved. But when she saw where this was, her eyes lit up. "Brother Beichen, do you want to take me in for dinner?" She was so surprised that she reached out and grabbed Jin Beichen. "I'm so happy, Brother Beichen, let's go in quickly." At first Jin Beichen wanted to wave her away, but when he saw that the waiter did not stop him, he stopped. "Although I can arrange someone to let me in, it still takes time. It would be much more convenient if I could go in directly with Lu Yuanji." Because he was thinking about something, he didn't notice Lu Yuanji's movements. After entering, he searched around with his sharp eyes, but he didn't realize that Lu Yuanji was almost sticking to him. Jiang was the first to see them. Although he had already ordered the food, it would take some time to get it as the hotel business was so good. Jiang propped up his chin, looking towards the door boredly while waiting. As soon as Jin Beichen and Lu Yuanji walked in, she saw them. Seeing the two people holding hands, and thinking about where this place was, Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly. "You're being sentimental. It has nothing to do with anything." She muttered to herself and suddenly wanted to laugh. The man was so good at pretending that she actually believed him. Hearing her voice, the boy opposite looked over and said, "Sister, what's wrong?" "Fine." Jiang said calmly, looking away at the table, "I'm just wondering when the food will be served. I'm starving." But she tried to change the subject, but Jiang Rui was unwilling. He also saw Jin Beichen and Lu Yuanji walking in. Jin Beichen didn't know him, but he knew the other person. When Jiang was about to get married, he secretly checked online. After all, she was a member of the Jin family, so he could find a lot of relevant information on the internet. In addition, Jin Beichen's appearance is so outstanding that anyone who has seen him would find it difficult to forget him. Not to mention, he has been paying attention to the news of the Jin family for the past 3 years. That's him. Unable to utter the word brother-in-law, Jiang Rui's thick eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were fixed on the hand of the strange woman holding Jin Beichen's arm. He hadn't been back for 3 years, and when he came back he brought a woman to a couple hotel. His brother-in-law is really a pleasant surprise. "I'll go find him." A surge of anger surged in his heart, and Jiang Rui clenched his fists and was about to stand up. Jiang grabbed him and shook his head at him. "He and I are not what you think. Elder sister." Jiang Rui's eyes turned red with anger. "But he is your husband, how can you do this?" After 3 years of cold treatment, he no longer recognizes this brother-in-law. Now he had to witness this scene with his own eyes, and the other party was trampling on his sister's dignity. "Uncle can't tolerate aunt anymore. It's okay. I didn't worry about it." To prevent his brother from causing a scene that could not be cleared up, Jiang could only roughly explain, "He and I have no feelings for each other to begin with. Besides, we agreed to divorce in 6 months. Who he is with and who he likes is just an outsider's business to me." Jiang Rui didn't expect to hear such words and looked a little stunned. Ever since Jiang married into the Jin family, he and his mother were always worried that she would be wronged. After knowing that Jin Beichen had never come back, his mother would cry whenever she talked about it. But the Jin family is so wealthy and powerful that they can't do anything. Countless times, Jiang Rui blamed himself for being so useless and having to watch his sister being unhappy. Real. He spoke with difficulty, with an expectation that he himself was not aware of. Are you really going to get a divorce? Real. Jiangla pulled him to sit down again and said with a smile, so it's okay, there's no need for you to be angry about this kind of thing. Jiang Rui realized that she was not joking and breathed a sigh of relief, but his voice was still hoarse. Okay. Sister will definitely meet someone better in the future. He said seriously, it doesn't matter if I can't meet you. I can make money. I can make a lot of money and support you for a lifetime. As long as you are happy, that's all that matters. How can I not be happy with a brother like you? Jiangla's nose felt sour, but his smile was as bright as a flower. Her younger brother has been sensible since he was young and likes to stick to her. Since junior high school, he has been picking up bottles on his way to and from school and selling them for money without caring about other people's eyes. When he grew older, he was able to do more jobs. Even though he is still in college, he has already started his own business. I heard from my mother that he is doing quite well and earns a considerable amount of money every month. However, he transferred all the money to his mother and Jiangla, and he himself was still the frugal Jiang Rui. Okay, since we are here to have a good meal today, let's not let other people affect our appetite. Jiangla said, patting his brother's shoulder. What she didn't expect was that Jin Beichen actually walked straight towards them. Who is he? Moreover, the man's tone was full of hostility as soon as he opened his mouth, as if a husband had caught his wife cheating in bed. Not to mention Jiangla was confused, even Jiang Rui was bewildered. They didn't catch the adulterer, but Jin Beichen was the one crying thief. Jiangla frowned and said in a bad tone, it's none of your business. She really had no interest in introducing her own brother to this kind of bastard. It would be best if the two people never contact each other again after their divorce, and their relatives should not meet each other even more. But her words were like pouring another drop of water into Jin Beichen's boiling heart, and Jin Beichen's whole brain was about to explode. It's none of my business. You said it's none of my business. He grabbed Jiangla's hand and led him to him. You came here with him, and you still say it's none of my business. Jiangla, who do you think I am? Jiangla subconsciously cried out in pain at his wrist. When she was about to fight back, Jiang Rui took action first. He suddenly punched Jin Beichen. In order to avoid hurting Jiangla who was in front of him, Jin Beichen had to let go of Jiangla's hand and move his body sideways to avoid the punch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Rui pulled Jiangla behind him and glared at Jin Beichen. You are not allowed to touch her. He threatened angrily. Jin Beichen's eyes were filled with coldness, and he raised his foot to attack Jiang Rui. You have no right to speak here. But before he could touch Jiang Rui, Jiangla stood in front of him. Jiangla was so angry that he shouted, if you dare to touch even a hair of his, just try it. That was an anger that Jin Beichen had never seen before. Even when the two of them slept together, Jiangla was not so emotional. Jin Beichen withdrew his hand, looking a little stunned. Chapter 32 Room Card. Jin Beichen, you know what's going on between us. Jiangla pursed his red lips and said in a cold tone, I don't care about your business, and you don't affect me. Her eyes fell meaningfully on Lu Yuanji who was standing beside Jin Beichen. Only then did Jin Beichen notice the suggestive postures of himself and Lu Yuanji. He pulled Lu Yuanji off his body with a cold look and explained, she and I are not. That's it. Jiangla didn't want to listen any more and gestured, don't embarrass everyone. Because of the commotion just now, many people around looked over. Seeing Jiangla's impatience and dislike, Jin Beichen suppressed his emotions and sat in the seat closest to Jiangla and Jiang Rui. Lu Yuanji bit her lip and sat down. She had become much smarter and did not dare to come out and bring bad luck upon herself. Just then the waiter delivered the food. Jiangla ignored Jin Beichen and sat down with Jiang Rui to eat leisurely. Jiang Rui is a smart man. After just a few words, he realized that Jin Beichen might have misunderstood the relationship between him and Jiangla. It's funny that Jin Beichen and Jiangla have been married for 3 years, but he doesn't even recognize his brother-in-law. Jiang Rui felt more and more aggrieved for his sister. The salt-baked shrimp here is very good. You like it, don't you? Eat more. He spoke gently, peeled the shrimp himself and put it in Jiangla's bowl. His eyes were full of affection, and the look he gave Jiangla was so soft that tears could drip out of his eyes. Jiangla was used to being taken care of by him and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. You are still good to me, love you, love you. She ate with a smile on her face, and two sweet dimples appeared on both sides of her cheeks. Seeing that she was enjoying the meal, Jiang Rui peeled a few more shrimps for her, picked out the fish bones from the steamed fish, and fed them into her mouth with a serving chopstick. Seeing the fish meat at his mouth, Jiangla blinked. Jiang Rui secretly stuck out his tongue at her mischievously. Jiangla understood immediately, showing a bit of helplessness and indulgence on his face, but he still opened his mouth and ate the piece of fish, cooperating with his younger brother's mischief. She knew what Jiang Rui meant and deliberately provoked Jin Beichen. But she didn't think that Jin Beichen would have the mind to pay attention to them with the beauty in his arms. Crack! With a slight sound, Jin Beichen at the next table broke the wooden chopsticks in his hand. Lu Yuanji on the opposite side was frightened and dared not speak like a quail, let alone look at the man's horrified expression. They had been sitting here for a long time, but Jin Beichen had no intention of ordering anything. She didn't dare to ask, and even the waiter didn't dare to approach the table because of Jin Beichen's scary aura. Jiangla didn't notice the movement here, but Jiang Rui saw it. He just snorted in his heart, feeling quite pleased. Let you bully my sister. Jiang Rui served Jiangla more diligently. After the meal, the waiter respectfully brought a room card. Jiangla's eyes lit up, he took it with a smile, and waved it at Jiang Rui, let's go. The two stood up and left, heading towards the elevator. Bang! Jin Beichen stood up suddenly, and the tables and chairs were hit with a loud noise. He ignored the gazes of the people around him and followed Jiangla and Jiang Rui with a gloomy face. Lu Yuanji wanted to follow, but Jin Beichen turned around and glanced at her. One look pinned her to the spot. With cold sweat on her back, she dared not move anymore. The elevator door opened and Jiangla walked in. Jin Beichen stepped in with a cold face, then stretched out his long arms to block Jiang Rui's way. Jiang Rui ignored him and forcefully pulled him away. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Jiangla could no longer bear it and slapped them away. Jin Beichen, what the hell are you going crazy about? Jin Beichen was full of low pressure, his face was dark and stormy. Jiangla, no matter what, at least we are still husband and wife now. You went to get a room with him in front of me. Hearing this, Jiangla was stunned. She was about to explain, but Jin Beichen grabbed her and pressed her against the elevator wall. Don't force me to do it. She hissed as she felt pain in her back. Jiang Rui couldn't bear to see his sister being bullied, so he stepped forward to stop it. While Jin Beichen was on guard against Jiang Rui, Jiangla kicked Jin Beichen on the knee and broke free from his grip. You! Jin Beichen's face was gloomy. Jiangla ignored him and said to Jiang Rui, I'll talk to him. Come up later. But Jiang Rui glanced at Jin Beichen unhappily, and was very worried about Jiangla being alone with him. Jiangla was amused and patted his head, don't worry, it's okay. Jiang Rui had no choice but to retreat and glared at Jin Beichen threateningly before the elevator door closed. If you dare to bully him, I will take you with me even if I die, he said viciously. Jin Beichen ignored his childish threat and looked at Jiangla's soft hands. Just now, Jiangla patted Jiang Rui too naturally and intimately. He felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. Why didn't he know before that there was such a person around Jiangla? Before he could react, the man had already stepped forward, grabbed Jiangla's hand, and wiped it with a wet wipe. Jiangla was almost laughing at his actions. Neuropathy. She fiercely shook off Jin Beichen's hand. Jin Beichen's eyes were as deep as a dark pond. Who is he, and when did you meet him? He? Jiangla wanted to explain, but when she thought of how Lu Yuanji had snuggled up to Jin Beichen just now, she swallowed her words back. It's none of your business, she said coldly. Jin Beichen was furious, his dark eyes sparking with fire. Jiangla, be aware of your identity. Jin Beichen, you are the one who should be aware of your identity. Just then the elevator door opened and Jiangla walked out. Jin Beichen followed, and the two of them stood in the corridor. Jiangla looked at the other person with a cold expression. We are a couple by agreement. Not to mention now, even in the past 3 years, I just played the role of your wife in front of the Jin family. As for what happens in private, can fifth young master Jin still be so lenient? Jin Beichen pursed his thin lips into a line. Faced with Jiangla's words, he was completely unable to refute. When he was drafting the contract, he only hoped that Jiang would help him deal with the Jin family. As for how Jiang behaved in front of the Jin family, he didn't care at all. Of course, he would not require Jiang to remain faithful to him in the contract. Only now. He couldn't stand seeing Jiang being intimate with other people, let alone. When he glanced at the room card in Jiang's hand, he suddenly became angry. Then I ask that you fulfill your duties as a wife while your marriage to me continues, he said in a deep voice. Jiang just found it funny. Why? Why should I agree to you? Jin Beichen was stunned. All he could think of was this: I can give you money, how much do you want? Jiang turned and left. Stop. Jin Beichen held her back. What do you want? Jiang struggled and said angrily, I should be the one asking this question. Jin Beichen, are you annoying or not? What do you want to do? Chapter 33 turns out to be my brother-in-law. I want you to come with me. Jin Beichen was the most certain of this. There was no way he could just watch Jiang check into a hotel with someone else. As for the reason, he could only attribute it to a husband's basic possessiveness of his wife. After all, no man likes to have a cheating wife. It's the same even if they are just a couple by agreement. Jiang certainly didn't want to. I refuse, you go on your own. Follow me. Jin Beichen grabbed her hand again and forcefully pulled her into his arms. Jiang wanted to retort, but when he raised his eyes, he met the man's eyes. Jin Beichen was undoubtedly handsome, so handsome that it could take one's breath away, but what attracted Jiang the most were his eyes, with upturned corners and deep black pupils. She was often depressed. Why could a damned man have such a pair of eyes? It's like the brightest stars will pale in comparison to these eyes. Now, the pair of eyes that she could not stand the most were staring at her steadily, with her shadow reflected in their eyes, and only her. Focused and serious. When Jin Beichen was about to take her away, she did not struggle this time. I was confused and infatuated for a while. But before the elevator came up, Jin Beichen's cell phone rang. Jin Beichen took out his cell phone and Jiang took a look at it subconsciously. There is a string of phone numbers on it, but it is not in the address book. But Jiang recognized that number. Lu Yuanji. In the past 3 years, she has never saved this number, but has received many provocative and threatening text messages from this number. She has always had a good memory. Hello. Jin Beichen spoke in a low voice, and he didn't seem to care after the call was connected. His eyes were fixed on the number displayed on the elevator. But after saying a few words over there, his expression suddenly changed. I'll be there now. He said in a deep voice, his expression suddenly becoming anxious. Seeing his changed face, Jiang felt as if someone had poured a basin of cold water over his head, and he suddenly sobered up. Seeing the elevator door about to open, she took a step back, her expression and voice as cold as ice. Goodbye, fifth young master Jin. Come with me. Because of his anxiety, Jin Beichen's expression and tone became a little cold and hard. Jiang sneered, turned and left. Jin Beichen wanted to chase after him, but for some reason he stopped and walked to the other side instead. Listening to the footsteps receding behind him, Jiang just wanted to laugh. She almost lost her mind just now. After a phone call from Lu Yuanji, Jin Beichen no longer cared about her checking into a hotel with another man. What a great skill. The other side. Jin Beichen walked to a quiet corner and quickly made a phone call. Immediately arranged for Professor Charlie to come to the city center hospital. He breathed a sigh of relief only after explaining a series of matters. Lu Yuanji just called and said that Lu Wanji suddenly fell down the stairs and was bleeding. The family doctor rushed over and said that the fetus could not be saved. Lu Wanji wanted to contact Jin Beiyu, but couldn't get through to him. Ever since Jin Beiyu insisted on getting a divorce and Lu Wanji wanted to make a fuss, she has been unable to contact him. In desperation, Lu Wanji could only look for Jin Beichen. Although Jin Beichen did not have a good impression of his third sister-in-law, she was his sister-in-law after all, and she was pregnant with the Jin family's child. Not to mention, Mr. Jin can't stand any stimulation nowadays. Old Master Jin attaches great importance to the continuation of the Jin family's descendants. If he knew that Lu Wanji was pregnant but something happened, he would probably not be able to bear it. That's why he was so anxious. Originally, he wanted to take Jiang back with him to solve the problem, but Jiang was unwilling, and it was impossible for him to let Jiang go to get a room. He could only call to deal with Lu Wanji's matter first. After hanging up the phone, he could no longer find Jiang in the corridor. Fortunately, he remembered the room number on the room card. He hurried to the door and found it was ajar. Just as he was about to open it and force his way in, he vaguely heard a sound coming from inside. There was the man's heavy breathing and the woman's faint moaning, accompanied by the strange sound of water splashing. This kind of sound. Anyone who has experienced it knows what it is. Jiang. Jin Beichen had never lost control like this before. He kicked the door open and rushed into the room. At this moment, his mind was even blank. When a person is overly angry and the body cannot bear it, the brain subconsciously blocks thinking. "R!" The man screamed. "R!" This was followed by a woman's scream. The sound is not right. Jin Beichen was a little slow to realize that the person in front of him was a little different from what he had imagined. But they are all acquaintances. Morning Sun. The one who was kicked to the ground and grimaced in pain was none other than Song Chenyang. As for the other person who was frightened, he also remembered it. Lu Xiao. Jiang's good friend. "You guys." He looked suspicious, but still took a step back. He never imagined that these two people would get together. "You." At the same time, a puzzled voice was heard at the door. Jiang and Jiang Rui stood at the door, staring in amazement at Lu Xiao and Song Chenyang, whose clothes were disheveled and whose breathing was uneven. Lu Xiao and Song Chenyang looked as if they wanted to disappear right there. Lu Xiao took the lead in tidying up her clothes and hair, and coughed to find her voice. "Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding." "Yes, misunderstanding." Song Chenyang also climbed up and agreed with a grin. "The other three people. Do you think they should believe it?" "Hee hee." Lu Xiao laughed dryly, her eyes full of guilt, and tried to change the subject. "Xiaole, you're here. And Xiao Rui, I haven't seen you for a while and you look handsome again. If your sister hadn't protected you, I would have wanted to destroy you." Jiang rolled his eyes. "You can harm anyone, but you must not harm him. He is the only child of our Jiang family. How can it be considered a nuisance? Do you consider me as your best friend?" Lu Xiao was very unconvinced. Jiang Rui said to Lu Xiao with a smile, "Sister Xiao is still as fond of joking as ever." The three of them were having a good time chatting, but the remaining two men were not so happy. Song Chenyang looked at Lu Xiao unkindly. This woman is flirting with a man in front of him? As for Jin Beichen, his pupils first trembled violently, and then his expression became complicated and difficult to read. At this moment he finally realized that he had made a big mistake. That 185 centimeters tall little boy turned out to be Jiang's younger brother, his biological brother. The brother-in-law doesn't know his brother-in-law and even treats him as a love rival. Any of these points would be enough to sentence him to death in the 18th level of hell. There was no emotion on his face. "But my heart feels dead. Let's go after dinner. Let's go out for a walk. We haven't had a good chat together in a while." Not wanting to stay in this place that was ruining her society, Lu Xiao took the initiative to suggest leaving. Jiang and Jiang Rui naturally would not refuse. The three of them walked away, as if they didn't see the other two. Jin Beichen and Song Chenyang watched them leave, daring not to say anything or do anything. Not until the person disappeared did they both look away and look at each other. Chapter 34 Drunk Man. You caught someone committing adultery. You're having an affair. Jin Beichen and Song Chenyang said in unison. Then they cursed again, you fart. Then why are you here? Jin Beichen rubbed his temples, not wanting to talk about the misunderstanding he had caused, so he could only question Wei Qiang. Then what were you doing just now? Song Chenyang stiffened for a moment and looked at him unhappily. It's all because of you? It turned out that he heard that Jin Beichen was going to catch an adulterer and came to watch the show with great interest. Who knew that before I could see the play, I met Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was invited by the restaurant to shoot a short video, using her popularity as an internet celebrity to advertise the restaurant. Then what? Jin Beichen raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, the two of them only met last time and didn't know each other before. Song Chenyang looked bitter. The bad thing happened during our last encounter. I sent her back last time, but she was such a terrible drinker that she hugged me and told me I was her kept duck, and then he failed to hold on and attacked. Jin Bei-chen. What should I say? Lu Xiao's drinking ability is comparable to Jiangla's, and Song Chenyang's self-control is comparable to his. As for the latter point, he resolutely refused to acknowledge it. No matter what, since you have done this, you must be responsible. Jin Bei-chen said in a deep voice. Song Chenyang glanced at him and said, so your wife asked you to take responsibility. Jin Bei-chen. He felt a little pain in his lungs. As expected of a best friend, he always strikes at the most fatal point. Lu Xiao also didn't let me take responsibility. Song Chenyang scratched his hair, quite annoyed. He has always been able to walk among flowers without getting hurt, but this time he hit a wall and was caught. Originally, the matter was over and they all pretended to forget it. But who knew that this meeting was originally very awkward, but after chatting for a few words, they hugged each other again. If asked to explain why this happened, Song Chenyang couldn't tell. You're running away because she doesn't let you take responsibility? Coward. Seeing his face wrinkled like a bitter gourd, Jin Bei-chen spoke sarcastically. Song Chenyang suddenly looked up at him, then what do you think I should do? If you don't want to let go, chase me. Jin Bei-chen said decisively. Song Chenyang hesitated, but I. Scumbag. Jin Bei-chen had no expression on his face. Song Chenyang blinked, then suddenly smiled and patted Jin Bei-chen on the shoulder. Brother, I understand. But it's really the authorities who are confused. He put his arm around Jin Bei-chen's shoulder and walked out together. Come on, let's go have a few drinks to mourn my last few days of being single. Hearing him say this, Jin Bei-chen understood. Song Chenyang has decided to pursue Lu Xiao. Seeing his smiling face, Jin Bei-chen suddenly felt a little bad. If he pursues Jiangla. Thinking of Jiangla's repeated cold faces before, Jin Bei-chen felt heavy in his heart. Jiangla didn't care at all about Jin Bei-chen's situation. She, Lu Xiao and Jiang Rui left their hotel, intending to go for a walk together. But Jiang Rui had something to do at school, so he was called back by his tutor. Teachers nowadays really don't treat students as human beings. They don't even let them go during holidays. Lu Xiao curled her lips, very dissatisfied. Jiangla smiled, and was quite proud of it. That's because the instructor thinks highly of Xiao Rui. Yes, I know your brother Xiao Rui is the best. Lu Xiao agreed and even made a funny face. But just as she finished speaking, she looked up and saw Jiangla looking at her with a smile. Lu Xiao. She looked away guiltily and touched her nose. Well, what else do you want to drink? I'll go buy you some. Jiangla said nothing. She just supported her chin and looked at the other person with a smile. She didn't say anything, but the aura of torture was not weak at all. Little joy. Lu Xiao put on a pitiful look and tried to beg for mercy. Jiangla smiled slightly. If you confess, you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be treated severely. Lu Xiao. She finally confessed, even though it was difficult to say. After listening to her vague words, Lu Xiao finally understood what happened between her and Song Chenyang. Drinking will cause trouble. Lu Xiao sighed. Jiangla agreed and asked, so what are you going to do? I don't plan on what to do. Let's keep the bridge to the bridge and the road to the road. In response, Lu Xiao answered quickly without any hesitation, he goes his way, and I go mine. It's best not to meet again. If we do meet, treat each other like a dog on the side of the road. Jiangla looked doubtful. Are you sure? I am sure. Lu Xiao shrugged her shoulders and said, let's not talk about his family background or anything like that. He's just a playboy. Whenever I see a man, I feel like he's foul and I feel sick. Not to mention the kind of extravagant ones, I'm going to vomit just thinking about it. Seeing that she didn't look fake, Jiangla nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The two skipped this topic and went shopping together. When Jiangla returned to the Jin family residence, her hands were full of bags. Originally there were more, but she had a large portion of it sent to her mother's residence. She actually wanted to go back to visit her mother, but when she thought about how her mother would definitely ask about her and Jin Bei-chen and shed tears for her silently, she had to give up. Without resolving the issue with Jin Bei-chen, she found it difficult to face her mother's love honestly. It was dark, and the room was pitch dark. As she had something in her hand, she had to put it down and turn on the light. But before she could press the switch, a dark shadow suddenly stumbled towards her. In self-protection, she subconsciously kicked the other person away. Bang! A huge crash was heard. Jiang turned on the light and saw clearly that the person she kicked down was Jin Beichen. Jiang. Seeing the other person lying on the ground motionless, she felt somewhat guilty. She used a lot of strength in that kick just now. The opponent did not dodge or evade and was kicked hard. Hey, are you okay? She walked forward and pushed Jin Beichen's shoulder. A strong smell of alcohol hit her in the face, and she finally understood why Jin Beichen was kicked down by her. How much alcohol did this guy drink? Wake up! After all, he was the one who did it, so Jiang couldn't just turn around and leave. If we let Jin Beichen fall here, he would probably be discovered by the servants tomorrow morning. It was freezing cold, and even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. Jin Beichen didn't move. If he wasn't still breathing, Jiang would have thought he was dead. Unable to wake him up, she had no choice but to resign herself to grabbing the man's hand and placing it on her shoulder, trying with great effort to lift him up. Damn it, why is it so heavy? What did this guy eat to grow up? She complained and dragged the person to lie on his side. Chapter 35 Slap Mark. After finally dragging Jin Beichen into the room, Jiang was exhausted and out of breath. Fortunately, she exercises every day and is much stronger than the average woman, otherwise she would not be able to complete this difficult task. With the bed right in front of him and victory in sight, Jiang took a deep breath and pushed Jin Beichen forward with all his might. Unexpectedly, when she moved, the dog man also reached out and attacked her. Even though he was drunk and unconscious, this guy still subconsciously defended himself. R. With a scream, Jiang was dragged down onto the soft big bed. Jin Beichen was pressing on her, and she was in pain and unable to move. Countless Alper mud horses flashed through her mind, but she didn't curse out loud, which showed her good character. Damn it, get out of the way. She subconsciously struggled and pushed away, trying to push the man's heavy body away from her. Jin Beichen, who was in a daze, felt a slight heat. The wonderful fragrance and touch in his memory made the heat even stronger, and he seemed to hear a familiar voice. Yes. She. The man twisted his body violently, which made him more and more angry. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and kissed the disobedient woman. Bang! Jiang slapped the man who was kissing her forcefully away. The slap was so powerful that a slap mark instantly appeared on the man's face, but she just sneered twice. Perhaps dazed by the slap, the man stopped moving in confusion, his blurry and unfocused eyes trying to blink back to consciousness. Seeing this, Jiang hit him on the back of the neck with a knife. Jin Beichen's eyes went dark and he completely fainted. Jiang pushed him away with force, and finally he no longer felt the difficulty in breathing. He breathed in fresh air greedily and desperately. After glaring at the unaware man behind her, she quickly left and slammed the door. What a troublesome guy. The next day, when Jiang went down to the living room, he saw Jin Beichen again. But the other party's expression was very dangerous at this moment. The servants around him all lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Jin Beichen's face, let alone the expression on his face. The slap mark was extremely red and swollen. Feeling a little gloating, Jiang calmly walked down the stairs, sat down on the dining chair opposite Jin Beichen, and slowly picked up the chopsticks to eat. Don't you have anything to tell me? As if he was waiting for her on purpose, Jin Beichen put down the newspaper and raised his head expressionlessly. Jiang took a bite of the shrimp dumpling, her beautiful eyes slightly raised. What should I say? Oh. Jin Beichen snorted and laughed, pointing at his face. What is this? R. As if he had just seen it, Jiang exclaimed exaggeratedly, why is it so swollen? Oh, this is so embarrassing. If I were Master Jin, you would be embarrassed to walk out the door. Jin Beichen was so angry that he laughed. It's all thanks to someone. Although he was drunk last night, he still had a vague memory. Like the smell and sound of some damn woman. But facing his questioning, Jiang didn't feel guilty at all, and was very confident, even complaining first, you don't think I hit you, do you? Isn't it? Jin Beichen said this with gritted teeth. Of course not. Jiang denied it without hesitation, and even widened his eyes. It was obviously you who hit him. I shot it myself. How could she say such a thing? Jin Beichen was so angry that he laughed. Jiang, do you think I'm a fool? I don't understand what you're talking about. Jiang raised his chin. Anyway, you hit him yourself. You hit yourself and cursed yourself for being such a jerk. I couldn't stop you even if I wanted to. Jin Bei-chen. If he believed it, he would be out of his mind. But Jiang denied it, and he had no evidence, so he could only watch her smugly make up stories. Facing Jin Bei-chen's frustrated and angry eyes, Jiang felt that the breakfast in his mouth tasted 3 times more delicious. After finishing the meal, Jin Bei-chen said with a dark face, "Let's go to the hospital later." Jiang raised his eyes and frowned. "What's wrong with Grandpa?" "Jin Bei-chen, go see my third sister-in-law." Seeing Jiang raised his eyebrows in surprise, he explained what happened to his third sister-in-law who accidentally fell down the stairs last night. Jiang was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. "Yesterday at the hotel, Lu Yuanji came to you for this matter." Jin Bei-chen was not willing to mention the misunderstanding at the hotel yesterday. If it wasn't so embarrassing, the first time in his 20-plus years of life, he wouldn't have been so drunk by Song Chenyang last night. So that's how it is. Jiang suddenly realized. She inexplicably felt that the sullen-looking Jin Bei-chen in front of her was more pleasing to the eye. "Find a time." Jin Bei-chen suddenly spoke again, and after a pause he said, "I'll treat your mother and brother to a meal." He remembered that Jiang had only 2 relatives, his mother and his younger brother. Ever since their family fell into poverty, all the other friends and relatives have become estranged and rarely visit each other. "No need." After hearing his words, Jiang refused without thinking. She said calmly, "It's only half a year, and we won't have any intersection by then. There's no need to make such a fuss. The less involved you are, the cleaner the break will be later." That's her idea. Jin Bei-chen realized what she meant, and pursed his thin lips again, with his jawline tense. Is this woman so anxious to cut off ties with him? It seemed as if he was looking forward to the day when they would separate. Jiang didn't pay attention to his expression. He took a tissue and slowly wiped the corner of his mouth, then pulled out a chair and stood up. "Where are you going?" It was Jin Bei-chen's voice behind him. Sounds like he's a little panicked. Jiang thought it was just an illusion and walked towards the kitchen without looking back. "We are not going to the hospital. I am going to make some chicken soup." There was no sound behind me. Jiang didn't care either. Although her relationship with Lu Wanji is not good, as the 5th young lady of the Jin family, she will do her best to maintain her appearance. After all, he got 100 million yuan, so he should have some professional ethics. It is easy to make chicken soup, but it is not easy to make a delicious and nutritious pot. An hour and a half later, Jiang came out carrying a fresh keeping bucket. Jin Bei-chen was still waiting for her. She was a little surprised. "I can go there by myself." To visit Lu Wanji, she just needs to express her attitude, and there is no need for Jin Bei-chen to accompany her. Although she felt a little headache when she thought about Lu Wanji's dislike for her. "I'm afraid that the other party will definitely find trouble when I go to the hospital." Jin Bei-chen looked at her, said nothing, and just put away his laptop. He took the coat off the chair, put it on and walked towards the door. The man was tall and had long legs, and he could walk several meters away in just a few steps. "Follow me." Hearing his voice, Jiang came to his senses and followed him. Jiang tilted her head slightly as she watched the man go to the garage to get the car himself and open the passenger seat for her. Chapter 36: Losing Money. The white Bentley merged into the traffic. "Have you seen enough?" Jin Bei-chen asked in a cold voice, glancing at Jiang from the rearview mirror. Since getting on the car, Jiang has been looking at him with strange eyes. Jiang curled his lips and turned his eyes away. In fact, she wanted to ask Jin Bei-chen why he specially accompanied her. Was he worried that she would be bullied? But this idea is too self-indulgent. She herself found it impossible. So I simply didn't ask, to avoid humiliating myself and being laughed at. Probably just free time. Jiang thought so and stopped worrying about this issue. Thanks to the timely discovery and Jin Bei-chen's proper arrangements, the child was finally saved after Lu Wanji was sent to the hospital. Now she has to be hospitalized for a period of time to protect the fetus. Jiang confirmed the ward number and found that the door was ajar. She was about to knock on the door when Lu Wanji's voice came from inside. "You finally came to see me." Her tone was deep and sad, like a woman in the boudoir. Standing in front of her bed was Jin Beiyu. "Take good care of yourself now that you're pregnant, and don't let this happen again." His tone was cold, but at least he didn't seem to be unwilling to look at Lu Wanji any more as before. Lu Wanji's expression changed and she turned away angrily. After taking a deep breath, she finally gave in. For the sake of the children, can we not get a divorce? Then stop making trouble. Jin Beiyu had his back to the door, so his expression could not be seen clearly. He only said in a deep voice, "Live a good life. This is my only request and my last chance for you." Jiang felt uncomfortable listening to this from outside. Jin Beiyu's tone was indeed cold and his attitude was too condescending. This is not the right way to treat your wife. But she couldn't say anything about how Lu Wanji and Jin Beiyu got along. Lu Wanji was obviously unhappy, but she didn't say much. Perhaps it was Jin Beiyu's attitude before that completely frightened her. Knock, knock, knock. Jin Beichen raised his hand and knocked on the door a few times. Seeing them coming, the two people inside stopped talking. Jiang greeted him and handed over the chicken soup. Lu Wanji glanced at Jin Beiyu's face and reached out to take it. Although her words were stiff and her smile was ugly, she said, "Thank you, fifth brother's wife. I should." Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to make things awkward. Even if it was just a superficial friendship, at least she could live more comfortably in the Jin family. It's just that she and Lu Wanji really had nothing to talk about, and they felt a little uneasy just sitting there and chatting with each other. Fortunately, Jin Beiyu and Jin Beichen are both busy people, so they don't have much time to waste. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang followed Jin Beichen out of the ward. But she didn't expect that there was someone waiting for them. Lu Yuanji appeared from somewhere, wearing a white dress with white flowers. Her unmade-up face looked pitiful, and her body swayed as if she would be blown away by the wind in the next second. She could be walking normally but could accidentally twist her foot and fall weakly towards Jin Beichen. Jiang took a big step back, crossed his arms and watched the show. The way he falls can be so accurate, he must have built-in GPS. She rolled her eyes. Jin Beichen saw a figure coming towards him from the corner of his eye, and without thinking, he took a step back. His step was even bigger than Jiang's. In the blink of an eye, the figure was standing behind Jiang. Lu Yuanji never expected that he would be so unkind to women. But it was too late for her to stop, and she fell heavily to the ground, prostrating herself. Although Jiang was a little surprised, it did not stop her from gloating. She stood motionless in front of Lu Yuanji, showing an exaggerated expression of surprise, and said with a smile, "Miss Lu, why do you have to be so polite? It's really too polite." Lu Yuanji was dizzy from the fall, and was so angry when he heard these words that he gritted his teeth and almost fainted. She looked at Jin Beichen with tears in her eyes, hoping that he would support her. But Jin Beichen didn't even glance at her, let alone see how charming she was when she deliberately acted pitiful. Helplessly, she could only struggle to get up by herself. "Ms. Jiang, although we had some misunderstandings before, there is no need for you to treat me like this, right?" Lu Yuanji burst into tears, her eyes red as she covered her face. "I'm just a weak woman, why do you have to laugh at me?" Because of her words, the people around her who didn't know the situation showed sympathy. After all, Jiang's gloating just now was too obvious. When Jiang saw her pretentious look, he almost rolled his eyes to the sky. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lu Yuanji's tears flowed even faster. It looked as if Jiang had done something to her. A woman nearby couldn't stand it any longer and said, "How can a little girl like you be so mean? You didn't help someone when he fell, but instead stood there watching and laughing at him. Now you're making such a nasty face. This is really too much." Her words were echoed by many people. Everyone looked at Jiang with some condemnation. Jiang didn't care about the opinions of passers-by, and there was no point in her explaining, so she simply pursed her lips and didn't bother to say anything. People who don't understand the whole story should not talk nonsense. Behind her, Jin Beichen spoke up, his voice cold and face cold. "It's ridiculous to think you are occupying the moral high ground and point fingers and label others at random." When the passers-by were glanced at by him, they all fell silent and stepped back. Especially the woman who just spoke. Jin Beichen narrowed his eyes slightly, she shuddered violently and left quickly. How could she dare to meddle in other people's business? After her, the people around her also dispersed one after another. After all, Jin Beichen looks like someone who is not easy to mess with. "Everyone's gone, who are you still putting on a show for?" Seeing that Lu Yuanji was still pretending to cry, Jiang asked. He couldn't bear to watch it and felt a little sick. Lu Yuanji pointed at her. You. Her eyes fell dimly on Jin Beichen. Obviously she hoped Jin Beichen would speak for her. Brother Beichen, she is really too aggressive. How can she speak like this? In her opinion, not all men like gentle and charming girls. For someone as arrogant as Jiang, the more she pretends to be weak, the more it highlights her stubbornness and willfulness. Unfortunately, her little thoughts were shattered once again. Hearing her words, Jin Beichen's first reaction was, "Did you break Jiang's bracelet?" Lu Yuanji was dumbfounded. After coming to his senses, he looked away guiltily. It was only after listening to a few sisters-in-law of the Jin family talking that she realized that the bracelet was so expensive, and it even had a collection value higher than its price. Fortunately, the situation was chaotic at the time and she pretended to faint and got away with it. Unexpectedly, Jin Beichen would bring it up again. Jin Beichen completely ignored her pitiful and pleading, and said coldly, "Since you haven't denied it, then it is. So, when are you going to pay the money?" The tenderness on Lu Yuanji's face could no longer be maintained, and she watched Jin Beichen's face break inch by inch. Puff! Jiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh my god, Lu Yuanji's expression is so comical. For the first time, she discovered that Jin Beichen, this bastard, wasn't so annoying when he acted like a bastard sometimes. Chapter 37 A bowl of chicken soup 100,000. Seeing Lu Yuanji standing there stupidly without saying anything, Jin Beichen narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression was very doubtful. "You don't intend to pay the money?" Hearing this, Lu Yuanji became anxious. "No, how could that be? I broke it, so of course I have to pay for it." She quickly defended herself. What would happen if I left a bad impression on Jin Beichen? Hearing her say this, Jin Beichen was very satisfied. Okay. He found the original transaction record on his mobile phone and handed it to Lu Yuanji. The string of zeros on it almost blinded Lu Yuanji's eyes. A full 200 million. 200 million for a bracelet, how can anyone not rob it? Seeing Lu Yuanji's face turn pale and she looked like she was about to faint, Jin Beichen said coldly, "This is the transaction amount of the auction at that time. In addition, Miss Lu disturbed my wife. It's not too much to charge you 5 million for mental compensation, right?" 5 million. Lu Yuanji took a deep breath and was about to speak. "She is my wife. Is it true that the fifth young lady of the Jin family is not worthy of 5 million when she is frightened?" Jin Beichen raised his eyebrows and asked, and a chilling aura instantly emanated from his whole body. Lu Yuanji. She was really about to faint. "How dare I speak? Transfer." Following Jin Beichen's words, Lu Yuanji received a bank account on his mobile phone. Jiang took a look. The bank account was actually still hers. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded excitedly, "Transfer the money." Lu Yuanji looked at this and that, and rolled his eyes. "This is a hospital," Jin Beichen said first. Jiang smiled and said, "Even if Miss Lu fainted, she can wake up quickly." Lu Yuanji. Instead of being tormented by doctors and nurses later, it is better to be strong now. Just kidding, I just feel unwell and a little dizzy, I just need to rest. Lu Yuanji tried to force a smile, but that smile was uglier than crying. She turned quietly. Jin Beichen took a step forward to block her way. Now looking at the chest that he once coveted, Lu Yuanji felt like he had seen a ghost. She turned her head with a deathly pale face and tried to leave from the other side. "Miss Lu, what are you doing?" Jiang blocked her retreat completely. Lu Yuanji was about to collapse. "I don't have the money to pay." Simple. Jin Beichen nodded. "You are Miss Lu, it's the same if we ask the Lu family for it." "Don't want." Hearing this, Lu Yuanji's face turned pale and he almost screamed. Jiang looked at her resistance and touched his chin. It seems that the Lu family is not as harmonious as it seems. "I will pay it back. I will pay it back." Perhaps because he was afraid that they would really come to the Lu family, Lu Yuanji spoke quickly. Jin Beichen looked her up and down, obviously not believing her at all. "Why should we trust you?" Jiang asked. Lu Yuanji bit his back teeth and said, "I can write an IOU." Jin Beichen said coldly, "My patience is limited. 10 days. I will definitely return it within 10 days. Lu Yuanji was really determined. After writing the IOU and pressing his fingerprint, Lu Yuan left with a dead heart. He no longer had time to think about the purpose of his trip. The beauty offered herself to him, but Master Jin was so cold-blooded. It's really sad. Jiang looked at Lu Yuanji's back and sneered at Jin Beichen. Jin Beichen was unmoved. He's just an outsider, what does it have to do with me? Oh. Jiang shrugged his shoulders, showing no interest in the topic. But if it's one of our own, then of course it's different. Jin Beichen suddenly said again. Before Jiang could say anything, he suddenly handed her the IOU. Then he waved his hand and left with his assistant who had come rushing over. Looking at the IOU in his hand, Jiang frowned slightly. But you can't refuse a duck that has been delivered to you, and it is very hot. Maybe Jin Beichen also found it troublesome, so he just let her deal with it. With a curl of his lips, Jiang happily put the IOU into his backpack and left humming a song. No matter how hot it is, it's still a duck. The duck is as fat as it can be. In the evening, Jin Beichen came home early, which was rare. The servants haven't prepared dinner yet. He approached Jiang and said inexplicably, "Why didn't I know you were a good cook?" In the morning, Jiang made chicken soup, and the aroma filled the whole yard. Even the 5-star chef he hired at a high price gave him a thumbs up and praised him. There are so many things you don't know. Jiang rolled his eyes. She sat on a lounge chair in the yard, basking in the warm sun, looking a little lazy. The servant brought her a fan and she fanned herself from time to time, feeling drowsy. If she hadn't been waiting for dinner, she would have fallen asleep. Hearing her say this, Jin Beichen's brows knitted into a knot. He thought this was Jiang's complaint. Isn't it ironic that after 3 years of marriage, he still doesn't know his wife at all? I'll get to know you better later. He spoke in a deep voice, with the caution of a promise. Jiang was so frightened that he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Jin Beichen with a weird look. Don't. What's wrong with this dog man recently? Talking to her in such a tone and manner gave her goosebumps. Because her resolute attitude was so terrifying and exciting, as if Jin Beichen was some kind of monster, all the words that Jin Beichen was about to say were held back. He was embarrassed. I want to drink the chicken soup you cooked. The atmosphere was tense for a while before he found his voice again. Jiang had a blank expression on his face. The damn man came back early just to enslave her? What a bad habit. No. She refused flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. Now she is the young lady. Which young lady cooks by herself? Only by lying down and waiting for food can she live up to the honorific title. Jin Beichen didn't waste any words and took out a check from his pocket, 100,000. Jiang stood up from the recliner and bowed. Okay, Master Jin, I'll do it for you right away. After saying that, she snatched the check from Jin Beichen's hand and happily went to the kitchen. The servants beside. A bowl of chicken soup costs 100,000. Who wouldn't he be shocked if this were told to others? Jiang sent the cook away and cooked himself. The steps for making chicken soup are complicated, but fortunately she is not short of patience. When she was leaning against the cooking table to add seasonings, her eyes suddenly caught a glimpse. Subconsciously looking over, she discovered that there seemed to be something shining under the locust tree outside the window. After testing the taste and finding it was fine, she covered the pot and then climbed over the wall out of boredom. When she got closer, she realized that it was actually an earring. And it is an earring that looks very delicate and expensive. It is impossible for the servants to wear such earrings, that is, the women of the Jin family. But who would go to the kitchen for no reason? Chapter 38 Chicken soup is poisonous. Feeling confused but seeing no one around, Jiang casually put the earrings away. If the lost person finds it and comes looking for it, she can return it. Smelling the rich aroma of chicken soup, she temporarily put the matter behind her and climbed back through the window to get the soup. In addition to chicken soup, she also cooked 2 meat and 1 vegetable home-cooked dishes. Seeing Jiang serving the delicious dishes, the cook was very worried. Is she going to be laid off? Jin Beichen was sitting at the dining table doing his work. When he saw Jiang bring out the dishes, he put the documents aside and waited like an old man. Serve the rice. Jiang would not tolerate his bad habits, as she was not a servant in the family. She stuffed the bowl into Jin Beichen's hand and gave orders without any politeness. Jin Beichen was a little dumbfounded holding the bowl. Seeing this, the servants nearby wanted to come forward to help. After all, Jin Beichen had never done housework since he was born. After hesitating for a moment, Jin Bei-chen shook his head at the servant and clumsily served himself 2 bowls of rice. After Jiang brought out all the dishes and served each person a bowl of soup, they sat down to eat. The moment the soup entered his throat, Jin Bei-chen's eyes lit up. After picking up a piece of braised beef brisket with chopsticks, he ate much faster. For dinner tonight, Jin Bei-chen ate 2 more bowls of rice than usual. Jiang, who usually has a big appetite, was stunned. You know, Jin Bei-chen has never had a good appetite and relies on black coffee to survive every day. Is it so delicious? Jiang was about to start to doubt whether he was really the reincarnation of the god of cooking. She knows that except for the chicken soup, which is a little better, the rest is just home cooking. It's really not enough to amaze people who are used to eating from 5-star chefs. Jin Bei-chen reluctantly put down his bowl and chopsticks and nodded honestly, it's delicious. If he really couldn't eat any more, he would want to eat some more. Jiang. She silently picked up another piece of food with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. It still tasted the same as what she had been eating for more than 10 years, and it was just mediocre. Perhaps Jin Bei-chen's taste buds are different from those of ordinary people. After the meal, Jin Bei-chen went to the study to handle work as usual, while Jiang changed his clothes and went for a night run and practiced boxing. But as soon as they left the table, Jin Bei-chen's cell phone rang. Even at an arm's length away, Jiang could hear the scream coming from the phone. Oh no, Bei-yu is poisoned. It's Lu Wanji's call. Hearing this, Jiang stopped what he was doing. After hanging up the phone, Jin Bei-chen hurried to the hospital, and Jiang naturally followed. When they arrived, Jin Bei-yu had already been sent to the emergency room, and Lu Wanji was half lying on the bench, crying uncontrollably. She seemed to be calling the Lu family, but no one came. Jiang understood the reason. Perhaps Lu Yuanji was frightened by the 200 million yuan, and now she no longer dared to show her sisterly love in front of her and Jin Bei-chen. What is going on? Jin Bei-chen frowned and took a step forward to ask. Jin Bei-yu was clearly fine when they left, but how come he got poisoned and was sent to the emergency room while he was eating? Hearing his voice, Lu Wanji turned around. She was still wearing a loose hospital gown, her hair was messy, and her eyes were red and swollen from crying, completely different from her usual refined ladylike appearance. After seeing Jiang behind Jin Bei-chen, her sad expression suddenly changed. It's you? Bitch, you poisoned me, you killed my husband. She screamed, her face flushed red, and she rushed towards Jiang with a ferocious look. I'm going to tear you apart. Neither Jin Bei-chen nor Jiang expected this to happen. Jiang reacted and dodged, and Jin Bei-chen pulled Lu Wanji back, but he didn't dare to use force. After all, Lu Wanji is pregnant now, and she has just saved the fetus in her belly. If something happens accidentally, it will be a big deal. But Lu Wanji was extremely excited at this time. She screamed and wanted only to hit Jiang, and she couldn't calm down at all. In desperation, Jin Bei-chen could only ask the security guards to come forward and press Lu Wanji down on the chair from the left and right. Only after she had exhausted all her strength from struggling did Lu Wanji finally calm down a little. What happened? Tell me clearly. Jin Bei-chen had a stern expression on his face as he looked down at Lu Wanji, emitting an intimidating aura that made people fall silent unconsciously. Lu Wanji, who came back to her senses, was also a little frightened. Finally, she didn't dare to make a scene like a shrew anymore. But when he saw Jiang, he was still breathing heavily with a grim look on his face. She knows best what's going on. I don't know. Jiang said calmly. Stop pretending. You were the one who poisoned me and the baby in my belly. How could you be so cruel? Lu Wanji's eyes were red, and her face was full of fear and horror. But Jiang was just confused. What kind of poison is it? I have no idea. Facts speak louder than words. It's no use pretending. Lu Wanji roared, if anything happens to Bei-yu, I will never let you go, I want you to pay with your life. Jiang frowned and realized that he might be in trouble. Is it chicken soup? Jin Bei-chen listened to Lu Wan's incoherent words and suddenly asked. Jiang came to the hospital today and did not have any contact with Lu Wanji or Jin Bei-yu. The only possibility was chicken soup. When Lu Wanji heard the word chicken soup, she almost jumped up from her chair. It's chicken soup. This bitch poisoned the chicken soup and gave it to me to drink. I didn't want to drink this bitch stuff, so I gave it to Bei-yu. After he drank it, he suddenly had difficulty breathing and fell to the ground. At this she started crying again. Jin Bei-chen asked his bodyguard to go to the ward and bring the chicken soup. The chicken soup was in a thermos, and more than half of it had been drunk, with only a thin layer left. But that's enough. The person is in the hospital, so it is not difficult to test him for drugs. As soon as Jin Bei-chen gave the order, someone quickly went to deal with the matter. Since Jin Bei-yu was still being rescued, the three of them were waiting outside the emergency room. In the depressing and dark corridor, the only sound was Lu Wanji's intermittent crying. The rescue time is very long and the situation is not optimistic. The test results of the chicken soup are out. The chicken soup was poisoned. The toxicity is not very strong, but it is enough to kill half a person. For a pregnant woman like Lu Wanji, the baby will definitely die if she drinks it. The reason why Jin Bei-yu reacted so violently was because he was allergic to a certain component of the poison, so the symptoms were more serious. Fortunately, the other person was in the hospital and was rescued in time, so there was still a glimmer of hope. After seeing the test results, Lu Wanji was going crazy. "I knew it was you, bitch, I'll kill you." She screamed and rushed towards Jiang again. This time, Jiang couldn't dodge. She was stunned when she saw the test results of the chicken soup. She had no way to defend herself. Therefore, the reaction was a little slow. Chapter 39 I Believe in Her. Lu Wanji's nails scratched a bloody mark on Jiang's arm. When she was about to attack again, Jin Bei-chen came to his senses and stopped her. "Stop!" he shouted coldly, with a frown on his face, full of cold anger, standing in front of Jiang like an iron wall. At his signal, the two bodyguards restrained Lu Wanji again. Lu Wanji screamed and shouted, "Fifth brother, you are still protecting her. Although she is your wife, she wanted to kill my child, and now she has made your brother's life or death uncertain. How can you do this?" Her eyes turned blood red. Although there is indeed poison in the chicken soup, it does not prove that Jiang was the one who poisoned it. Jin Bei-chen said calmly. Lu Wanji was almost going crazy. "You are lying with your eyes open. Who else could it be other than her? The evidence is conclusive." I don't care, I want to find the old man will definitely give us an explanation." Hearing this, Jin Bei-chen and Jiang's expressions changed at the same time. If Mr. Jin knew about these things, he would definitely faint. He can't stand any stimulation now. "You need to calm down." Jin Bei-chen frowned and said, "I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation." But Lu Wanji refused to listen and insisted on seeing Mr. Jin. Fortunately, at this time, the door of the emergency room was opened. The doctors pushed Jin Bei-yu out. Lu Wanji instantly shifted her attention and rushed over. "Doctor, how is my husband, how is he?" "The patient is no longer in danger of death and will wake up in half an hour." Hearing the doctor's words, not only Lu Wanji was relieved to have survived, Jiang and Jin Bei-chen also breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happened to Jin Bei-yu, Jiang would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Since Jin Bei-yu was rescued, Lu Wanji seemed to have found a backbone. She no longer insisted on going to see old man Jin, but stayed by Jin Bei-yu's bed and waited for him to wake up. When Jin Bei-yu woke up, her eyes were red and she cried and hugged him. "Bei-yu, you must make the decision for our family of three." Jin Bei-yu was a little confused when he just woke up, but he quickly understood the whole story. He looked at Jiang sharply and said, "Fifth brother's wife, you have to give me an explanation for this matter." After all, he has been in a high position for many years, so he can still remain calm at this time. "The chicken soup is poisonous. You are the biggest suspect." Based on this alone, he could send Jiang to the police station. But Jiang is a member of the Jin family after all, and as the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public, especially for a family like theirs, so such matters are usually resolved privately. As for Jiang's behavior, the private solution would be more miserable than her going to jail. Jiang frowned and insisted, "It wasn't me, I didn't poison it." "It's not something you can justify," Jin Bei-yu said coldly. He has plenty of ways to make Jiang pay the price. Everyone present knew this, including Jiang himself. Therefore, Jiang felt a chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. She had no way to defend herself at this point. Not to mention that she could not protect herself. If the matter was investigated, her mother and brother would probably be affected. The people of the rich and powerful are extremely powerful. If they really want to suffer, how can a small and like her resist? Not her. When Jiang was feeling cold all over, someone blocked her way behind her. The tall figure in front of me has gradually become familiar, and the usually cold and hard voice inexplicably brings a sense of security. Jin Beichen looked at Jin Beiyu and said calmly, "I will investigate this matter and give you a satisfactory answer when the time comes." Hearing Jin Beichen say this, Jin Beiyu's brows were furrowed into a deep knot. Lu Wanji roared, "He just wants to protect that bitch." Jin Beiyu frowned and said nothing. Jin Beichen ignored Lu Wanji and said to Jin Beiyu, "I will use 2% of my shares as collateral. It will take 3 days. If I don't find the murderer after 3 days, or if Jiang really did something, I will do whatever you want." Hearing this, Jin Beiyu and Lu Wanji both showed surprised expressions. Jin Beiyu's expression was even more profound and inexplicable. You know, the differences in the shares held by the younger generations of the Jin family are very large. Mr. Jin has never been biased and only gives corresponding stock rewards based on their performance. Since Jin Beichen is the most capable among the brothers, and not just a little bit more capable, the shares he holds are second only to Grandpa Jin. This is also the reason why he has an extraordinary status in the Jin family. His brothers and sisters-in-law all tried to avoid him. But even so, his shares were only about 5% more than theirs, and the largest share still went into the hands of Mr. Jin. 5% is already a large number. Jin Beiyu only holds 1% of the shares. Now, Jin Beichen actually opened his mouth and said that he would use 2% as collateral. Even just 3 days. Good. Jin Beiyu nodded. He had no reason to refuse this condition, and even Lu Wanji calmed down. Jin Beichen was also expecting this result. He nodded at Jin Beiyu, told them to have a good rest, and then wanted to leave with Jiang. Behind him, Jin Beiyu kept staring at Jiang. He suddenly asked, "Fifth brother, I am curious why you are willing to do this." In his memory, this fifth brother has always been cold and indifferent, even towards his relatives. He is not close to anyone in the family except Grandpa Jin. In their eyes, Jin Beichen probably only has work in his eyes. But now, he would do it for a woman. Although that woman was his wife. Jin Beichen paused. Jiang suddenly felt nervous for a moment and pricked up his ears to listen to the answer from the man next to him. "Because I believe in her." After saying this, the two left the ward. Jiang didn't say a word along the way. She actually didn't know much about the Jin family's situation, nor did she know what the 2% of the shares meant. But she knew it must be a huge sum of money. Even from the performance of Jin Beiyu and Lu Wanji, there is a very important meaning that she doesn't know about. But Jin Beichen was willing to do it for her. Why? Could it be that, like he said, he believed her? But why would he believe her? There is no love between them, even their marriage is fake. Back in the yard, seeing Jin Beichen about to go back to the study, Jiang finally couldn't help it and reached out to grab his sleeve. "Why?" she asked. But this time her problem was different from Jin Beiyu's. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating, and her fingertips that were pulling their white clothes turned slightly white from excessive force. Chapter 40 Earrings. The air was quiet for a moment. Because although you are simple-minded and strong-limbed, you are not stupid. Jin Beichen turned around slightly, shrugged his shoulders and said, "You made the chicken soup yourself, and you took it away yourself. If you wanted to poison it, wouldn't it tell everyone that you are the murderer? You have to be crazy to do something like this." Hearing this, Jiangla's face darkened. She asked, "Who do you say is simple-minded but strong-limbed? Did I say that?" Jin Beichen raised his eyebrows, and the smile on his lips was really asking for a beating. Then whoever is seated in the right seat will be the one. Roll. Jiangla couldn't bear it anymore, so he let go of his sleeve and turned away. She just knew it. A dog man is a dog man, he will always be a dog. Looking at her angry back, Jin Beichen suddenly wanted to laugh. Jiangla, who would get angry in front of him like this, made him feel very fresh. After all, it was different from his previous calm and composed look. As for the others, he didn't need her gratitude. After returning to the room, Jiangla took a shower to sober up, then sat on the bed and began to think hard. Then how could chicken soup be poisonous? Of course it wasn't her. Who could that be? She was responsible for the entire process from cooking the chicken soup to delivering it to the hospital, and no one else touched it. Judging from what Jin Beiyu and the others said, they drank after she and Jin Beichen left. It was impossible that they poisoned themselves. That. Suddenly, Jiangla thought of something. She held the chicken soup all the way to deliver it, but she left the kitchen while it was cooking. Because she was short of some ingredients, she walked out of the kitchen and asked the servants to buy some, although no one entered the kitchen through the kitchen door during this process. What about other places? Has no one ever been there? For example, the big window in the kitchen. Thinking of this, she quickly took out the earring from her pocket. I almost forgot about this. Whose earrings are these and why are they appearing under the big tree not far from the kitchen window? The more Jiangla thought about it, the more goosebumps he got. Could it be that while she was making the chicken soup, there was someone lurking behind the tree, waiting for her to leave so that he could quickly climb over the wall and poison her? Who is so perverted? She hurried downstairs and asked the servants if there were any surveillance cameras in the house. The servant was embarrassed. There is only one at the main gate, and it faces the direction of the main gate. That is so that the family members can see who installed it when they come to visit. On weekdays, who would have the time to install surveillance cameras at home? Jiangla was very disappointed and asked himself if they had seen anyone else enter the yard, especially in the direction of the kitchen, while he was making chicken soup. The servants looked at each other, but all shook their heads in unison. Seeing this, Jiangla understood. That person must have come prepared. Unable to find any clues from the servants, Jiangla could only stare at the earrings, wishing he could stare them into a flower. She really discovered something. There is a small letter N on the inside of the plain ring of the earring. Seeing this, she first wondered whose name contained the word N in the Jin family, but she had no clue. Then, she suddenly had an idea and took out her cell phone to check. As expected, a luxury brand's jewelry will have the letter N engraved on it as its brand logo. But she searched for products of that brand and did not see this pair of earrings on sale. Jiangla was unwilling to give in and slept restlessly all night. The next day, she went straight to the brand's headquarters. Seeing the earrings she took out, the salesperson recognized them at a glance. This is a limited edition of our brand. Only 10 sets will be sold in the whole of Haicheng. That's great. Hearing this, Jiangla's eyes lit up. Since it is a limited edition, and there are only 10 sets, it is very easy to find someone. It is really true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. Can you please tell me who has bought this pair of earrings? She asked politely and gave the salesperson a big, friendly smile. But the salesperson looked embarrassed and said politely, I'm sorry, all the buyers are our members. Our brand has always kept member information confidential, so we can't provide it to you. Hearing this, Jiangla, who had just thought there was hope, was stunned. She was very disappointed. But she was unwilling to give up and kept pestering the shopping guide for a long time. But it was all useless, and the shopping guide said there was nothing she could do and asked her not to make things difficult for herself. The salesgirl's attitude was always good, and Jiangla felt embarrassed to continue to push her. After all, this is the company's system, and it is definitely not something that she, a shopping guide, can solve. But Jiangla was really unwilling to accept this. Just then, a tall figure walked in. Jin Beichen. Jiangla was surprised. Why are you here? Is it such a coincidence? There was some doubt in her eyes. Jin Beichen also frowned and looked at her, and asked her, what are you doing here? I asked you first. Jiangla spoke, raising his chin slightly. Jin Beichen said calmly, I found some clues, come here and take a look. Did he find out too? Is it about chicken soup? Jiangla asked. Jin Beichen nodded. Jiangla patted his shoulder, me too, but they won't let me see their membership information. What membership information? You do not know. It turned out that the reason why Jin Beichen found this place was because he found the buyer by following the drugs in the chicken soup, but the buyer did not leave any clues. All we know is that she came to the headquarters of this brand store that day. So he came here hoping to find further clues. After understanding the situation, Jiangla told him about the earrings. After all, the other party is also working hard for you. After listening to her, Jin Beichen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't say much, just avoided the shopping guide and made a phone call, then said to Jiangla, wait. It didn't take long before a middle-aged man in a suit hurried down. The shopping guides were all terrified when they saw him, Mr. Jiang. President Jiang nodded casually, walked quickly to Jin Beichen, nodded and bowed. President Jin, why are you here? Please sit up. Jin Beichen nodded, raised his foot and walked up first, and Jiang naturally followed behind him. Upstairs was a spacious lounge, where President Jiang personally poured tea and served it with both hands. Knowing Jin Beichen's purpose, he did not waste time and quickly asked his assistant to bring the information of the 10 members. What a coincidence! Your sister-in-law also came to buy this pair of earrings. Mr. Jiang was unaware of the complexity involved and said this with a smile. But these words made Jin Beichen and Jiang change their expressions. The two flipped through it quickly and soon saw a familiar name. Chapter 41 Medanya. Medanya. Looking at the name, Jiang pursed his lips slightly. It's her. She said coldly, with a hint of chill in her almond eyes. When she saw the earrings, she was mentally prepared, but when she really confirmed who it was, she still couldn't help but feel a chill in her teeth. They are all family. Although there are some conflicts and quarrels between them from time to time, it is not a big hatred. How vicious a heart must be to drug one's own family members. Jin Beichen's expression also looked very ugly. Mi Danya, the fourth sister-in-law, is the wife of his fourth brother Jin Beiyang, who has been married for nearly 5 years. Because the expressions on their faces were so scary, Mr. Jiang next to them didn't dare to say anything and kept his mouth shut, for fear of hearing some secrets of a wealthy family and being silenced. Print me a copy of this document. Jin Beichen ordered Medanya's portion. Mr. Yang didn't dare to say no, nor did he dare to let his assistant come in, so he printed a copy himself and handed it over with both hands. After leaving the store, Jin Beichen and Jiang went straight back to the old house and went to Midden Ya's yard. Along the way, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. As soon as they reached the gate of the yard, they heard a noise coming from inside. There was a sports car parked at the gate of the yard, but it was not owned by the Jin family. Jiang raised his eyebrows and walked in. At this time, no servant came to report, and all the servants gathered in the hall. A woman in a tight red dress was standing in front of Medanya and confronting her. Medanya has the appearance of a beautiful girl from a small family. The strange woman has a charming appearance and a great figure. When she stands in front of Medanya, she instantly overshadows Medanya's aura. The woman held her head high, looking quite arrogant. Are you Beiyan's wife? Oh, now it seems that you are just so. No wonder he never bothered to come back. If I were him, I wouldn't want to come back and face a washboard, and I wouldn't be afraid of being hurt. As she spoke, she glanced at Medanya's barren chest with disdain and deliberately straightened her proud breasts. Medanya was so angry that she was about to explode. She stared at the other person with hatred, wishing she could go up and tear the other person to pieces. But the angrier she got, the happier the woman was. See that car outside? It's a gift from Beiyang because I made him happy last night with him. The woman sighed pretentiously. Actually, he is so likable. Even if he doesn't give me anything, I am happy to sleep with him. Now that I see you, in order to prevent him from having to sleep on a washboard in the future, I have to pester him to sleep well at my place every day. Shut up, bitch! Medanya screamed, shaking with anger. What qualifications do you have to be proud here? You are just a mistress. Mistress. The woman sneered and blew a breath on her bright red nails. The one who is not loved is the mistress. Tell me, does Beiyang love you or me? Medanya was unable to answer this question and her face turned pale. Seeing her like this, the woman laughed even more proudly. By the way, I came here to tell you something. The woman changed the subject, reached out her hand and touched her belly, raised her eyebrows and said, I didn't have my period this month. My period is always on time. Hearing her hint, Medanya's eyes widened and his face turned terrifyingly pale, as if he would faint in the next second. The woman had been provoking for so long, but this one sentence was the biggest blow to her. Medanya seemed to have her soul taken away from her in an instant. The woman laughed. You have been married to Beiyang for 5 years, and you haven't laid a single egg. Beiyang has long been dissatisfied. Everyone knows that the fourth young lady of the Jin family is a hen that doesn't lay eggs. Now that I'm pregnant, do you think you can still be your fourth young lady? Medanya's lips moved, but she couldn't speak. Seeing this, the pride and arrogance on the woman's face almost overflowed. She approached Medanya maliciously and said, Beiyang said he was unlucky. He married a slut who had been played with by countless people. He had too many abortions and couldn't have a baby. R. Medanya suddenly let out a scream and slapped the woman viciously. But the woman was prepared and dodged her slap easily, instead slapping Medanya in the face with her backhand. Judging from her posture, she is often involved in fights. Medanya had been pampered for so many years, how could she bear such humiliation? She screamed and rushed over like a madman and started fighting with the other party. The two women fought with each other. You pulled my hair and I scratched your face. But the woman in the red dress clearly had the upper hand, and Medanya was no match for her. Medanya was beaten up, her face was bruised and swollen. She angrily shouted at the servants who were watching, "Are you all here to eat for nothing? Why don't you come and help me?" The servants looked at each other, but none of them moved. Medanya's eyes widened. The woman in the red dress laughed. "Everyone in this courtyard listens to Bayan. Tell me, will Bayan help you or me?" Medanya was stunned, his face ashen. Just as the woman was about to slap Medanya in the face again, her wrist was grabbed fiercely by someone. The woman looked up and saw an overly delicate and charming face. Jiang looked at her sullenly. "Where did you come from, vixen? Stop making trouble in our Jin family. Who are you?" The woman's face darkened. She tried hard to pull her hand back but failed. A look of surprise gradually appeared in her eyes. Jiang snorted coldly, "The tricks of street bitches won't work on me. Are you all dead?" Jin Beichen stood behind Jiang. His cold eyes swept over the servants beside him one by one. "It seems that our Jin family can no longer afford you old gentlemen and ladies." The servants then saw Jin Beichen and Jiang, and they were all trembling with fear. The smarter ones quickly stepped forward and helped Medanya up. Medanya was so angry that she laughed. She raised her hand and slapped the nearest servant. The servant didn't dare to talk back. He covered his face and stepped aside meekly. "Are you from the Jin family?" The woman finally reacted, and her fox eyes fell on Jin Beichen. "Are you the fifth young master of the Jin family?" It seems that she knows something about the Jin family and is a smart person. The one who could make the servants in Jin Beiyang's yard so fearful. In the entire Jin family, apart from old Master Jin, I'm afraid there is only the fifth young master of the Jin family, Jin Beichen. Jin Beichen ignored her and didn't even bother to look at her. The woman didn't dare say anything more. Seeing this, Jiang let go of her wrist. But at this moment, Medanya's eyes suddenly changed, and she rushed forward and kicked the woman in the red dress hard in the stomach. Chapter 42, Hard Mouth. R. The woman in the red dress let out a scream. There was a vicious look in Medanya's eyes, and she raised her foot to kick again. Jiang frowned fiercely and stepped forward to stop her. "Stop. I just heard the woman say she is pregnant. It would be terrible if she was kicked like that." As expected, the woman in the red dress groaned in pain, holding her stomach and sweating profusely on her face. "Let me go." Danya struggled to kick again, glaring at Jiang fiercely. "Which side are you on?" Jiang said with a cold face and expressionless face, "I am not on either side. Just now, she and Jin Beichen helped Danya. Did Danya think that they would help her at this time? Damn it. Let me go." Medanya was determined to kick the woman's child out. Jiang refused to give in, and Jin Beichen had already arranged for someone to come forward. The servants helped the woman in the red dress up and rushed her to their hospital. "Come back, R." Seeing the woman in the red dress leave, Medanya acted like a madman, letting out a sharp scream. She stared at Jiang and Jin Beichen with red eyes. "That's a bastard, I can't let her give birth to a bastard." "But you have no right to kill me," Jiang said coldly. Thinking about the chicken soup, her expression became even colder. "Why not?" But Medanya didn't listen at all and kept shouting, "Bastard! That's a bastard, a bastard! What about the baby in third sister-in-law's belly? Is it also a bastard?" Jin Beichen suddenly said this in a chilly tone, and his tone was so cold that people couldn't help but shiver. Medanya, who had been in a frenzy, suddenly calmed down after hearing these words. She pursed her lips, but her eyes wandered a little. She pretended to be calm and asked, "Fifth brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I think no one knows what I am saying better than you, fourth sister-in-law." Jin Beichen said lightly. Danya suddenly laughed. "Fifth brother, you know how to joke now. What are you trying to tell me?" Unable to bear seeing her like this, Jiang took out the earrings. She shook the pendant and asked, you should know what this is, right? When she saw the earrings, Medanya panicked and subconsciously touched her left ear. Now, she wore new earrings on both ears, equally exquisite and expensive. After she touched the earrings, she breathed a sigh of relief and shrugged her shoulders. Those are my earrings, but they were stolen a long time ago. I don't know which servant was so dishonest. I'm looking for them too. She blinked and looked at Jiang. What happened? How did it get into your hands? Stolen. Jiang sneered, as if he had heard a joke. Medanya insisted, yes, it was stolen. According to what you said, you don't know about the chicken soup either. Jiang asked again, his eyes slightly narrowed. Medanya blinked her eyes, looking innocent as ever, and asked, what chicken soup? Jiang was almost laughing out of anger. Since she and Jin Beichen were investigating the chicken soup incident, Jin Beiyu did not tell anyone about the chicken soup rescue. At this time, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with Medanya's attitude. Fifth brother's wife, what's wrong with you today? Why are you both here in front of me and saying inexplicable things? Medanya touched her hair and started to chase people away. That bitch came here to make trouble today. I am really tired and don't have the mood to entertain you. If you have nothing else to do, you can go back. I want to have a good rest. Jiang wanted to say something, but Jin Beichen raised his hand. He said to the servant who had been following him, bring the person in. Under Jiang's puzzled gaze, a servant walked in. She recognized the servant. He was the old gardener in their yard, who was responsible for taking care of the flowers and plants in the yard. He usually kept quiet and had almost no presence. You? Seeing the old gardener, manhwa was even more surprised than Jiang. Obviously, she knew him, too. Jin Beichen glanced at Medanya and said to the old gardener calmly, tell me what you saw. Before the old gardener could speak, Medanya suddenly shouted, don't talk nonsense, old man. Think clearly before you speak. Don't regret it later. The old gardener paused for a moment before he spoke. On the day when the fifth young madam cooked chicken soup, I saw the fourth young madam go to our yard and hide behind a big tree. I thought it was very strange, so I just squatted and watched. Then I saw her climb into the kitchen window, climb out after a while and leave in a hurry. I didn't. Medanya denied subconsciously. The old gardener continued, she later found me and went to the hospital to threaten my husband, saying that if I said anything nonsense, she would ask the doctor to stop my husband's medication and stop my husband from receiving treatment. So last time I asked you what you saw, you didn't tell me the truth. Jiang suddenly realized. The old gardener nodded. If what you said is true, do you want to save your wife's life? Medanya stared at the old gardener with a vicious and threatening look in her eyes. So what you just said was all false, right? The old gardener said firmly, it's all true. You? There was disbelief in Medanya's eyes. Jin Beichen explained for her, I have already moved his partner away, and he is being treated by someone I arranged. No matter how long some people's hands are, they can't snatch people from me. Hearing this, Medanya's face turned slightly pale. Do you have anything else to say? Jin Beichen asked her. Jiang sneered and said, didn't you say that your earrings were stolen? Was it stolen or did you drop them in my yard yourself? I remembered it wrongly. Medanya was silent for a moment, and when she spoke again, she became confident and said, there have been a lot of things going on recently, and my memory is not good. Is it strange that I remembered it wrong? Seeing her acting like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, Jiang and Jin Beichen were so angry that they almost laughed. Do you admit that you poisoned the chicken soup? Jiang asked. What poison? Medanya sneered, I just came to see you, and saw some fruit in the kitchen. I happened to be thirsty, so I went in to eat some to quench my thirst. Is there a problem? Even at this point, she is still trying to be stubborn. But she insisted on saying this, even though everyone could tell she was talking nonsense. Jiang really couldn't do anything about her. So what do you say when you buy poison? Jin Beichen did not show any emotion because of Medanya's words, and his tone remained calm. What a coincidence, the poison you bought is exactly the poison that third brother was poisoned with. Third brother was poisoned. Shouldn't it be Lu Wanji? Hearing Jin Beichen's words, Medanya spoke quickly subconsciously. But she reacted quickly and covered her mouth. Chapter 43, Hitting the Wall to Seek Death. Seeing Jiang looking at her with a sneer, manhwa changed her tone and said, third sister-in-law is really something. How could she take care of third brother but end up causing him to be poisoned? Shouldn't you explain your purchase of poison first? Jiang opened his mouth to remind her, his eyes full of sarcasm and disdain. I didn't buy it. Madanya continued to be stubborn. Jin Beichen took out a USB drive and said, there is no evidence when you bought the poison, but you happened to pass by a convenience store. There was a camera at the door of the convenience store, and you happened to be filmed going in. Now, do you have anything else to say? The color drained away from Madanya's face in an instant. She never thought that she would be so unlucky that Jin Beichen could find evidence of this. Nothing to say. Jin Beichen stared at her and took a step forward. His tall figure fully demonstrated his captivating aura, and Danya almost couldn't breathe. He asked coldly, why do you do this? Me. Madanya's psychological defenses finally broke, and she burst into tears. They forced me to do this. It's them. It's all their fault. Why? She sat down on the ground with a plop, no longer looking like the noble lady she had just been. Just seeing her like this, Jin Beichen and Jiang were both very indifferent. They really couldn't sympathize with a person who could poison his own family and at the same time kick a stranger's premature fetus. I just had a bad body and couldn't have children, so Jin Beiyang despised me. They are also making up stories about me, saying that I can't get pregnant because my body is damaged. That's nonsense, all nonsense. But even my family believed it and scolded me every day, saying that I couldn't lay eggs and couldn't hold my husband's heart. Madanya kept talking incessantly, full of pain, holding her head and crying loudly. Why can't I give birth but they can? After hearing this, Jiang finally understood. Jin Beiyang is the most extravagant among the brothers. It can be said that he sleeps with different women 7 days a week. But Madanya seldom asked about it. Even though it was obvious that she was angry, she didn't pursue the matter or make a fuss. She had always felt strange, but now she knew that Madanya was infertile, and this became a handle against her. But just because she herself is not having a good time is not a reason for her to hurt others. Not even. Why did you have to frame me? She couldn't understand it. After all, she was not pregnant. Madanya suddenly looked up at her. Her eyes showed no concealment at all and Jiang could see the jealousy clearly. Those jealousies were like the devil's vines, entangling Madanya and making it difficult for her to breathe. Because of what? She laughed, because you really make people jealous. There are 5 brothers in the family, and the most capable one is Jin Beichen. But such a man is caring and loving to his wife and even stands up for her. There was no way Jin Beiyang would do this kind of thing for her. She is jealous. Jiang frowned deeply, not quite understanding what this woman was jealous of. But it is only natural that she, a person with a normal mind, cannot understand what a person with a normal mind does. There's no point in saying this nonsense. Jin Beichen spoke coldly, looking at Danya with no emotion in his eyes, only indifference. You should save these words for your third brother and his wife. As for whether the two people were happy to hear this, it was none of his business. Hearing this, Madanya suddenly stood up and shouted, I won't go. Jin Beichen said coldly, this is not up to you. You poisoned someone, and you don't dare to bear the consequences. Jiang sneered. He really looked down on people like Midden. I won't go, I can't go, I won't go. Madanya seemed to be possessed by a demon, repeating these words over and over again. She hugged her head and shook it vigorously, I won't go, I can't go. Jin Beichen ordered his servants, take her away. Do not touch me. Madanya screamed, and suddenly her face became ferocious, if you force me, I will hit my head and die here. Jin Beichen remained unmoved, and Jiang frowned. The servants looked at Jin Beichen's expression, but did not stop their actions. Madanya let out a loud scream, pushed the servants away, and actually crashed into the wall. She was determined to die. Realizing this, Jiang's pupils suddenly shrank and he subconsciously wanted to stop it. But she was too far away and it was too late. Before Madanya hit the wall, an arm pulled her over violently. It's Jin Beichen. Although Madanya was rescued, she had already fallen into a coma. Take your 4th young lady back home, let her have a good rest, and go get the family doctor over. Jin Beichen calmly explained, from now on, someone must always be watching her. If anything happens to her, I will hold you responsible. The servants naturally agreed respectfully and did not dare to be perfunctory at all. Jin Beichen and Jiang left the yard. The two went directly to their hospital to find Jin Beiyu and Lu Wanji. On the way, Jiang asked, why would she rather die than go see the third brother and the others? She doesn't want Jin Beiyang to know these things. Jin Beichen spoke. Although he is usually quiet, he sees what's going on at home better than anyone else. Jiang frowned fiercely, still confused. Seeing her puzzled, Jin Beichen said again, Siami Danye has been treated coldly by fourth brother because she couldn't get pregnant. She just doesn't dare to face fourth brother's disappointed eyes again. In response, Jiang curled his lips. Judging from what Jin Beiyang did to Midden Ya, Jin Beiyang is not a good person either. Mi Danya would rather die than face Jin Beiyang. Could she have been tricked? That's what she thought and asked. If it were me, wouldn't I just slap the scumbag away? It's just that she can't get pregnant, it's not her fault. Hearing her say this, Jin Beichen suddenly laughed softly. Jiangla's eyes widened, what are you laughing at? Why, do you think I'm wrong? She was very unconvinced. No. Jin Beichen shook his head and said with a smile, in fact, I think you are right. Jin Beiyang is indeed a bastard. Snort. Jiangla snorted coldly. I just laughed. Jin Beichen looked at her deeply, and there was an emotion in his dark eyes that Jiangla could not see. You are worthy of being able to say such words. Jiangla shrugged his shoulders, feeling that this sounded incomprehensible. Jin Beichen didn't explain either. What is the status of the Jin family and what they represent? These seem to be insignificant to Jiangla. But in the eyes of many people, they would rather die than not hold onto it. Chapter 44. You are different from them. Seeing Jin Beichen and Jiangla appear in the ward, Lu Wanji and Jin Beiyu were a little disappointed. The two looked at each other, and Lu Wanji smiled reluctantly, you are here. But have you made any progress in the investigation of the poison? Seeing the couple's expressions, Jiangla said with a half smile, why, it seems that third sister-in-law doesn't welcome us very much. Doesn't she want to know the truth? She still remembered the couple's previous aggressiveness towards her, so naturally she made up for it with some sarcasm and ridicule. What did the fifth brother's wife say? Of course we want to know the truth as soon as possible. We must get rid of this anger and not let Beiyu suffer in vain. Lu Wanji spoke, and Jin Beiyu beside her nodded. Seeing their hypocrisy, Jiangla curled his lips. At first, they really wanted to vent their anger, but after Jin Beichen proposed 2% of the shares, they were afraid that they no longer thought so. What is the importance of one truth compared to 2% of the stock? But this kind of thing cannot be said openly, and Lu Wanji and Jin Beiyu have to pretend to cover it up. Jiangla was too lazy to talk to them anymore, fearing that he would not be able to hold back and start retorting. Jin Beichen knew that she didn't like this, so he took the initiative to speak first. I've checked it all out, you can listen to it yourself. After saying this, he turned on a recording. It was recorded in Madania's yard. In the recording, Madania herself admitted that she was the one who poisoned the child, and that it was out of jealousy. Damn it, it's actually her. Lu Wanji's eyes widened, angry and surprised. To be honest, she never suspected Madania at all. After all, because he and Midden Ya shared the same hatred for the enemy and both liked to bully Jiangla, and because of their revolutionary friendship, the relationship between the two has always been good. Third brother, everything is clear now. This matter has nothing to do with Jiangla. Jin Beichen said to Jin Beiyu. Jin Beiyu's eyes flickered, but as someone who had experienced many ups and downs, he quickly hid the emotion in his eyes and said with a smile, I misunderstood my sister-in-law before. I apologize on her behalf. Also, I'm sorry to bother you, fifth brother. It must have taken a lot of effort for you to investigate these things. It's all as it should be. Jin Beichen said calmly. I don't know whether this is to find out the truth for his brother or to clear his wife of suspicion. Jiangla didn't want to continue perfunctorily, so he waved his hand and said, you are still weak. You have suffered a lot this time. You don't need to apologize. Just have a good rest. After saying this, Jin Beichen and Jiangla found an excuse to leave. After all, it's quite tiring to act with each other. Jin Beiyu was fine, but the disappointment on Lu Wanji's face was almost overflowing. Compared to the truth, your stocks are more important. After leaving the ward, Jiangla made a sarcastic sound, and at this time he was too lazy to hide his disdain. If her relatives were poisoned, let alone 2% of the stocks, even if the entire Jin family was given to her, this matter would never be resolved. She must make the person who hurt others pay the price. But for Lu Wanji, and even for Jin Beiyu, stocks are more important. Even for the sake of stocks, they don't care about the truth at all. Jin Beichen did not refute Jiang's ridicule. This kind of thing is not only in the Jin family, it is also very common in many so-called noble families. He spoke calmly and walked towards the parking lot with Jiang. Jiang sneered. Jin Beichen's eyebrows sank slightly, and his thumb stroked the key from time to time. For people like us, interests are more important than anything else. If there is an advantage, we will gather together, and if there is no advantage, we will disperse. When the stakes are high enough, even one's own life can be put on the line, not to mention the so-called relatives and loved ones. Hearing this, Jiang frowned and subconsciously turned to look at Jin Beichen. The man's eyebrows were calm, and his handsome face was calm and without any ripples. She could not see any emotion at all. But for some reason, she always felt that Jin Beichen was a little different at this moment. Beneath his calm appearance, he was not as stagnant and unmoved as he seemed on the surface. Jiang suddenly thought of some things he knew about the Jin family. After all, I have been in the Jin family for 3 years, so even if I am not paying much attention, I can still get a glimpse of some things. Mr. Jin and his wife had a very good relationship, but due to years of separation and busy work, Mrs. Jin passed away when the children were still young. It is said that Jin Beichen, who was only 3 years old at the time, stayed by her side and watched her die. After that, Mr. Jin was depressed for a while and devoted himself more and more to work, to the point where he might not go home once a year. The young masters and young ladies of the Jin family all grew up under the care of the servants at home. Until they grew up and were able to take charge on their own, and by then Grandpa Jin had become old, he began to hand over his work to them and retired himself. But how did these brothers and sisters grow up during those 20 years? At first, Jiang thought they supported each other and depended on each other, just like her and her brother and mother. But half a year after she married into the Jin family, she found out that she was wrong. That's totally wrong. The brothers and sisters of the Jin family grew up according to the law of the jungle. They were each other's enemies, the strong preyed on the weak, and they fought against each other. Only by winning over other compatriots could they compete for a bigger piece of the pie. Even my married sister-in-law is no exception. Thinking of this, and looking at Jin Beichen who had his eyes slightly lowered, she suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. You are different from them. She suddenly spoke. I don't know why, but I feel like I need to say something at this time. Maybe I can comfort those who seem so special. The depressed fifth young master of the Jin family. The youngest brother grew up to be the strongest wolf. No one knows what Jin Beichen went through over the years. Because of her words, Jin Beichen's long eyelashes trembled quickly. When he raised his head again, his expression had already returned to normal. What's the difference? He raised an eyebrow in question. Jiang didn't know what to say for a moment. It is indeed different. At least, he was willing to protect her and even trusted her with 2% of the stocks to give her a clear name. Seeing that she didn't speak, Jin Beichen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and teased, "Why, are you moved by the 2% of stocks?" Hearing her say this, Jiang rolled his eyes. Even if there was a little bit of that originally, it has disappeared now looking at his dog-like look. You wish. Jiang sneered and snorted, "You're just afraid that I'll lose your face." After all, they are now officially husband and wife, and they prosper and suffer together. Chapter 45. The fight started. Just so you know. Jin Beichen shrugged his shoulders, "I'm afraid you're being sentimental. You are the one who is so self-indulgent." Jiang was so angry that he kicked Jin Beichen. Jin Beichen dodged flexibly, and even gave her a thumbs up provocatively, and then nodded his thumb downward. This was too much. Jiang instantly got furious. Her desire to win was aroused, and she immediately started to compete with Jin Beichen in this small space. The more they fought, the more frightened Jiang became. She didn't expect that Jin Beichen, who seemed to be staying in the office all day and doing nothing, was actually so skilled. After being frightened, Jiang's movements became more urgent and his eyes became brighter and brighter. It has been a long time since I had such a thrilling competition. Seeing Jiang's excitement, Jin Beichen, who originally just wanted to play with her for a while, also became more serious and used at least 50% of his strength. Seeing that he had no chance of winning, Jiang gradually began to appreciate the meaning of the game. This bastard is keeping it on purpose. She suddenly became angry and increased the strength in her hands, deliberately attacking to the right. But at the critical moment, she suddenly turned her body and swept her leg towards the man's feet. Her movements were so fast and violent that no one had time to react. If Jin Beichen went to defend the right side, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp by her kick. But contrary to Jiangla's expectations, Jin Beichen was not fooled by her feint at all. Instead, when she attacked him from below, he suddenly attacked the back of her neck with his knife. This is a critical position. Jiangla subconsciously tried to block, but was in a panic because he missed the opportunity. As she was backing up quickly, she accidentally bumped into the car behind her. "R!" She gave a soft exclamation. Seeing this, Jin Beichen's eyelids jumped, and without thinking, he stepped forward and hugged her waist, protecting her in his arms. His back hit the car body heavily, and a piercing pain made him frown. But at the same time, Jiangla's hand had already grabbed his throat. If it were on the battlefield, Jin Beichen would have been killed on the spot. "You lose." Jiangla smiled happily, revealing his two sharp fangs like a cunning fox. Jin Beichen smiled bitterly helplessly. It turned out that Jiangla had used a self-torture tactic just now, deliberately letting him reveal his flaw so that he could hit him with a blow. "You're cheating." He spoke. "What do you mean by playing dirty?" Jiangla disagreed with this, curled his lips, and said proudly, "All is fair in war, haven't you heard of it?" She shook her head at Jin Beichen. "Master Jin Wu, you can't do this. You fell into the trap so easily. If you had used real swords and guns, you would have died countless times." Jin Beichen was silent. He really wanted to say to himself, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't." If you were to ask who is the most cold-blooded person in the entire Jin family, I'm afraid those who have been defeated by him would definitely say it is him, Jin Beichen. He, who looked like a living devil, became a fool in front of Jiangla, who fell into his crude little tricks. It's not that he couldn't see it, he just chose to continue to move forward even after he saw it. After all, if this stupid woman hit herself with a car, she would probably be grimacing in pain for several days. Jiangla raised his eyebrows and tilted his head. Jin Beichen pursed his lips. "It's okay." Jiangla. In fact, she just heard it. But those words made her blush. What does "because it's her" mean? It makes her seem very special. Noticing her inexplicably flushed face under the dim light, Jin Beichen was stunned for a moment and forgot what to do next. Until the sound of footsteps was heard. "Hey, Mom, what are they doing?" A childish voice sounded, full of doubt. Jin Beichen and Jiangla looked over subconsciously. They were a mother and son, and the boy looked only about 3 years old. The mother followed her son's line of sight and saw Jin Beichen and Jiangla lying on the car body, hugging each other tightly. The mother. She picked up her child almost immediately and covered his eyes with her hands. "Nothing, children shouldn't watch this kind of thing." The son was puzzled. "Why? Not suitable for children." The mother muttered something, and then said with some displeasure, "The world is really going downhill now. Doing such a thing in public, bar. Don't get sty from watching this. Go, go, go." Jiangla and Jin Beichen realized something. They quickly glanced at each other's postures, and then let go suddenly as if they had been electrocuted. You. The two of them spoke in unison, their eyes widening at the same time. Par. Jiangla spoke again, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. "What kind of vision does that aunt have? How could she be doing that with Jin Beichen? I suggest that mother go get a pair of glasses first." After hearing her words and looking at her actions and expressions, Jin Beichen's face turned a little dark. Is it so disgusting and repulsive to have close contact with him? But Jiangla didn't even look at him, he just opened the car door and got in. "Let's go, what are you daydreaming about?" She didn't want to stay in this damn place for even a minute. Jin Beichen. He could only work hard as a driver and personally send Miss Jiang back. The next day, Jiangla didn't hear any noise coming from Midden Ya's yard. She really couldn't help it, and during lunch, she asked Jin Beichen, "Will the third brother and his wife not pursue the matter? How is that possible?" Jin Beichen took a sip of the soup and swallowed the food politely before speaking. "Then what?" Jiangla pointed towards the yard over there. his face full of thirst for knowledge. It was the first time Jin Bei-chen saw Jiang being so gossipy, and he found it quite amusing. He told the truth. Last night, the third brother contacted the fourth brother, and the fourth brother went to the hospital. So, that's how they solved it. Jiang was very surprised. Nothing happened to Madanya at all. You know, Midden Ya wanted to kill their child, and even put Jin Beiyu's life in danger. Solved. Jin Bei-chen said calmly. Seeing Jin Bei-chen's calmness, which was completely expected, Jiang was really confused. She was really curious, how did they solve it? The fourth brother gave the third brother 0.5% of the shares. Jin Bei-chen said, this matter was never going to get out of hand. 1/2 of 1%. Jiang noticed another problem. She looked at Jin Bei-chen with a strange look in her eyes. Jin Beiyang could use 0.5% of the shares to make Lu Wanji and Jin Beiyu stop pursuing the matter. At that time, Jin Bei-chen offered 2% for her.